journey for qualification resumes as the World Surf League arrives in Sydney, Australia for the second stop on the 2023 Challenger Series.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round's an elimination round.
With a rich history of competitive surfing, iconic North Narrabeen is back on the world stage to showcase its breathtaking beach breaks and the next generation of surfing superstars. 80 men and 48 women clash in pursuit of the same dream, getting one step closer to the WSL Championship Tour. For the world's most promising surfers, the quest continues here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Good morning once again from North Narrabeen. We're here for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. It's the second step on the Challenger Series for these aspiring stars, as we see the women getting set to hit the lineup. And what a lineup it is. Have a look at this from the warm-up session this morning. Looks like the familiar carrot top of Xavier Huxtable there, getting slotted this morning. Yesterday, the conditions were rogue, a real test for the surfers in the opening round of the men's division. We did see some unbelievable moments, none better than Billy Stearman, who claimed the Boost Mobile wave of the day, a big backhand hanger. Keep it going, Billy. And yeah, we look forward to seeing more great surfing out there today. Of course, we saw some of the women competitors heading on out with their jerseys on, so I think we know what's coming our way, but it's going to be a big day. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Enover and Richie Lovett. Laura, it looks pretty fun out there at the moment.
Glorious morning here in Narrabeen, isn't it? But yes.
Have a look at this light. I don't know if that's flattering or whether it's not.
But yeah, excited for another amazing big day of competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, Rich. Really difficult to pick the moments out of yesterday. Yeah. The surfers did a fantastic job, and it looks a little bit more ordered out there now.
Yeah, definitely. It's calmed down. It's settled down. The swell's dropped a little bit. The wind's beautiful right now, kind of cross offshore, and it should stay fairly light most of the day. It might swing a little bit, but the next couple of days looks really good. Straight offshores all the way through the weekend. But there's super rippable waves out there this morning. The warm-up was amazing to watch.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. Enjoying our time here on the northern beaches, and so is Stace. He's brought the family down. He's turned it into a working holiday. Stacey, enjoying yourself, mate?
Ron, I couldn't think of a better place to have a working holiday. Are you joking me? It's firing out there. Will, what's the program for today?
Yeah, we've got really nice conditions on offer right now, so we want to make the most of it. We're going to start with the women's round of 48. There's 8 heats in that round, and we've got 11 heats of the men's round of 64 on standby, ready to go today.
I know 2 people that'll be very happy about that. It is a very happy birthday to Chris Enover and Kai Warner, 2 of Narrabeen's favourite sons. So a great day of pro surfing and birthday celebrations coming up, Ron.
Oh, sounds unreal, mate. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it. And
thank you for reminding me.
Sorry,
about
Chris.
that.
Sorry, Kai. We're not going
right
to make
now.
it to the. We're not. Are you serious? You forgot his birthday?
Well, it's an early morning.
It is. You got a lot on your plate too. So we're going to get started with the women, and the lineup is amazing. As we know, there's no easy heats on the Challenger Series. These competitors, they've come from different places, haven't they? They've had their regional qualifiers, and then some of the big performers from last year on the Challenger Series as well.
Yeah. We've got those repeat performers who did very well, and some that didn't quite make it. They're back to try again, and then there's some CT surfers sprinkled into the mix as well. Couple that with these youngsters and world junior champions. We've got a great mix of surfers. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I like just thinking about the conditions and how they've changed so much from yesterday.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not going to be too much of a problem for the women as they attack the opening round here. But for the surfers that got through yesterday, later on today, we're going to have to see how they adjust, because it's a lot cleaner today, and it's probably going to be a little bit more of a surfing competition as opposed to just victory at sea and trying to find something out of really nothing. It was a mystery out there yesterday.
Yeah, you can see this shot from above. The conditions are absolutely gorgeous this morning. I mean, the swell is south, so it's not exactly ideal for Narrabeen, and we want it to swing around a bit more to that east. So we might see a few currents out there today, but it'll give all the surfers something to just keep on their toes about. You know, with that tide moving out throughout the day, we'll just we'll see conditions change, and we might see the alley rights come into play as well. So we saw that right this morning, that nice big barrel. I think that might have been further down the beach. We'll see if some of the surfers head down there at all. That was probably the car park rights, but we have the alley rights right in the corner there, and then we've got these beautiful lefts as well, which have all the power.
All right, we've got the opening heat of the day underway now, and it's a solid lineup. Australia's Zali Kelly out there in the red. Sol Aguirre of Peru is in the blue. Zoe Benedetto, who surfs so well on the Gold Coast, the American's going to be in the white. And Elise Cooper, another Aussie's going to be in the green out there. This is going to be a really interesting heat. I'm particularly interested to see how Zoe goes. Had a great performance on the Gold Coast, but had an absolute brain melt and had an interference, and it cost her a place in the next round. She'd already stitched up the heat win. So, yeah, she's marked herself as a performer, and now she's after a big result here at stop 2.
You know, to come back from, you know, a blunder like that is, you know, she'll just be kicking herself. She had such a solid lead in that heat, and, you know, to come in, reset, talk to her team, and really take a good attitude into this event. She's ripping. I've seen so many highlights of her lately, so yeah, excited to see what she can do here in Narrabeen.
All right, here we go. First ride of the day, and it is going to go to Zoe, who finds a couple of nice hits there. Smaller wave, but just wanting to get something going here. And yesterday, you know, building a tally, even average scores, really sort of helped a surfer, I think, put the foot down towards the back end of their heats once they established the lead. So maybe not a bad move here.
Yeah, I still feel like it's a good strategy for today. Lots of waves coming in. I will note that there's a lot of water still moving out there, and we do have a fairly high tide right now. So these the rip coming from alley right, sweeping across the bank, is going to be challenging for our competitors to stay in position, to find that little magic spot on the takeoff zone. But there's certainly some real quality waves out there. Just have to hunt them down.
Yeah, a lot of awareness to you know, those markers on the beach. You know, we've got a temple up on the hill far behind Narrabeen, and you can line that up with things and really find the sweet spot out here. But yeah, you'll have to just keep an eye on those markers, and with that rip, move across.
There's so much sand built up right at the northern end of Narrabeen Beach here, and then well, the lugger, Narrabeen Lake, just carving a perfect little TP triangle at the top of the bank there. And I tell you what, if this swell does straighten up like it's supposed to in the next couple of days and come a little bit more from the east, like straight in, these lefts are just going to be running down the beach, and we're going to see a perfect little setup here. So, yeah, as you said, Laura, still a little bit of south in the direction of the swell today. So that end section is going to be challenging. That shallow finishing move will be a focus for today.
Yeah, 2.5 for Zoe to kick things off, and Elise Cooper there looking for a reply. Zali Kelly in that red jersey for a reason. She's competitively collected some big results and big gongs as a qualifying series campaigner. She had a big win over in Europe as a youngster, and she's one that we kind of have highlighted as a major threat to do some damage on the Challenger Series this year. But let's have a look at the replay for Elise here.
Yeah, Elise, one nice bash off the top there, and just sort of working it through to try and get a finish, but goes down. So a short wave there for Elise, but just wanting to try pick off something and get started quick. A 3-point ride for that, so could be a good backup at the end of the day.
Just a stunning morning here at North Narrabeen. So good to be back at this iconic location. We've touched on the history of this place. Someone's going to get the opportunity to add their name to a pretty remarkable honour roll when you think about major events that have been staged here. Many of the greats breaking through for victories here at North Narrabeen. And I'm just interested to see if you know, throughout the year, we'll maybe see one of the lower seeds make that big journey from the very first round through those seeded surfers and get themselves a breakthrough victory.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of great wildcards and trials winners that come into this first round. So, I mean, you know, it's exciting to see, who will be able to take down those big names, but it's definitely coming. Elise Cooper, she is trials winner into this event. They had the trials, I think, last week. But, coming through a good field there, and to take the win, she's grown up down the beach at Manly, and she's always up here surfing Narrabeen whenever, you know, the waves are fun. So it's been amazing to see Elise. She's got epic style. She absolutely shreds.
Yeah, really suited.
Yeah, and I think she just fell below the qualification in the regionals. I think she came in at 10 or 11, so really cool to see her in this event.
Having a look at this one now. It is Elise. She doesn't get into this one. 24 minutes remaining here in the first heat of the morning, and we're going to get through this opening round of the women's event, and you'll get a look at some of the rising stars. But we do want to send our deepest condolences to the family of Phil Courtney, a dedicated and passionate man that always gave his time, energy and commitment to the sport of surfing, and to each and every person that he crossed paths with. And he was a huge part of the surfing administration family here in Australia, but always nurtured rising talent, a founding member and life member of the U-Minor Board Riders Club, a driving force behind Central Coast Surfing, and definitely an iconic figure in Australia. He had a crazy dedication and commitment to the sport, and he was inducted into the Australian Surfing Awards Hall of Fame and received the Duke Kahanamoku Spirit of Surfing Award. And worked as a judge for, you know, decades. And his son Drew is a judge now, works on the CT, is working on the Challenger Series events. Drew actually broke through and had a win in the Pro Junior event here, which was considered the World Junior Championships, the Ocean and Earth hot butted Pro Junior. And he had a win, and I'm sure it was a proud moment for Phil. And we're going to miss him. Just an absolute larrikin and a champion person to bump into. So, again, sending thoughts out to family and friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a legend of a guy. And, Phil used to even come down and judge a lot of our club events for us, and really kind of nurture that next wave of judges that are interested in the sport, taking time to explain them, the intricacies of what a score is on a wave. And he was that type of guy. You know, he was always giving and received a lot of love back, obviously. So.
Yeah. Always when you had an encounter with Phil, you left feeling better.
Yeah.
You just put a big smile on your face. Champion human. And, we're thinking of him and his family. Just under 22 minutes remaining here in the first heat of the day. Haven't seen Sol or Zali get themselves onto a scoring ride just yet, but they've still got plenty of time here, and we'll see what they can serve up. But it's just a funny thing. Just I'd imagine that it'd make you extremely nervous just waiting for that first opportunity.
For sure, and I mean, you can see these ladies, looks like Sol up and riding it right now.
Oh, solid hit there. It's a good-looking section. 2 turns, and can't really finish that one off, and Zali's going to get into the mix too. So making their move, using their priorities. Zali just taking what she can out of this ride. I've seen Zali surfing for so long, but it's funny, I almost can't remember ever seeing her catch a wave on her backhand. From Cabarita, spends a lot of time competing up on the Gold Coast, obviously, but she's going to put up a reasonable score to get started here, but no one's really dropped the hammer just yet.
Yeah, this is Sol here. She gets a nice first bash in here. Really just working with that pocket of the wave, and let's see if she gets the completion here. She's pushing through, but I think that'll just be a 1 turn. Let's see what Zali did. Nice slash in the pocket, a bit more foam on this wave, but she works it through, just connecting the dots here and gets the finish. So will probably come in as one of the better waves of the heat so far, but a lot left in the tank, I think, Zali.
Yeah, lots more room to move there, but you can see what's on offer today, can't you? Yeah. These punchy little wedges that really let you tighten the pocket and do that explosive move right from the takeoff. And there'll be waves that taper off that you'll need to go really hard and fast at the start. There'll be others that'll line up and they'll have that bigger end section.
And I think like yesterday, we'll see those natural footers just really trying to find those big power pockets, and anything you can get, even if it's short, you know, the judges want to see a big turn in the pocket or nice end section turn. So looks like there's a bit of a that current pulling right now, which will keep everyone warm, especially Sol. She looks like she's opted for the short leg weddy today. It's pretty fresh out there.
Yeah,
fresh to frosty.
Sure is. Let's actually get an update on the conditions with Starthius, with Stace.
Thank you, Ronald. Down here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and you're absolutely right. It's freezing, about 9 degrees, but it feels about 5. Wind is straight from the west. Faces are 4 to 5 feet, and the waves are, as I said earlier, absolutely cooking. I think the one thing to look out for today will just be those double ups with a bit of foam on them. We want to steer clear of them and get on some clean water and get up into that lip, Ron.
Hey, Stace, is there any alley rights down there, mate? Have you been eyeing them off?
Not up in the alley that I've seen, but down off the car park section, it's actually been coning off its head, Rich.
Oh, nothing better than a morning cone. We saw Xavier Huxtable tuck right into one earlier today, and he would be buzzing.
I wonder if we'll see anyone venture down there if that's out of the comp zone.
One of those tricky things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you do you go with the numbers? Do you go with the safety? Well, here you go. Someone's taken on alley rights. Let's see what happens.
Zali Kelly, maybe just identifying that, you know, with the strength of her forehand, she might be able to find an edge out there. Don't know if we'll see her on another ride after that wave, though.
Yeah, the hard thing about the alley rights is that you've got that, you know, that rip running out through the lake there, and it kind of makes the wave, you know, it funnels off, but can sometimes feel like going backwards on it. It's hard to generate speed, but if you can really master how to ride the alley rights, then you're good to go on any other ride, because it is difficult, but they're really fun.
Like trying to run up an escalator.
Yeah.
Kind of.
You know, there's some little gems out there, though.
Yeah.
If you start off with a good turn on the right, it gets a little sleepy through the middle, bit of a cutback and you know, back to the power source. But if you can start and finish strong, there's scores out there if you can find them.
And there'll be the odd, you know, sort of set alley right that will come through, and it'll keep the size throughout the wave, but a lot of them can run off and get small quickly. So if someone can find a set out there, they could be on for a little gem.
Well, now's the time, because we're at a pretty high tide at the moment. Lower tide about 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, just over 17 minutes remaining here. There's a bit of a break in the action. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break and be back with this first heat of the morning in just a moment.
That feeling going up and down the New South Wales coast with my family and my friends, all of the memories. There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Just started the morning off with a surf at Narrabeen. Then up to my favourite coffee stop at Narrabeen. Went and checked out a couple of the coastal walks, some really cool places you can just see, whole lineup and great. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got amazing waves all up and down the coast, cafes, restaurants, surf clubs, each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the show. We're into the opening round for the women here. The round of 48. We've got Zali Kelly out in front at this stage. But it's a low-scoring heat at the moment. And it's just waiting for someone to drop the big number to set the pace for the morning. 14 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here. Sola Guede is in second place at the moment. She needs a 2.41 to jump up into first. Elise Cooper back in third position. Needs next to nothing to get into second place. Same story for Zoe Benedetto, the 17-year-old from Florida, who's after just a 0.61. But here's Zali with a better-looking wave, a solid combination. This is going to be the best number of the heat so far, even without the finish. She was on her way to a good score there.
Yeah, that had more energy for Zali there, and I think that'll go, yeah, highest wave of the heat so far. But nice to, you know, get up into that lip and get some solid surfing in. You see her going up in the pocket here. Bit of foam still, but she gets a nice whack here on the second, and then fortunately goes down that third. I think that'll be enough to get her into that good range score. Missed opportunity there, though. Just needed to project a bit.
Maybe just rush that last turn there, Rich.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a bit more patience. She did have a good rhythm, though, on those opening two manoeuvres, and just needed to settle before that third one. But she's definitely going to put herself way out in front at the moment. She's chipping away. She's had a couple of foamy ones. I'd love to see her on a smooth face, and then she's really going to open up.
Yeah, what's that, excuse me, what's that do, Rich, to, you know, how's that restrict you, that foamy water on the face of a wave?
Oh, it's like driving on a road with ice. You really can't just get the board engaged. We'll talk through Elise here.
Yeah, a couple of nice hooks in the pocket here for Elise. Just trying to size something up down the line and finish this wave off properly. Little hit on the foam, throwing it up there once again. So Elise will drop her best number. Mentioned before, she really doesn't need a whole lot to get up in the second spot. But Zali did drop the best number of the heat so far on that previous ride. She got a 5. So waiting on the scores to come through. But yeah, that cleaner face just allows you to commit to those rail turns a little harder. Yeah,
absolutely. You know, the boards are designed with concave in the bottom and the rocker and the fins, and everything's there, you know, to give you control and direction as you're performing turns. And when there's foam and turbulence on the water surface, you really just can't set that rail, and there's, you know, cavitation under the board and around the fin area. So it's very, very difficult to get drive, get speed, and maintain that control.
Elise did well there to find a wave that was a little cleaner on the face, and she was able to dig into a couple of nice carves in the pocket there, expecting a decent number for her. It came through at a 4.4, her best, and it's seen her jump up into second place now.
Yeah, smaller wave, but it was what she needed to do at this point in the heat. You know, just get something on the board. We're coming down to that 11-minute mark, and...
Oh, Zali.
Oh.
I thought she was maybe going to get the opportunity for one big hit. We saw that yesterday. You know, the judges, you know, they didn't mind if you only got the one move, as long as you made it a monster one.
For sure, and especially on your forehand today, you know, doing those big lip line floats. The judges were loving those yesterday, and then obviously, yeah, that turn that Billy Stanman did, that was a highlight. I think that'll stay a highlight throughout the event. Can't wait to see if he can pull some more of those off throughout the event.
Yeah, I think when you think about some of the great surfing we saw up there at Snapper Rocks, it's probably up there as one of the most dynamic moves we've seen on the Challenger Series this year. Just a big flare up on the backhand.
Considering the conditions yesterday, to be able to pull something like that off in just, you know, with so much texture on the face.
Yeah, we do know that, you know, multiple manoeuvres, quality clean manoeuvres, and a nice flow up at Snapper Rocks would see you score really well. But here, shorter, punchier conditions. big individual turns are going to be, you know, potentially massive turning point moments in heats where a surfer's chasing a score. You'll be able to make that jump from behind your rivals, right, maybe up into a position to take that heat out. So one move can really help your cause.
I think Zali's been smart here, as you can see her in the far south of the screen there in red. She's got third priority, so, you know, just trying to keep away and try find those wider sets that might come wide and inside here at Narrabeen. We saw a few of those guys do that yesterday, you know, paddling back out and just sitting further down the beach, and yeah, that's where you can get those sort of one-turn waves in.
Well, the competitors are going to have an opportunity today to explore the northern beaches. This 30-kilometre stretch has a lot of opportunity to sniff out a fun little sandbar, and there is good banks at many of the beaches on the stretch at the moment. From Manly all the way up to Palm Beach. And that's the beautiful thing about this area, is you don't have to go too far to find that next zone.
Nah, most of the beaches have a couple of good setups on them, and well, this is one of the longest beaches on the peninsula. Narrabeen runs all the way down into Collaroy, down to the south there, the Long Reef headland in the distance. But a lot of the beach is quite compact as well, and certainly some fun sandbars, but you've got to stay in tune. You've got to keep an eye on them because they're forever changing.
They are.
Some legends from this stretch as well, this long beach, obviously here at North Narrabeen, but even down at Collaroy, that's where Nat Young started surfing. And Simon Anderson was down at Collaroy originally, but most of them get lured by North Narrabeen. Just the consistency at this venue and the potential for world-class waves. This is where it's at.
Everyone just gets drawn up into the north end. Something about that lake water.
It's just the locals, they're so friendly, Law.
They are.
There's a real pecking order here, and as long as you respect it, you'll survive.
No, yeah, North Narrabeen Board Riders has rich history, and just this club is very passionate. But I think even when I was just growing up and coming through, you hear all the stories and just, I guess, yeah, how passionate this club is. And, you know, as we see Zoe being a Grom growing up here, you're definitely, you know, sticking to the inside alley rights until you've sort of earned your place out the back, and then, you know, a lot of respect just goes through the ages, really. Yeah,
there is respect. It's taught. The word grommet, you couldn't say it here in North Narrabeen without the word abuse following it. But it's mellowed a little bit more these days, Laura.
It has, yeah.
Cage? Is there still a cage?
Yeah, there was a dog cage, and there was a grommet pole, and there was all these fun things. But I think a lot of the guys had daughters and, you know, softened up a bit.
Smart. 7 minutes to go here. Zali Kelly established a decent lead. She's not out of the woods just yet, but she's got a 4 and a 5. Elise Cooper hanging on to second spot at the moment, but not much separating second, third and fourth at this stage. So we'll see if Zoe Benedetto can show us some of the form that saw her posting great numbers up at Snapper Rocks after just the 4.9 at the moment. But she is at the bottom end of the priority order. So the surfer that's really in a great position to make a move here is Sol.
And not needing much at all, just a 4.3 to advance. And still 6 minutes on the clock, so it's time for perhaps even 2 waves at this point. Short paddle out, and somewhat of a guinea pig heat, the first one, and competitors will be watching, going, oh, have they missed opportunities somewhere in the lineup? Are they sitting in the right zone? Are they seeing, you know, are we seeing something that they're not? So it's always an advantage being the second heat, I reckon.
Yeah, only I think probably slight movement in that sandbar, though. It seems like it's well packed in, and it still looks like that sort of predominant takeoff zone exists. But as Laura said, you know, if you're willing to take some chances, you can head further south. You might pick off a right. There is the odd one reeling through alley rights, but for the most part, the surfers see the majority of the points on offer here on this left.
You can see they haven't stopped paddling either.
Yeah, this is the classic south swell current that it's kind of dreaded, but fingers crossed we can see that swell keep turning around to the east, and that'll shoo that away and just make the lineup a lot cleaner and easier to read.
5 minutes remaining here. The NRMA Parks and Resorts 5-minute warning. And we know that I think one of their finest parks is just over the entrance to the lagoon there. And it's a sensational spot, and it's hosting many of the competitors, also a lot of our crew. And they're enjoying it. Beautiful.
It's an iconic caravan park. It's yeah, absolutely amazing. And in summer, there's, you know, it's packed, and that lagoon there is just filled with people, families. It's a really cool place. You can get little boats down in the lagoon there and boat around Narrabeen Lake, and you know, we have a beautiful national park right behind here as well. So much you can do and see around here, and yeah, all the local cafes too. I mean,
and it's the only coastal caravan park in all of Sydney. Right, Rich?
Yeah, yep, it's the only one situated right on the coast here at Narrabeen.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap. Zali Kelly getting herself a lead here, just getting busy. She's been serving up the combos, and that's what's got her out in front at the moment.
Yeah, just a smart heat, just knowing that no big scores, so she's been chipping away, finding these mid-range waves, and it seems to be serving her well. This is Elise Cooper, the local from down at Manly. On the forehand, just getting some nice turns. Sitting in second place at the moment, but not out of danger.
Yeah, winning through the trials, and with 3.5 minutes to go, has herself in second place. But we do have set waves rolling our way. Sol's with priority out there at the moment. The Peruvian surfer has done a bit of time on the Challenger Series already. Finished 58th in 2021. Counted a quarterfinal result as her best finish in the Challenger Series. Last year, she finished 63rd. But we'll see if she can answer back here, the 19-year-old. 4.31 is the requirement. Sizing one up at the moment here. Looks a little deep for this one. I really think the competitors, at times, even yesterday, Laura, were almost banking too much on finding a wave that provided space for 2 or 3 turns instead of just getting aggressive with one big hit.
for sure. Well, the judges have made it clear that they're happy to reward if you can get one big bash in. So, I mean, just looking for anything that's got a big, chunky section and attacking that, I think, is a really good game plan, especially today with, you know, it is a bit straighter out there and it's just not lining up. So just at least giving yourself any opportunity. You know, look at Sol, she needs a 4.31 and she got a 3.1 on one turn before. So she just needs something like that, a little better.
I guess, Rich, when you think about identifying where the advantage can be found in this lineup and what the judging trends are, that's one thing that we haven't got from this first heat. On a chunky section, even if the wave closes out, what's one big turn going to fetch you? And the competitors have almost been looking for corners out there, and as a result, the size of the manoeuvres has been somewhat limited.
Yeah, like even sitting in the box here, we're seeing waves go unridden, and they've got nothing to lose right now. They need to actually pull the trigger, get on a wave, throw everything at it, and try and get a score here. And it's this urgency that they're sort of feeling in these last few minutes. It's almost like you need to take that to the start of the heat and get busy, get your reps up, because eventually you're going to find that wave that maybe offers you 2 turns.
Yeah, and in the opening round of the men's yesterday, I mean, that was something that became really apparent to the competitors and those yet to compete, was a major move, individual turn, can get you a pretty decent number, with Leo Casal and George Pittar throwing big individual turns early on. As we see Sol there finishing off just a single move and hanging on for the finish.
Yeah, that's what she needed to do. She'll be kicking herself. She maybe didn't, you know, try to go to that one big turn earlier in the heat, or just give herself more opportunity. That was only her second ride. Yeah,
and she doesn't need a whole lot. Is this the move that's going to get her over the line, though, Rich?
Oh, look, squares up off the bottom, tags it. Almost looked like she didn't hold on, but definitely got to the completion there. It's right on the edge. It's
Yeah, she had the
not
added-
convincing, but it's...
Added drama for sure.
Yeah, it's look, it's not clear cut, but
Yeah.
she's definitely given herself a chance here.
Yeah, I think it was probably possessed a more high impact turn than the wave we saw from Zali Kelly at the start of the heat, which Zali had a 4-4, but Zali had a couple of moves. So we'll see where the judges' heads are at in a moment as we wait for that number to drop. But Zoe Benedetto unable to find the scoring potential out there in this first heat of the morning. She's going to be out of the event. And Sola Aguirre, she's waiting to see if she's going to get the number she needed. And it feels like she might just fall short here. It came through at a 3.43. She was after a 4.3. So Elise Cooper, the winner of the trial, survives in second place. And Zali Kelly, not her biggest numbers, but it's a comfortable victory in the first heat of the morning. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the opening round in just a moment. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. Well, these young competitors are going to be walking in the footsteps of absolute surf royalty. So many greats from this region, and they'll get their opportunity to potentially have their name scribed into the history books. We've got another big heat here as Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica jumps into that red jersey and gets things started. We'll have a look at the replay of her opening ride. Nice flare on the first turn.
Yeah, nice flare on the first turn and bashes it and just makes sure she gets in front of that whitewash to finish that off. All of these ladies have been watching closely at that first heat. Ella here just getting two nice bashes in here and finishing strong. So we are going to see, I think, a lot more waves served. And Moana Jones-Wong up into the pocket. Nice slash there, just gets hung up. So she'll be back out there, but I love the quick start that we've seen from these ladies. I think, you know, that first heat is always so hard. All of the coaches would have just been saying, look,
don't wait
ladies,
around.
Yeah.
Get going.
The time is now. You've got 30 minutes. Let's get moving.
26 and a half minutes to go. Leilani is out there in the red. We pointed that out. We've also got the queen of pipeline, a CT winner, Moana Jones-Wong. She's in the blue jersey. Dominic Bruana of Ecuador is out there in the white, and Ella McCaffrey of the United States is going to be in the green. Ella dropping at 5.17, really positive start for her, but super interested always when Moana pulls on the jersey and gets out there. She had a good result at the Sydney Surf Pro last year. We'll see how the move to Narrabeen works out for her. But what an incredible surfer, and absolutely taking women's surfing to a whole new level at Pipeline these past few years. As we see her up now, nice carve to get started. Loading up for the big finish here, and she attacks it. Really solid stuff there from Moana Jones-Wong. She's going to put up a good score.
And just a big shout out to Moana. Happy birthday.
That's right.
Big day. Well, that was a nice little birthday surprise there. That's exactly what you need to do. You should be working with Matt Bemrose on the beach here, who's grown up a few beaches up at Curly. He knows these shores quite well, so he'd be a great person to have in her corner right now.
For sure. She's out there getting her own present at the moment. She's about to drop a good score, you'd think. Really solid stuff there. Just getting used to this cold.
Yeah, absolutely love the way this wave cupped out, and she gets a nice slash. She just stays in the pocket, another slash, and then finishes it off. This is where all the points will go. Timed that to perfection and presses after. Absolutely love that from Moana.
Yeah, nice
pushing
cut
on
down.
the fins too, wasn't she, Rich? You could see that as she came out of that turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like the patience here, waiting for this one. Didn't rush it, picked the moment. Look at the eyes, just right on that lip line. Beautiful finish there. So that's probably the best wave we've seen ridden today.
And the scores reflected a 6.5 for Moana. She jumps from 4th right up into the lead as Ella McCaffrey goes after her second score, waiting a long time for this first move. The wave's slowing down, and now she goes to work. Just a couple of turns, though. Yeah, this is the adjustment for the competitors who competed at Snapper Rocks and now coming to North Narrabeen. It's a big one. You know, you could really afford to be patient and really think about where you want to place that opening move at Snapper, knowing that you're going to get the opportunity to attack that pocket time and time again. Here, the wave's a lot punchier, a lot shorter, and that first turn has to come a lot sooner.
Yeah, it really does. And I think it looks like these ladies are reading the lineup to a T right now. They found the sweet spot, maybe not just getting too stuck out the back, looking for some of those smaller waves that are punchier and have that nice end section.
Yeah, maybe different boards too. I reckon a lot of surfers may be opting for a little more relaxed rocker up at Snapper. It was a bit slopier and you had to generate more speed and acceleration. Here, these cuppy little steep sections, maybe a bit more rocker that'll help with that turn, tighter in the pocket.
Well, 23 minutes remaining here. Numbers coming through for Ella McCaffrey on that last ride, 2.93. That's got her up into the lead at the moment. But Moana Jones-Wong, she needs next to nothing to jump back up into first. Just under 23 minutes to go. Let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Zali, getting things underway here. How tricky is that first heat of the day?
Oh, that's tricky, yeah. You never want to be first heat of the day. You feel like a guinea pig out there, but there's always waves before, and then as soon as the hooter goes, it just goes flat and weird.
Or is it just the fact there's less people out there, so you feel like you've got more pressure to make a good decision?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, definitely that.
You did that really well, I thought.
Thank you, yeah.
It's often hard to look at a 9-point total and be stoked, but you must be happy to grind that one out.
Yeah, I was happy to get a couple. I knew it was going to be tough going out before that, but I was just happy to get a win. Haven't had a win in the Challenger yet, so yeah.
That's good to hear. You've got the rest of the day off now. What are you going to do on this lovely North Narrabeen day?
Unfortunately, I have 3 uni assignments due soon, so yep, I'm going to be stuck to the laptop.
Enjoy that, and best of luck with the exams. Thanks, Zali.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, double duty for Zali Kelly. Straight into the books. And working on that degree, but a fantastic moment for her, getting her first Challenger Series win here in the first heat of the day. And yeah, I think we'll see the adjustment from these competitors in this second heat of the morning. I think we'll see some more reps, a lot of waves ridden, as we see Leilani McGonigal just tapping into a gem here. Great surfing, rail to rail.
Absolutely getting some work done. We know she's no stranger to the left. Moana finding a nice little tube. Literally saw her on the beach the other day, and she was, we were having a little tube chat as we see Dominique here going right. Nice alley right. Oh, unfortunately going down, but I love the way these ladies are searching. But yeah, Moana was just saying she's struggling to see all the perfect barrels all around the world at the moment, and and to not have FOMO about being there. And I was like, well, you just really have to not get on the internet and look at those when you're doing the QS and you're riding, you know, surfing different waves. But there's barrels out there today, so like we saw her just try to tuck into one.
Well, if there's one out there, she is going to sniff it out.
Yeah,
She'll
100%.
find it.
Yeah, she's missing home, you know, especially since there's been a good run of swell on the North Shore, and obviously she's dedicated her life to really pushing the performance level for women out at Pipeline, riding, I think, one of the, if not the greatest wave we've ever seen ridden by a woman.
Yes.
At Pipe
Agreed.
for sure, but maybe anywhere.
Yeah, yeah, that wave she got last season at Pipe in, yeah, that was just unbelievable. One of the thickest, heaviest slabbing barrels. That day I was watching, and she didn't catch a wave in her first heat out there at the shootout, the backdoor shootout, and she went out in the second heat and she sat there for about 25 minutes, and at the very end of the heat she got called in by one of her best friends, Kala, and just got a huge barrel. You can see it on her Instagram. It's wild.
It's unbelievable. So beautifully captured too.
She
What a
makes-
beautiful shot that last one was of Northie. Good looking lineup.
Yeah, it's always beautiful shots of Northie. No, but I feel like, yeah, Moana's just, I guess this time of year as well, Tahiti and Fiji and all these other waves around the world start lighting up. So
Yeah, true. And that's where she's heading straight after the Sydney Surf Pro over to Tahiti to see her husband. As we see now in the green, Ella McCaffrey on wave number 3. It's going to be better than a 2.93. She did get bumped back down in the 3rd spot, but she only needs a 3.77 out of that one. Leilani dropped a 6.1, so she's really set herself up well here. But Moana's hanging on to the best number still. Look at this wave.
Yeah, great wave here. Just gets right up tight. Good slash. Sort of keeps it about 3/4 of the way up the face. She knew she had to get to this second turn. Nice composure as she completes the manoeuvre.
yeah, these waves are really cupping out at the moment, and we'll keep seeing that throughout the day. They keep saying the punchy word and chunky, but it's good to see these ladies attacking.
For sure. That should be a pretty decent number there for Ella McCaffrey. We're waiting on that to drop. We talk a lot about the honour roll on the men's side. Obviously, many of the greats breaking through. It's no different on the women's side. The first championship tour event that was staged here for the women was 77. The legendary Margot Oberg getting a victory. And many of the greats adding their name to the list after her. Lim Boyer, Jodie Cooper, Tony Sawyer. Wendy both had a victory here at Narrabeen, but also had a couple at Narrabeen, but one down at Manly Beach as well. And the list goes on. Pam Burridge, Lane Beachley, Pauline Mensah, who's going to be taking part in the Bonsoy Legends heat with you, Laura. That'll be a lot of fun.
So exciting.
And Kylie Webb had a couple of victories as well. The great Lane Beachley, multiple wins here. And on the Northern Beaches, even staged her own CT event for a number of years. But then we had the Sydney Surf Pro and the Australian Open, as it was formerly known. And many of the modern day greats breaking through for wins, including our very own Laura Enover in 2015. Laura, that was a huge moment for you.
Would have been awesome if it was here at Narrabeen, but I had that moment in the World Juniors. But yeah, I think that moment at Manly was pretty unforgettable. I remember the beach was absolutely packed, and it was, yeah, just a really, really awesome day.
And an easy job for the two mates who chaired you to the podium too. Easy. The one-person job, really. But you had a full chariot. There was plenty of people down there to cheer you on. And like Geordie Lawler, who won down there at Manly Beach as well, the party kind of just moved. The whole crowd that was down the beach that day just came here to North Narrabeen car park.
Yeah, we came straight up and went to Mexicano for an after party, and yeah, it's so nothing better than winning a contest in your local town. And yeah, everyone from Narrabeen is obviously so supportive. They've always been amazing. Back when we had the World Junior titles here, I remember, yeah, seeing the beach, one of the most packed it's ever been. I think there's a North Narrabeen Facebook group, and they just get all down here, and all the local crew are just yeah, celebrating surfing. They all love it here.
They do, and they love good surfing. There's going to be plenty of it this week, and we're going to see more right after this Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Laura Enova and Richie Lovett out there in the lineup. We've got one of the Groms out in front at the moment. Ella McCaffrey has got herself out in front. She kicked things off with a 5.17. It was a fantastic start, and she has just dropped the highest single number of the heat during the break, a 6.7 just prior to the break, sorry. That was the left that we saw. It bowled out nicely, and she got straight up into the pocket of the wave, that critical section, and let go of a couple of decent turns. And that's pushed Leilani out of the top two. She's after a 3.51 to get to second at the moment. And Dominique Verona from Ecuador is after a 7.43. She's the surfer who's really got a lot of work to do. But here's, again, a replay of that 6.7.
Yeah, I just like, sorry, Lauren, there was just a lot of power in that first turn. Really accelerated out of it, set up the second one, and mixed it up a little bit. More of a vertical hit, so great to see some decent scores dropping. Heat number 2, that morning sickness is maybe starting to settle, the confusion in the lineup, and obviously our competitors really starting to tap in where the scoring opportunities are located now.
This is, for three of these competitors, it's really close. Dominique is a little behind at the moment. She's got to drop a significant score to give herself a shot here in the final stages, because Moana Jones-Wong, Leilani, they're both hanging on to threes at the moment. So you've got to think at some point the requirement's going to almost become out of reach for Dominique unless she can maintain pace and drop a 6 of her own.
Yeah, that last 10 minutes, it just flies by. Feels like 10 seconds sometimes, but Dominique, she's down in third priority. She's just going to have to find something that gives her, you know, 1 or 2 turn bash. If she can get at least if she can get a 3 or 4, she'll be back in this. And only need a mid-range score.
Well, Ella McCaffrey from Encinitas, California, 20 years of age, had a 41st place finish up there on the Gold Coast. And we know that it's quarterfinals are potentially keeper results if you can pair them up with wins and semis, but it's really semi-finals and seconds and firsts that are going to get you over the line on the Women's Challenger Series, because we learnt that last year. Even with a first and 2/3, you're not guaranteed a place in the top 5.
Yeah, it really is so close. I mean, getting down to this compact schedule, but you need to really be consistent.
Yeah, talking about Teresa Bonvalot, who won the event down at Manly last year, looking to defend now at North Narrabeen. And yeah, she was that competitor. She ended up having a end-of-year points total tie with Sophie McCulloch, who edged ahead of her on a countback, but she had a win, 2 semi-finals. I mean, you would think that would get you onto the CT any year.
Super gnarly, just how cutthroat it is on the Women's Challenger Series. There's just 5 spots, that's it. So you've hit the nail on the head. Consistency is the key here.
Yeah.
You have to be a repeat performer in the semi-finals and onwards.
Yeah,
otherwise
you really
you're toast.
Yeah, Sophie and Teresa both had nights that they were counting on as well as their 4th best result. But you know, that's what basically put them in that precarious situation, sharing points. So yeah, you've got to look at anyone who didn't feature on finals day for the women, as you know, they're counting a throwaway result at the moment.
Yeah.
Anything worse than a 9th is definitely going to pull you out of that top 5, you'd think. Here we go, just on 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Solid set waves rolling through here at North Narrabeen. The American is out in front at this stage. Hawaii's Moana Jones-Wong with priority in a good position here. Definitely needs to capitalise on that priority and dump this 3.1, because Leilani's right there with her on points at this point in time.
Yeah, interesting little situation here. Moana with priority. She's in the box seat, but she has to make this next wave count if she's going to solidify that 2nd place, or even jump up into 1st place if she can find a little jam. Hopefully she hasn't just settled in and she's got tubitis. She might just be waiting for that one little barrel where...
Oh, tubitis.
Tubitis, yeah.
What a fantastic condition to suffer from.
Yeah, she can certainly get it done on the face. She's got great turns. I was really impressed with her performance at the Sydney Surf Pro last year down at Manly. There was some nice little running lefts, and you know, at that point everyone was just, you know, so taken back by her performance at Pipe, and we weren't really sure how she was going to fare in the smaller little waves, but she's the real deal. She's got the full repertoire.
Well, the thing about Moana is she makes barrel surfing, especially at Pipeline and these big heavy waves, look so effortless. And I know that she's been working on her attack in these small waves. You know, you can't look effortless when you come onto the Challenger Series. You need to be attacking, and I think that's, you know, one of the big words of this series. It's like you just can't hold back. So I know she's been doing a lot of small wave surf training, and that's what you got to do. You got to be all-rounded if you want to make it on the tour.
Here goes Dominic, just trying to chip away at this big requirement. Can she find the open face?
Oh, what a shame. She just got held up a little bit at the takeoff. That wave actually ran down the line beautifully, and if she had just knifed into it and driven right off the takeoff, she may have, you know, kept pace with that wave. You can see that whitewash line. That's the top of the bank where our competitors are sitting, so good positioning right now. See here, just caught up a little bit. This wave just running off. There was points to be had on that one.
Yes.
Oh, great little wedge.
Yeah, just a little deep. And as a result, she's at the moment still out of this heat. She's got to drop a score to chip away. That just hasn't looked like turning in that big number just yet. So she's still got time to turn things around.
Positioning out here is so important today. You say Leilani getting moving now. She needs a 3.51, so she's opted for a smaller inside wave. Working it through, but not sure if she got anything too intense at the start there. We'll have to wait and see in the replay.
Didn't really kind of match up with stack up with her 6.1. She looks on though.
Yeah, her board looks really nice, really fast and flary.
I did like the strategy of going a little wider. Here's Maddie Bemrose, coach to Moana Joes Wong, and
Not looking happy.
look, it's easy to surf a heat from the beach. You see everything, you know exactly where you'd sit, every wave you surf. Mine surf's about an 8-pointer at minimum. So Bemmy's seeing opportunity, but this is that replay of Leilani. So he gets a little tag at the start, drives down the line, another little check turn, gets to the finish, but as you said, Laura, nothing big and substantial. There wasn't that big emotive moment.
Felt a bit safe. The wave choice felt safe. You know, it was much smaller, but look, she's got another opportunity here off the end.
Here she goes, driving up into it. Nice hit in the pocket there. And again on the attack. Gets low, gets the finish. And she's after a 3.51. That should probably do it.
Well, you know what those whistles from Bemmy are. They're saying, Moana, get down next to Leilani. There's 5 minutes to go. Get on the defence.
Yeah, and get yourself a wave. Get rid of that 3.10. Even a 4 or 5 is going to make the requirement much harder.
You said, Laura, with that south swell, you get a tricky little rip cutting through that lineup. It felt like Dominic, even though she didn't turn in a score, was actually in a better position than some of the other competitors out there, as we see the replay here of Leilani's last ride, waiting on the scores to come through. But yeah, it just felt like Maddie Bemrose was urging her to go deeper on the sandbar.
Well, this is that last wave. You can see just the pivoting action was much tighter off the tail. She got 2 turns done, so this might actually fall in, and it is. It's the number she needed. Yeah,
4.33 out in front, in second place at least. So job done there. Now 4 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for Moana Jones Wong, but she's now back in third place, looking for a 3.93.
Well, instantly she's got pressure on her now.
Yeah.
She's gone from advancing through the heat to, oh my gosh, I now need another wave. So it's really hard at this point in the heat as a competitor to not actually let that pressure overcome you. She needs to stay settled, she needs to stay calm, and really find that wave.
Different kind of mindset too when the requirement's so low, as opposed to, you know, a 6. You know you've got to do something significant, whereas, you know, you can kind of make some dud wave selection choices when you're only after a 3.93 as well.
Yeah, well, we just saw Leilani. She, you know, had to go at 2 waves there, and that first wave, she tried to get, you know, surf for the 3. You could feel it, and then on the next wave, she was like, you know what, I needed to surf, and she's obviously got the 4.33. But when you're trying to surf to a 3, it can just go a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, Leilani's found a little rhythm here, and don't be surprised if she finds another little wide one.
Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Ella McCaffrey started off really well, still hanging on to this lead.
Yeah, surfing way beyond her years, but this was Moana finding the gem of the heat, the 6.5, surfing it really well. It had some bumps in it, but she just timed it to perfection, especially this last turn here, just bashing it. But yeah, that was all she's been able to find. Ella, another nice bowly wave. This had so much flow, just 2 big turns, and that was her high score. 6.7, but Leilani, the last minute comeback. This was her 4.33 to hold on here and jump to that second spot. You can hear those whistles. What is Maddie Bemrose doing?
He's starting to lose whatever hair's left on his head.
Oh, that's long gone. He didn't lose it. It just slipped onto his chin. 2 minutes remaining here.
Migrated.
Exactly. He just grew out of it. Grew through the top of it. Here we go. Dominic Verona there. Couple of hits. Was there room for another one on the end of that wave?
That was almost the moment. That was almost had a nice shape to it, that wave.
Wouldn't that have been something special if she could drop a score with 2 minutes to go and then find another one?
It's a pretty hardy requirement she's got though, and yeah, she needed a bit more out of that. Maddie Bemrose just starting to get a little anxious here.
Yeah, he's really wanting Moana to get up the beach, up into that north corner further. See, this is what happens with this current. If you become complacent, it can push you off the bank, and then you're not getting in the spot when those south swell lines come in.
Moana must have gone a good 12 or 13 minutes now without even catching a wave.
Priority curse.
Yeah, my concern would be that she's you know, this wave might stand up for her, but maybe that she was sitting a little too far out to even get into a wave if one comes through. But she's going to find some room here. 1 minute to go. She needs a score. Moana Jones a little behind her, but finds that open face. Works through that first calf. Needs this finish and gets slammed. And, oh, that's the stress of a coach.
That's heartbreak right there.
Just assumes fetal position. And, yeah, probably start sucking his thumb in a minute. 35 seconds to go. And Moana Jones-Wong, she needed the finish there, no question. The first turn was pretty decent too.
Yeah, first turn was decent. Look, she kind of got hung up here, made it exciting, and then she came around, nice bash here, but she just needed to project over this and find that forward momentum.
It was such a tricky section to read too. Foam all over it. It was ugly. And Dominic Verona there just attempting to finish one off. Moana takes off. This wave's a straight closeout. And this heat is going to come to an end. And despite putting up a 6.5, the second highest number of the heat, Moana Jones-Wong can't find that backup number she needed. And she's going to finish in third here. Leilani is going to hang on the second spot. And Encinitas surfer Ella McCaffrey is going to get the victory here, Laura.
Yeah, I can imagine Moana will be heading straight over to Tahiti. I'm sure we'll see her in a big 10-foot hit in no time. But amazing work there for Ella McCaffrey and Leilani getting the job done.
Exciting heat.
Super exciting.
That was cool. A really cool heat to watch.
And it feels like the numbers are coming up. The performances are lifting as we move through these first couple of heats of the morning. And we've got more coming your way. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Kaipo, Luke and Jess for the call. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
It's the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Beautiful day at North Narrabeen. And the surf has greeted us with a lot of potential as we are the women's opening round. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood, as well as Luke Kennedy.
Morning.
And Luke, waves are firing out there.
Yeah, it looks great. I mean, I was walking home from dinner last night and I felt like a grommet in a time before swell forecast. You could just feel the wind turning offshore, backing off, and you just kind of knew it was going to be on in the morning.
Yeah, Jess, what do you think so far of today's action?
Oh, I'm kind of in the same boat as Stacey. It's really hard to keep the frost levels contained, at least for the morning, because I know we've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us.
We do have a giant day ahead of us. 8 heats in this opening round for women. Heat number 3 out in the water with Ariane Ochoa, Nixie Ryan, Bella Kenworthy, and Sarah Wakita. A truly international mix in this heat number 3 of the opening round for the women. And no scores as of yet of any kind of potential on the board, but let's take a look at what happened at the beginning. Some replays, Jess.
Oh, this is first of Nixie's. I mean, nothing, maybe just a bit of hustle and jostle, but there's the drama already.
Is that
Heat number 3, yeah, snap leggy.
Snap leg rope, the distinctive pink spray of Nixie Ryan's Channel Islands board, drifting towards shore. Not the thing you want to see happening in the first 5 minutes of your heat.
Nah, that's a real bummer for her.
So you see
Ariane Ochoa, the Basque surfer, gets a nice little slash there before the wave dissipates into a little bit deeper water.
the sole goofy footer in the heat. Will that prove to be an advantage in these North Narrabeen lefts?
The scores coming in, and early advantage to Ochoa, 24 years old, out of Bilbao in the Basque country of Europe, coming in after a 17th, equal 17th on the first challenger on the Gold Coast. That was the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and 17th is not going to be a keeper, so she's already got a throwaway in her quest for that top 5 qualification scenario.
She was taken out by a very informed Sierra Kerr up there, though, Kaipo, so kind of a tough opposition.
Yeah, Sierra, unfortunately not going to be in this event. Walked away with a 9th and made a big impression over on the Gold Coast, Jess.
Yeah, she's always a standout, isn't she? She's like a fan favorite. She's really renowned for her progression, and it's always really exciting to get to see her perform. Here's a replay, though. Goofy footer. Ariana, first turn looks nice. She looks crisp to me. The second turn, way more loaded up. A little late to the third, but I think it's a good indication of her feeling very confident.
What do you think, Luke?
I feel like Ariana's got some really big open-faced turns in her repertoire. And I think being the sole goofy is just going to give her a different angle of attack and could prove to be an advantage. I mean, I'm sure she's happy about the fact that we're surfing in a predominant left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, she's already got a couple of scores, 4.67, as well as a 3.5 for the early lead. Okay, let's get down to Stace with the winner of the last heat, Ella McCaffrey.
Thanks, Kipes. Ella, you commanded that heat from the very beginning.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple fun waves out there. Stoked to get a quick start.
Bit of a rough start on the Gold Coast. How do you keep the vibes up in between events?
Just process the loss as soon as it happens and then move on to the next one.
You got any tricks to process that quickly?
Just rewatch my heats, identify my mistakes, and learn from it.
I think you executed that really well out there today. You must be proud of that performance.
Yeah, stoked to take the win in that first heat, find a couple lefts, and looking forward to the next one.
What do you do with the rest of this beautiful day?
Probably just going to go home, have some good breakfast, and watch the rest of the event.
Sounds good. Thanks for your time. Well done.
That was a concise interview right there, Stace. Good job. Here we go with our heat leader, Ariane Ochoa. And again, finding a nice connection through her turns. Going to better her score line, likely with that last effort. Also during that interview, we saw a wave ridden by Bella Kenworthy, the 16-year-old out of San Clemente, California.
She battles a lot with Ella McCaffrey too, doesn't she? I saw them across the regional QSs on a fair few events together.
Here you go with Nixie Ryan.
Back in action. Someone's handed her a new leg rope string and a leg rope.
Yeah, Nixie has a keeper, actually. You know, the quarterfinal finish on the Gold Coast. So Nixie's looking good coming into event number 2.
Yeah, for us over here on the regional series in this part, Nixie was a real standout. She just is really consistent. This is Bella's though, I think. However, her replay, she looks aggressive as well. Tacks just 3 really similar back-to-back turns, but to bake that much composure on her first big score, I think that's going to look good for her outcome.
See Ariana, big open face slash to start with. Backs up with another carve back into the pocket. Just waiting for that wave that's really going to allow her to open up I feel like Mariana taking the approach to stay busy. Perhaps it's not immediately evident from takeoff which wave is really going to deliver down the line, so why not just keep rolling the dice and see what happens.
So still waiting for scores to set the situation here. We'll have half-hour heats. We're down to 21 minutes and 30 seconds in this heat number 3. Again, the offshore winds with this south swell making for pristine conditions here at North Narrabeen. Look, what do you think we should expect for most of the day today?
I think we're going to have good conditions throughout the morning. We might see this wind tend a little bit more south as it did yesterday throughout the course of the afternoon. But it's going to be reasonably light. So we're going to have really contestable, fun waves throughout the day.
And swell should stick in there?
Swell's definitely going to hang in there. I don't think swell is going to be a problem for us at all throughout the course of the event window, which is good news. There was an event held here in 1979 when Narrabeen was the headquarters for the Surfabout, and it actually went dead flat when they got to the quarterfinals. So they didn't know what to do, so they chartered 4 light planes and flew the entire crew of quarterfinalists down to Bells where they held the final.
Wow.
So that was then a final between Shane Horan and Larry Blair. Pretty famous event, the 79 Surfabout. And there's classic images of Shane and Larry flying back. Shane got the win, but I think Larry Blair won the backgammon game on the plane on the way home.
Truly mobile event. And speaking of mobile, let's go to our Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Who do we have? It's 2005 World Champ, Chelsea Hedges. Thank you for joining us.
Hey crew, thanks for having me.
Hey Chels, good morning. Welcome. We're so stoked to have you here, of course. You know, world champ, you have so many accolades in your notebook at the moment, but being from the Northern Beaches yourself, I mean, you grew up surfing just up the road at Avalon. How important is it to see these women take on Narrabeen?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, it's good to see you, Jess. Yeah, it's such an interesting event to have at Narrabeen. Yeah, obviously, I didn't grow up surfing Narrabeen. I was caught in the North Ave bubble, I guess you'd call it at the time. It was pretty hard to ever leave the bends at Bilgola there. Yeah, obviously just hunting off rocks lefts non-stop down at North Ave, and then eventually building my way up to the south end of Ave once you became of age, I think they called it. But yeah, look, Narrabeen's such an awesome wave. Had a couple of events there as a junior, and I think grommet titles 1 year with yeah, my good friend Sofia Milanovic from Peru. It was super memorable moments down there, but so nice to see the girls down there and the guys and battling it out for the Challenger Series. It's awesome.
And Chelsea, tell us about some of the work you're doing as a talent pathway coach with Surfing Australia and some of the surfers you're working with. I think actually you're doing some work with Nixie Ryan, who's in the heat.
Yeah, lucky enough to be part of the high performance team up here at Surfing Australia, alongside Clancy Dawson, Pete Duncan, and Jay Bottle Thompson. I know those boys are on the beach right now. Yeah, supporting Nix and the crew down there. So yeah, I'm so lucky to be a part of such an amazing team and have the opportunity to work with these athletes, you know, such as Nixie and Indy Robinson, girls like that. And you know, even from the young kids, you know, down talent ID pathway, like 16, you know, from 13 years old, up until some of the CT crew as well. So yeah, at the moment, like I'm kind of working with a range of all of those age groups, which has been so good, and getting to work with some of the crew up at the Challenger Series at Snapper on the beach was really, really fun. And yeah, at the moment we're doing camps at the centre with the young crew, the Talent ID group we call them. Pete Duncan runs that show at the moment, and such a good group to work with because they're like little sponges, and you know, you can throw anything at them and they just lap it up, which is super exciting. And we've got so many good programs going on, like Limitless, Clancy Dawson runs, and it's pretty much just like a manic camp of like freedom, with Josh Kerr coming in to help on that one, and and then at the top end we've got Bots running the Challenger Series show, and I'm learning so much as a coach too. It's obviously hard coming from, not hard coming from the professional tour, but obviously how to communicate, what you do in the water to these athletes and trying to teach them. So I'm obviously learning heaps as a coach myself.
One thing I'm curious about, when you were young as a competitor, and the Australian board riders club is such a big part of Australian culture, you would actually compete against the boys in the junior divisions. Do you still encourage the girls to do that in the clubs?
Yeah, 100%. Shout out to NASA Board Riders Club, North Ave Board Riders Association down there. Huge part of my childhood, I would say. I think my dad was part of the board at one stage, and Pete Owens, Andy Owens, and Matt Owens' dad. That board riders was definitely, I guess what you'd say, like the growth of, I guess, where my surfing came from. And at the time it was just my best friend Gracie Quiney and myself surfing against the boys, and we were good mates with the boys, all the time. We went to school at Barrenjoey over the sand dunes there at North Ave Headland, and we didn't know any different. We just loved surfing. It was, you know what I mean? So, and the boys and all the guys out there, treated us just the same. Like, they were just frothing to have girls surfing out there. And, I don't think we ever gave anything, let our guards down either at the same time. We were just having fun. And, the board riders down there, I believe it's still going strong, and so good to see. And, now I've got my little girl, Indy, up here at Kingscliff Board Riders, and she's loving it too. And same thing, I encourage, Ava, one of the girls who's about 15 at the moment. She's a really good up and coming surfer, a good goofy footer, and she just surfs against the boys. And that's the best thing I think females at a young age can do is step into surfing against guys, and that raises their level. So it certainly did for myself. So 100% encourage that.
Thank you, Chelsea, for the call in. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. We're going to see how Nixie's going to figure out this heat. She's currently in third place, but we know she can do some good work. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 3, opening round for the women, here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage, this is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break, streaming live right now on Apple TV, plus 8 episodes. Season 2, chronicling the 2022 Championship Tour. And it is a much watch for any surf fan. We're back for the back half of heat number 3, opening round for the women here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And the Basque surfer Ariane Ochoa with a strong lead over the rest of the pack. I'm Kaipo, along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy to talk you through the action. We're just on a break now. Let's get caught up with some of these replays.
Surfing white, Bella Kenworthy, that's not going to go into her top 2. She is currently holding down the highest single wave score of the heat, though, a 6.33. So Bella really in a strong position to advance in this heat at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm interested the fact that she's been kind of one of the only women already this morning that's kind of broken that 5-point ceiling. I think, you know, it happens a bit where it's a bit sluggish in those opening heats, and there's all this adjustment back and forwards in the lineup, and just finding their place in the scale as well. You heard Zali Kelly earlier this morning talk about her 2 scores, guys, and it's just like, it's just that kind of first of the morning thing I think is happening, and Bella's been that one that's found that, you know, it was the 3 big hits on the backhand at medium-sized waves. So if she gets a set, it's going to be a really good score for her to back up that 6.33.
Here we go, Nixie Ryan. Nixie needs to get back into this heat, and that is not going to help. Start off the heat with a broken leash. And, you know, we were talking, we had our Boost Mobile Stay Connected call with 2005 World Champ Chelsea Hedges that's been helping out mentor Nixie Ryan. Nixie now in a position just that, you know, she needs to get a score on the board right now, and it would be horrible coming off of a quarterfinal finish at stop number 1 and a loss in this opening round.
Yeah, absolutely, Kaipo. And interestingly, though, for Nixie, like, that's a terrible start to the heat, but like, she gets around in this, I think it's a Camry, this station wagon car, and her whole set of her roof racks are done up with broken leashes. So I don't know if this is a repetitive thing in her surfing experiences, but she's probably got about 10 or 15 snap leggies that are Velcro to the roof rack. So I don't know if they're like medals of honor and trophies and those times she's been able to overcome, but it's definitely not a good way to start off a heat. But, I mean, on the flip side, it could kind of fire you up as well, because your back's against the wall and you've got 9 minutes and you need a 5. You're someone like Nixie, you can find that pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, the 5.14 is definitely still within range with a single wave. Kaipo, you make a good point. Having one good result on the Gold Coast, I think a lot of the surfers here have had a good result. If they go back to back with another good result now, then they're close.
Yeah, you're basically 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
Really, if you have a good showing in the Australian leg of the Challenger, and again, for everyone just to fill you in, we have 6 events on this Challenger Series. We take your top 4 finishes to your ranking, and at the end of the year, we take the top 5 women to join the 2024 Championship Tour. That's the goal of this Challenger Series. And so to your point, Luke, is that couple of good finishes. You leave Australia with a couple quarterfinals, you're looking good.
Yeah.
Take a look here. Just is exactly how it works, the Challenger Series. Run this through.
Yeah, top 10 men, top 5 women for the 2024 CT will qualify through this 23 Challenger Series. The best 4 Challenger Series results count, so 2 throwaways. So there's not much space for anything less than a quarters. Each event, of course, is 80 men, 48 women. And it is made up of so many different surfers, where we see this like culmination of the best of the QS and kind of the less consistent of the CT getting kind of smushed into this Challenger Series part. And of course, we've got the regions now, and that's probably the biggest point that I like about Challenger Series, is having these regional qualifiers, because I think we really get a chance to distill that kind of talent from each part of the world.
Yeah. And for example, in this heat, we have a qualifier from the European region, from the Australia region, from North America, and from Asia as well. So this heat's just a prime example of all the regions at work, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a complicated matrix as to how they're putting the Challenger Series together, but I feel like they've worked really hard to make it as fair as possible in terms of how you actually qualify.
Here's Bella Kenworthy, Jess.
Yeah, she's just solid surfing for her. I think the wave choice is going to let her down. That wave, obviously, is going to better that 1.73, so it's going to improve her situation overall. But at this stage in the heat, with over 6 minutes, I think that waiting for a better opportunity, there have been like some incredible waves coming through this morning, and even some tubes we saw earlier on. Like I think I saw Reef Hazelwood get absolutely pitted this morning. So I know she's trying to work, and she replaces it, but it's a 287, and you can just see the potential that's left out there in those sets for her.
So you see Nixie Ryan, good-looking wave Kaipo.
Oh, and attacks it needed. Got a little straight-legged there on the exit and not able to hang on to that. Sarah Wakita swinging on the backhand. Sarah striving for a 6.21 is what she needs to turn the heat and go into second in advancing position. We haven't talked a lot about Sarah Wakita yet in this heat. 20 years old, representing Japan, hailing from the North Shore of Oahu, a second-generation professional surfer, of course. Her dad, Takayuki, he's got his own peak at Pipeline.
The Wakita Bowl.
The one you don't want to sit at. It was a replay, Jess, of Sarah.
Yeah, here she's getting things going now. I mean, it's such a frothy, bumpy wave. I think it's hard for her to really click and connect with those turns, but you can see what she's capable of. Here's the hanger that Nixie throws up, though, in the lip. I mean, points on the board for that. We're looking at probably one of the best ways of the heat if she was able to ride out clean.
Yeah, that would have, I feel, Luke, that Nixie's attempt right there, if she was to go complete on that maneuver, she would have turned the heat.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kaipo, for sure. Unfortunately, she stopped the maneuver but didn't ride out, and it's not going to be a completion.
Yeah, it just gets a 1.13, does not change the situation. Nixie Ryan needs a 6.28. Sarah Wakita did cut down on her requirement. We're at the NRMA 5-minute warning right now. So busy time for Sarah Wakita and Nixie Ryan to get some scores in.
Yeah, another dad who'll be watching on anxiously is Bella Kenworthy's dad, Jason, who's obviously one of the most respected surf photographers in the world.
Yeah, Jason Kenworthy, just a legend. Like some of his surfing images that he's collected through the last decade or so, just iconic.
Like defining images of surfing.
And a great surfer as well. Well, let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap here. It started off with Ariane Ochoa, and she was able to take an early lead and just hang on to that lead, Jess.
Yeah, she's a great example of the finesse that comes out of that Basque country, and a great performance so far from her.
Bella Kenworthy did enough to hang into second right now, Luke.
Yeah, just 3 really crisp turns. Perhaps just lacking a little bit with the variety and the wave quality.
And Ariane back in that early score. Gets the busy work done here. And that leads us to where we are right now, 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Ariane Ochoa in first, Bella Kenworthy in second and advancing position. And both of the top 2 also have first and second priority. So it's heat control to both those surfers at the moment, Jess.
Yeah, it's looking really good for those two. If they can play it out right, you can see that swell too just bombing through. It's just like, it's hard not to mind surf those lefts all the way out the back there.
Yeah, maybe it's just like an illusion to me, but why wouldn't someone be surfing at that peak right there, Luke?
I think it's sort of like an outer section they refer to as mountains that sort of shows up when you see a bigger outside set.
Yeah, okay.
Well, as the swell increases and it swings more around to the east, yeah, we'll see it picking up out there and rolling all the way through.
Cool.
Yeah, you can kind of sneak, like you're saying, if it heads a bit more east, you can get those connections, like through to that rip bowl that they're surfing on the inside, but at the moment they're stuck here.
Here's our heat leader, Ariane Ochoa. She's not going to change her situation. She'll remain in the lead, however. Use her priority, first priority now to Bella Kenworthy, who now, Kenworthy can actually play a little bit of defense, but she's got to check. Who's she going to play the defense against? Because she's got 2 surfers that can take her second spot, Jess.
Yeah, I don't know who she'd pick out of those two because they're both capable of 7s to 8s, but I think it's going to be more of she's got to play defense to that pivotal moment in this heat. I mean, there's only 2 minutes, but you can still have that kind of lightning moment for any of those surfers of breaking that 6. Here goes Nixie.
Nixie Ryan snuck away, has a chance right here. A little bit more on the inside. We'll catch up with what happened at the beginning of that wave. Ryan leading a 6.28.
Yeah, I think the thing that's letting Bella Kenworthy down now is that backup of a 2.87. It's a really low backup. She proved with the 6.33, she really made the most of like a, you know, it wasn't the best wave that's come through, but she kind of over-surfed it. But she wouldn't be feeling very secure with that 2.87 backup.
Take a look here, Jess.
Yeah, she looks a lot more comfortable in that first turn. I mean, the second turn, that wave just kind of rolls off because you got to be thinking the judges are looking at the wave choice as well and what's left out there. I think that's going to cap her score, but that first turn, I think it's going to be pretty close to pushing her, if not more, into maybe Bella's spot at the 1 minute mark. So Bella has the pressure on her shoulders now with that priority, and she needs to wait for that score.
Yeah, so score in for Nixie Ryan, 3.63. She remains in third spot. She did reduce her requirement to a 5.58. 5.88 is the need for Sarah Wakita. Bella Kenworthy hanging on to priority. We're under a minute right now, Luke, so this is going to be the last swing for both Ryan and Wakita.
Yeah, hopefully we see one more exchange coming down to the final minute. So far it has favoured the lone goofy footer, Ariana Ochoa. But could be a little bit more action to come. 30 seconds left.
What about, oh, sorry, Luke. I was going to say, what about yesterday we heard, Josh Muniz saying how hard it is. It looks so good from here, and then you get into the lineup, and it's a whole different playing field and ball game out there.
It's really shifty as we see Sarah Wakita having one more shot at it. Needs a 5.88, Kaipo.
Wakita-chan trying to get through here. She's going to get a little bonus on the inside. Wave really gets split apart, though. Fighting for that score. Needs a big number of 5.88. We'll see if she got it done. And the judges were quick on that one. 2.73, not enough for Sarah Wakita, so it will be Ariane Ochoa and Bella Kenworthy advancing into the next round, the round of 32 for the women. There's all your numbers. And Basque Country and San Clemente on to the next round. We're on to a break. We'll be back with more action. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia, and by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Back at North Narrabeen for stop 2 of the Challenger Series. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Heat 4 in the water. Minami Nonaka, Ellie Harrison, Carolina Mendez, and Nora Leota. Another international 4-surfer heat. I'm Kaipo along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy, talking you through the action this beautiful morning on the northern beaches of Sydney. Oh, and look at the surf, Luke.
Yeah, you've had a couple of surfs in the lead up to the event, Kaipo. How did you find it?
It was competitive. I should have gotten a car and sampled some of the many other breaks that we have on offer here, but I just stuck right here at North Narrabeen, and a lot of good surfers that paddle really fast. But yeah, I mean, it is a dream. It's a great wave. I mean, the banks are good. Here's Nora, hailing from Haiku, Maui, and really fighting to make sure she stamps that one.
Yeah, I feel like the judges are going to have another look at that one and see if it is deemed complete, Jess. I can see you kind of squinting and
That's just
trying to determine if you were the judge, if you would have given it the thumbs up.
Oh, it's probably the most controversial point of surfing and judging, competitive surfing. I mean, she turns it. I think she's done it, but I think this power at Narrabeen has caught a lot of people by surprise.
Narrabeen's it's been, kind of a site for some controversial non-makes. We saw Shion Crawford. We thought, do a big turn just yesterday, not getting the score. Judges deemed it incomplete. We saw Italo Ferreira in a heartbreak decision. Here we go with Ellie Harrison.
Do you know what's great about that too, though? I mean, I've the luck of floating around a little bit the contests, bunking up with different parts of the judging panel, and it's just so interesting to see how passionate they are about this and how serious they take their role. There's a replay from Ellie, just kind of a quick hook for her, similar to Nixie's start off too, I think. But yeah, their professionalism at these calls, that they cause sometimes so much controversy across the surfing world, but it gives us that point of difference. I mean, it's that age-old, argument about bringing this objectivity to such a subjective art form that we are so passionate about as the surfing.
Yeah, that's the challenge. And I mean, the interesting thing about this event is the judges on the panel here, they're championship tour judges.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 of them are probably working on CT events. So surfers here are trying to vault onto the championship tour, and they're doing it before the same judges that will be judging them if they make it. So the criteria is exactly the same.
Yeah, all based on speed, power, flow. As we take a look at our judges' tower right there, that's where the 5 wise men sit, along with the priority judge.
I love that episode, Kaipo, of Make or Break too, where it really shows the intensity that can happen at contest sites.
Yeah.
And you see those competitors that literally bleed to get these results, challenge sometimes the decisions. And I find that such an interesting part of the sport, because I think in the heat of the moment and in the kind of exaggerated emotions that happen in these little field playing areas, it's just such a crazy thing to witness.
This is true. Here we go with our Japanese competitor, Minami Nonaka. Minami stabs that finish, wants a little bit more, but nice backhand reel for the 21-year-old out of Japan, Minami Nonaka. As we look at here, Carolina Mendez. And Mendez is going to have to fight for a finish. Gets it too. So a couple of scores to weigh in on for Carolina Mendez as well as Minami Nonaka.
Yeah, and going back to that judging conversation, Jess, often the judges, they have to make themselves accountable to the surfers. Surfers will approach them often and say, can you explain why I did or didn't get the score in that scenario?
Yeah, and I mean, she's going to be breaking this one down as well. I mean, Minami's going to be listening to the score for those last 2 turns, as will Carolina, and they're going to be on the fly adapting to where the scale's set today. And I think they're going to be quite low in the scheme of things because it's kind of mistimed, I think, for both of those surfers in the reading and the lines that they chose and having to kind of force that end turn. And there's really that opportunity out there for something a lot more critical and exciting.
Yeah, looking like things are getting a little bit more jumbled up in the lineup right now. But I want to continue if we don't have any action on that judging conversation, because these guys, they have it down to a science. But I'll get back to that because we got a big slash there and hanging on, Ellie Harrison. So Ellie with a 2-point ride. She's going to better that in her scoreline with that last attempt.
Yeah, Kaipo, the panel, like you were saying, they're highly accredited professional tour judges. Wait, let's have a look at this replay first, though, for Ellie's. A lot tighter, huh? It's going to be probably, what, the best wave of the heat so far we've seen in the first 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I like it. It was almost like a classic old school under the lip hook.
Well, Ariana Ochoa won the last heat. Let's get some insight after this wave, however, because Minami Nonaka attacking the lip there. Nonaka coming around here. And now let's hear from Ariana Ochoa. She won the last heat. She's with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Great start to the morning, Ariana.
Thanks so much, yes.
How's the power out there?
It's really hard, like to shoot up there. There is a current and there are some good lefts, but it changed a lot. So yeah, I was looking to start early my heat and take some waves. So it's what I have done.
And a lot of determination in your performance, losing a contact lens halfway through that heat.
Yeah, I was super worried because I lost in one of my waves my contact lens, so I couldn't really see what I was doing. So it's really hard to shoot like with just one contact lens. And yeah, it was stressed, but anyways, super happy to make it, and I will find another contact lens for the next run.
Did you want to say a late good night to everyone back home in the Basque Country?
Yes, eskerrik asko danoi, Gabon, handik ikusteagatik, super pozik, eta bueno, hemen gaude, gogor, eta aurrera.
Thanks for your time, well done.
Yeah, a little after midnight at home for Ariana, and gosh, that's some great insight, or lack of sight. She had to, surf that heat with using the force. Sometimes when you have to just use the force, the shield's down on your helmet, and you just use the force to guide you. It's the same way for Ariane in that heat, where she had to use the force to come through. She did a good job, Jess.
Yeah, that is incredible insight. Stace is always on the money with finding out those little bits of information, and I can't even imagine not being able to see properly during a free surf, let alone a heat of this consequence.
Yeah, I think she had to use, I think the buzzword on her board actually kind of conveyed the message, grit.
Grit,
yeah. I love it.
Exactly. So we're waiting for some scores. We saw that wave from Minami Nonaka come in at 3.77. So Minami in the lead. Ellie Harrison in a strong second place, and she has the single highest wave score with that 4.5 already in the score bank. At the 19-minute mark here.
Yeah, Ellie coming off a pretty good result on the Gold Coast, in 9th. She was knocked out by event winner India Robinson, so, we can't hold that against her. India was in great form. Also a fellow Victorian surfer. Interesting thing about Ellie is she played Aussie rules football on the wing for the local team in her teenage years. So, yeah, comes from a family of 3 brothers and, kept playing footy.
I'm a big fan of the Torquay Tigers.
What code? AFL.
AFL.
Ah, beautiful.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting discussion. Like, we see a lot of the surfers going through the performance centers and sort of high-performance coaches, but there's also a lot of the sports science suggesting now that playing a diverse range of sports up until your early teens is actually really good for your surfing.
Yeah, I mean, you can look no further than someone like Callum Robson, who's a very athletic background, could have done any, ton of different sports, chose surfing and excelled in surfing. So we're going to continue on with this conversation here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, but we're going to froth out, take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back after this. Sydney's northern beaches, a stunning stretch of coastline curving 30 kilometers from Manly to Palm Beach, boasts more than 20 insane beaches, all with their own flavor. Gotta check it out. It's beautiful here as we rejoin the action. Heat number 4, opening round for the women. Minami Nonaka out in the lead. Ellie Harrison, we just saw her hit the ejection. She's currently in second and advancing position. We got some scores to catch up on, however. We need scores for Carolina Mendez as well as Nora Leota to give you the situation, Kaipo, along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy. Let's catch up on some replays, Jess.
Yeah, here's last to Carolina. I like that rail turn. She kind of cuts it short to capitalise on that second one as well. And I think it's a nice little point of difference for her out there this morning. She really does collect on the inside. Not crazy critical, but really smooth surfing for her. And here's the last one at Ellie Harrison as well. Another it's kind of interesting to see the wave choice happening out there. It's a really nice looking one from Minami. Big, clean, open first turn. And a little frothy, but best wave choice of the heat so far for Minami.
And a quick one for Carolina. Yeah, and way overhead for Minami Nonaka. Mind you, Minami just 4 foot 11 inches tall and tipping the scales at 44 kilos.
Oh, I'd love to see the board stats on her too.
5'0".
Yeah.
4'8". I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. We might have to get Stace onto that.
We'll get Stace on that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Is it an advantage? Does it make the wave look bigger?
I thought it just did on that replay, for sure. So we're still waiting for numbers for each of our 4 surfers to set the situation. We're at the 14-minute mark here. Got eyes on Carolina Mendez. Score going to come in for Minami, and it's going to be a good one. She's going to increase her lead. There it is, a 5.5 for Minami Nonaka. Carolina Mendez, that right, Jess, that you talked through, a 6.07, put Carolina in second and advancing position.
Yeah, I think the point of difference for her was that nice change to forehand rail work, the carve down, and then kind of the mid-face slash. You know, might have the judges sitting back up a little straighter because we've seen a lot of the same surfing throughout these first 4 heats of the women. And it's been lumpy and bumpy and kind of somewhat mistiming backhand turns, I think. And nobody's been able to really place themselves above the 6 yet.
How important is it, Luke, to show that point of difference when you're in a heat?
Yeah, well, I think it's, you know, obviously variety is there in the criteria, which is important. And there's a broader issue that if the judges are watching the same thing all day, if you just give them a slight point of difference, you know, like 3 or 4 heats in, then they're going to appreciate it. I think a lot of the other competitors in upcoming heats will be going to school on Carolina Mendez's right-hander there because that's the first really meaningful score we've seen on the rights. Suddenly, those alley rights, they're in play now.
Yeah.
That's an option.
And, you know, we've seen it before with surfers that have jumped onto the championship tour and brought a unique piece of their surfing and really paid dividends to the judges. I think of when Federico Moraes first came on tour and his big forehand swoops, that was a point of difference right there. He was getting some big numbers that rookie season because it was different from what the judges saw. I also feel the same thing with a Morgan Siblick. When he got on tour, his paced fundamentals in his surfing were something fresh for the judges at the time, and it paid off in spades for him.
Yeah, I love that use of those words there, Kaipo, paced fundamentals, because we can kind of get caught up, I think, as like surfing analysts or fans or spectators and even coaches of going so beyond progressive and working on these really highly technical things. But I think those people that are performing at the highest level, they do have that ability to wind it all the way back to those fundamentals and break them down to their like every millisecond of technical perfection that you can just like devour when they do those big rail carves like Morgs. And yeah, I think when you talk about them, I think about people like Silvana Lima, who burst onto the scene with all that kind of rookie hype around her so many years back, even decades now. And then she kind of was getting weird scores because she was so progressive, and now she's kind of gone away and now she's back for the Challenger Series. So she's someone I'm looking forward to in the Women's League.
Well, we saw that matchup between, like, famous matchup now between Sierra Kerr and Steph Gilmore on the Gold Coast, and it was kind of like progression versus, like you said, perfectly paced fundamentals matched against one another.
Yeah.
It's, you know, the word fundamentals, it's what they are. Sometimes it doesn't do justice to the quality of the surfing, but that's what they are.
And it is something for, you know, for everyone, especially developing surfers, to develop just, you know, kind of your basic fundamentals, and that's something you grow upon. But if you lack those, a basic cutback, a basic off the top, a strong bottom turn, then you'll never really be able to build upon that, because that's the foundation of good surfing. And a lot of kids I see now go straight for errors, right? But pay attention to your bottom turns, Groms. That's advice from Uncle Kaipo right there.
I kind of peaked at cutbacks. I got good. That's about it.
Roundhouse cutbacks. Yeah, those used to get scores. I remember when those were scoreable maneuvers.
They never score the cutback anymore. It's disappointing.
Yeah, Richard Cram.
He's disappointed.
I know where you were going to go with that. You said the first letter, and I had to. Carolina unable to hold on. That was like
fully committed.
Yeah.
She almost had it too. Look at that beautiful rainbow blasting out across the northern beaches as well this morning.
We've had a bunch of rainbows. We had a double rainbow yesterday afternoon that was incredible. I was running around the forest over here.
I was walking down here this morning, and as Jess just run us through this replay.
Yeah, she almost had that too. I think she's eyeing off that landing, but I think still projecting a little too far down the line. Like she kind of tried to pull out and parallel with the lip, but yeah, she was so close to having that, and that would have been a backup. I think that would have gone beyond the 3 for her and put her into a charging position here in heat 4.
It was a real knee buckler, but having another look.
Ooh. You know what? It's changing in this heat. The wave is changing. And I mean, waves are always changing, but it's really evident with the changing conditions here in this inside dump section. Hang on, and does so. That could change the standings in this heat. 4.58 is what Ellie Harrison needs to move into second place. And that commitment to that final maneuver, Jess, I feel is going to be rewarded.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. She kind of gets a little chip in, and I thought she'd mistime this, but she still puts it up there late, completely disappears. And I think from the front, that would have been, here we go, front angle as well. Oh, yeah, kind of buries the board and then completely engulfed and disappears, and she's loving that she's made that one.
Speaking of the judges, give her the number, you guys. Come on, there we go, perfect. 7.67, Ellie Harrison vaults into the lead.
There's that moment, Kaipo and Luke, that I was thinking about earlier on in the morning, is that pivotal point of the women's round of 48. There's the change, 7.67.
Yeah, I mean, it was total commitment again, and it's been rewarded.
A couple of judges went excellent there with the 8-point ride. We take out the 8 and we take out the 7, the high and the low. We average out the other 3. That's how we get to that 7.67 and the lead to Ellie Harrison. Impressive.
Yeah, my mind's starting to think about Ellie Harrison with a 9th in the bank on the Gold Coast, and we're talking about having those 2 good results. 9th could prove to be a pretty valuable result. I think if she does well here, again, moves into a really commanding position.
Yeah, I mean, a 9th, and I'm going to say she needs really to make an impact on her rankings, a semi-final here. You combine those 2, you're really looking at that top 5 situation at that point.
Yeah, you definitely, it's suddenly it's very close and within striking distance. The psychology shifts.
Yeah, or you win the event, you get 10,000 points, and now you're sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about winning.
Yeah, and that really is, you know, the goal. We already have India Robinson on the women's side with 10,000 points. On the men's side, we have Sammy Pupo with 10,000 points. So just those 2 strong, and that's the way you want to kick off this Challenger Series.
Yeah, and that would be really fresh in Ellie's mind as well. She spent the whole regional series over here competing against India. So sometimes it just takes that person ahead of you. You know, it's happened with Macy and Molly for a long time on the CT. You know, Macy had made it, and Molly came up and then started really lifting, and that pushed Macy as well. And I see a similar dynamic just in a heat-to-heat basis. Not so much outside of it, but with Ellie and India.
Yeah, it's going to be Ellie just kicking out there. It's going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to see Molly Picklum and her performance at stop number 6 on the championship tour at the Surf Ranch. It's going to be I think she's going to be one of the standouts there, Luke.
Well, I think she's technically very good. What the Surf Ranch tends to do is, if you have any little chinks at all in your or technical flaws in the surfing, it tends to highlight them.
Yeah,
so.
And it's a mental game. You know, the speaker says CT3, and then you hear the foil going, and you're like, oh no, here it comes, hang on.
Have you had a couple of waves? Have you experienced that pressure?
Yes, I have. I've had to kind of, in a way, steal them, but I did get a couple waves at the Surf Ranch. I'm looking for more invites. Anyone who wants to invite me, especially Strider Wazalewski, who gets 500 waves there annually.
What happens in your wave count? Say they're going to award you 1 wave for the rest of this year, Kaipo. If you miss that wave, that's it, hey?
Yeah.
No more.
Oh,
you're done.
Hang your head in shame.
That's a lot of pressure.
Well, here we are. We're just past the NRMA 5-minute warning. It's time for our Harvey Norman recap of this heat. And Ellie Harrison looking strong on the backhand, Jess.
Yeah, this is the opening performance for her on that wave. Just a quick click. Here's Caroline's, though. Her 6.07, just really smooth finesse of surfing. Here's Minami Nanaka's replays. That was a great wave choice. Bigger first section, but didn't quite have enough on the end of that one. For her, this is the really big score, though. This is the pivotal point in the heat loop.
Just a classic double up. Ellie knew from the outset she was only going to have the opportunity for 1 big maneuver. Little check turn to set it up, went for it, and rode out clean.
Yeah, it's so difficult because, you know, this wave, Luke, I'm going to go back to you. It has, what I've experienced, it has a lot of punch to it for a beach break.
Yeah, well, I feel like what's happened now is we're around about the high tide mark. So I think we're getting the swell has just moved in a little bit closer, doubling up on that inside bank.
Here's a replay to get caught up with Carolina, and right behind her, Nora Leota.
Yeah, Nora coming alive. I mean, Carolina's found another right, and then Nora, that was a critical end section for her. She's done well to readjust and shift. She's probably heard those numbers coming through from the rights, and maybe at this point feeling like she wants to go back to what she's comfortable and strong in. Here she goes again.
Leota, nice glide through there and looks down the line. While she's looking down the line, catches that rail. On the outside, rail goes down. So that was unfortunate.
Yeah, I felt like she was a little bit concerned she was going to run over Carolina Mendez and got a little bit balked by it.
Back in the day, you run someone over, you give them an interference. People were targets in heats.
I love it.
It's literally how it
that
went.
tactic
Guys would aim at you.
That tactic might have been used once or twice in the past.
Yeah, have a look at this. This is, I mean, Nora, I like, it's just flowy that first turn. She does kind of hit the lump and goes flying off before hitting the, you know, the back of Carolina. But I think it's a really good indication of her shifting. I mean, she might have waited a little too late, but she's able to take the feedback from what's been happening for her so far and get more into action.
You see how difficult it is out there just to make a good wave choice. Ellie Harrison going over the falls. Nora Leota again, Kaipo.
Nora. Oh, and that wave just gives up on the surfer from Maui. Meanwhile, we catch up with Minami Nonaka trying to fight her way back into the top 2. Minami needs a 4.41. Right now, we'll see how those numbers play out. Judges are playing catch-up. No doubt they're taking a look at a bunch of replays up in the judges' tower.
Yeah, so many throwaways. Like you said, Luke, it's just, there's heaps of opportunity, and I think getting more and more busy throughout this last minute and a half, it's still possible. I mean, famously, like Barton Lynch used to run those drills where he would give you 5 minutes in the water and see how many waves you can catch. And you can, like these athletes would know, they can take 5 waves in a minute and a half, you know, let alone 5 minutes. So for Minami, she would know Ellie's got one hook on her backhand and almost got herself an 8. A 4.41 for her is easily within reach. She just has to find that space away from Carolina, because you can see the strategy is about to play out now in a minute.
Yeah, I feel like Minami definitely has the backhand attack to get it done. Probably in one maneuver for that 4.41.
Here's our heat leader. Just catching fire at the end of this heat, Ellie Harrison. So this is going to be another good score to put in the bank there with multiple maneuvers on the backhand. She's got a low of a 4.5. She may have improved on that number. Your thoughts, Jess?
Yeah, I really liked, going back to your point, Kaiko, of the fundamentals of that first bottom turn for her. The patience, how she sat right at the trough of that little bowl section. Let's have a look at the replay. She sits down there and just kind of really capitalizes on all that scoring potential in the first section. Little check turn the second, and just kind of taps the foam to finish it off. But most importantly for that wave, that bottom turn.
Yeah, she looks exhausted right now. You can just see Carolina Mendez.
Mendez wants to hang on to that second position. She'll give herself a little more security if she can improve upon that 3.83 that she currently has in the scoreline. Horn goes, and we got quite a few scores to catch up on. So we're going to be sitting back here and waiting for the numbers to populate and give you the situation on the water. Ellie Harrison looking strong, though, to advance out of this heat. It's really going to be a fight for a second.
Yeah, I think she's looking pretty safe with that 7.67. I think maybe Minami had another maybe 2 or 3 waves under her belt. Here's the last of Carolina, though. She kind of really needs to get rid of that 3.83, especially if Minami had something a bit more substantial to those throwaways. I mean, another mid-range wave, but just confident surfing on the backhand for her.
And the judges just pile the numbers in right at the end. We'll just give you a payoff right here. It was Ellie Harrison with a strong performance in the back half of the heat to advance into round of 32, along with Carolina Mendez. We're going to advance on to a break, but we'll be right back. Heat 5, opening round of the women's, will be in the water.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. It rolls on into the round of 48 for the women. Heat number 5 hitting the lineup now. And we've got a great lineup of surfers that we're going to watch. Battle conditions here at North Narrabeen. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey joined by Laura Enever and Richie Lovett. Rich, looking forward to watching this heat. It's got the current world junior champ out there in the red jersey.
Yeah, Francisco Veselka. This is going to be exciting stuff. She had some okay numbers up on the Gold Coast, but would be looking for more down here.
Also in the water, we've got Natasha van Grunen, the South African, who we just saw up then. Pua de Soto, she'll be out there in the white jersey, and Sophia Medina, she will be out there in the green. And yeah, Sophia, of course, all excited to see what she can bring, really starting to collect a lot of event wins as she steps out the path toward the championship tour. She kicked things off here with a 2.17. And some movement here, and this is Sophia up, one big turn, sticks it. Really sure-footed, powerful surfer, and she'll be looking to really step things up again. I think the big name in the mix here, the biggest threat is Francisca Laura, just an amazing breakthrough result at the World Junior Championships earlier this year.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Really coming in as a wild card as well. So really cool to see Kika out there and yeah, coming into the big leagues now. What a amazing accolade to have, a World Junior title just in your belt, moving through these Challenger Series as she's taking off now.
Just chipping away at that first section. Throws the board up there on the final hit. Doesn't bring it back down though. But much like Jarvis Earl on the men's side, Francisca, she did enough work too she would have earned her place via the regional QS ranks. But yeah, the big bonus in claiming a World Junior title now is you get the benefit of a place on the Challenger Series for that season. Here's some replays. Earlier on, we saw Sophia Medina get this one.
Oh, just tags that final section. Does she ride out? No. And then she picked up this little right-hander here. That's a better turn, a bit more critical. So she's very busy.
Yeah, this one just happened. So, you know, only scores, low scores at the moment, but building with each ride at the moment, Sophia, and seeing some opportunity for big individual turns on those rides. Yeah,
well, we've been talking about those big individual turns all morning and just how they can get big scores. Ellie Harrison getting basically one turn in that last heat, 7.67. So Sophia would have been watching that and, yeah, seeing what she can do on those right-handers, you know, going obviously away from that south swell, so maybe not as much energy in those sections as what the lefts are offering. But, you know, still she's got a 3 right now, 3.5 and a 2.9 on 2 turns basically.
Yeah, that last one coming through at her best. There's been a couple of wide sets out there breaking, but they typically kind of fill up and don't make that connection through to the inside shallow sandbar. You're kind of lacking critical sections on those outer rides, really. You want something with a bit of punch on the inside. You want to make some kind of statement there.
Yeah, there might be the odd one that you could weave through, but a lot of downtime, a lot of you know, real scoring potential until it gets to this inside section anyway. It'd be a high risk strategy going out there and sitting around. You know, as the tide goes out, we may see that outside bank breaking a little bit more. Low tide at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So one thing's for certain, the lineup will change a little bit.
Yeah, if you had a lot of time, you'd be willing to sit out there and drop the anchor and sort of wait for a bomb, but with 30 minutes, it's just too risky.
If the swell was north, though, it'd be a different story. You'd be seeing rides right from that top of that sandbar all the way through. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, just adding on that, Rich. If it was more east or north in the swell, we'd be seeing long peeling left-handers coming down today, but hopefully the next few days it'll get there and swing around that bit more. So, you know, we won't have these straight sort of waves, and that's what the south swell's giving us at the moment. But still a lot to be had out there, and Sophia going down.
I love giving these surfers a challenge and a bit to figure out here.
Yeah, this last ride for Sophia Medina was a challenge. Put on the cloak of invisibility at the end of this ride. What happened to her? She's gone. Well, absolutely just mashed into the sandbar.
Yeah, totally swamped.
On the right now. The Selco there with a couple of nice hits. So you can see that even though those right-handers kind of push off the bank a little bit, it just allows a little bit of extra time to get 2 turns in. I just they're not counting manoeuvres out there at the moment. If you can get a solid combination, then yes, of course, it's going to benefit you. But I still think that the punchier option is the left, as we see Pua trying to prove me wrong there on a nice section, but she didn't get the completion.
Yeah, they're still a little deep for the true alley rights that are going into that channel where the lake comes out. But this was a good attempt, nearly converted.
Yeah, I think as we see the day go on, we'll see more people attempt that right-hander there. Just, you know, there are some powerful sections there.
You mentioned it yesterday, Ron. Just have a look at all the sand starting to get churned up on that inside bank. It gives you an indication of just how strong this swell is and just how hard it's hitting the sandbar.
So 21 minutes remaining here. Early lead goes to Sophia Medina, but no one's really made a statement just yet. We're waiting on a big number to drop here. The opening round is going to give you the opportunity to see some of those newcomers to the Challenger Series and the lower seeds that maybe didn't put it together last season. But awaiting them in the next round are the big names, those surfers who've established themselves at the top, have been consistent performers. And that's when things get really interesting. But it's sometimes, I've heard people say it, Laura, that, you know, getting an extra heat before you enter those clashes in the later stages, it can really work in your favour. You get a better feel on the conditions, and you work out what you're looking for.
Yeah, a bit of momentum, and someone who can talk to that would be Steph Gilmore, who knows well and truly what it's like to surf 5 heats in a single day and take a world title. So, you know, you can find that momentum, you can find out, like, work out the lineup and then take it into your next heat, and really already have, I guess, just pros and cons of your approach out there, and strengths and weaknesses.
Nice little left-hander from deep on the bank there. Just hard to even get in there at the moment with this water sweeping across the bank.
It's amazing how quickly you can get to waves when you're watching from the beach.
Oh yeah.
You see so much missed opportunity. But these competitors are also dealing with a bit of a rip current that's tearing through this lineup as well. We've seen a few surfers in the earlier heats today just get pulled out of position and not even needing big scores, unable to actually track them down, as we see ducking under the lip there. Francisca Vaselko not going to extract many points out of that one, but it's showing promise, the sandbar.
Yeah.
I mean, that. Yes, there is a rip. Yes, it's difficult to connect with a wave that offers you more than a couple of sections. But it's there. It's sort of threatening to just turn on at any stage. Could be a magic period during the day.
Yeah, at some point there's going to be these crazy little moments where things are just going to line up, the ripples settle down, and we'll see some incredible rides.
Rich and I were talking about it a bit earlier, but just on the northern beaches here and in Sydney, you know, with all these beach breaks around, staying aware of the tides and the rips and the banks on offer all up and down every beach, you can well and truly find a really epic wave at a certain time of day,
yep.
all to yourself, and just as soon as those rips happen. And, you know, it's the same when you go to places like France, Brazil, all these different places around the world that, you know, those currents and those tides and wind all affect every little beachy, and you can get your own little wave, your own little break for maybe half an hour before someone spots you, and then there's a pack out there.
Well, it's interesting to me too, you know, that people often say it's a bit more of a lottery in these kind of conditions, especially with 4 surfers in the water. But, you know, if that were the case, you'd have new winners like breaking through at every single event. But, you know, the greats can figure it out, a tricky lineup. They can make sense of it. They can read snapper rocks well and know which waves are going to work, but they can also look at a lineup like this and identify where they need to sit to tap into the best scoring opportunity, and also find an edge over rivals. As we see there, Sophia just absolutely pounded there. Just gets caught under that one. Big rib in the face.
Yeah, to your point, Ryan, it's such a different style of surfing, these beach breaks, compared to long point waves and reef breaks. These are little wedgy peaks, as we see Sophia just ankle tap going down. But yeah, you really need to, growing up on the northern beaches, very rarely do you get a wave that offers you more than 3, maybe 4 turns, So you're trained in these sort of conditions to adjust your approach, to surf, stay nice and tight in the pocket. And I guess a lot of the Brazilians would probably fare themselves as doing well out here because it's a similar approach that they have on their beach breaks.
Well, just on 16 minutes remaining here, and it is Sophia Medina who's holding on to the lead at the moment. The surfer in red, Francisca Vaselko in second. And we'll see if blue and white can get themselves into a position to qualify after this Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. It's another ripper day down here at North Narrabeen. I'm with the last heat winner, Ellie Harrison. Ellie, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was tricky out there, but when you found one, it was good to get some turns in.
With all due respect, you've come onto this Challenger Series and you look like a fully formed, ready to go after it pro surfer. Are you surprised by that?
Thank you. I don't know. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I'm just having fun, just experience new places, new surf breaks, and I don't know, just trying to surf my best.
You just look like the transition from the juniors to the Challengers has just been an absolute breeze for you.
I don't know. I wouldn't say breeze, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to surf how I normally surf in free surf, but yeah, I don't know.
Anyone you're taking any inspiration from? Any mentors in your ear?
Yeah, my mum, dad, family, the HBC, yeah, Kurt, my manager. Yeah, bits and pieces from everywhere that's helping me out. So yeah, it's good.
What do you do with the rest of the day down here at North Narrabeen?
I'll probably go get some food and I don't know, watch a couple heats, watch a couple of Aussies.
Well done, Ellie. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Stace. Ellie Harrison. Big moves, big scores. Moving on through to that next round out there in the lineup at the moment. Heat number 5, just on 12.5 minutes to go. Sophia Medina holds on to the lead. Low scoring heat this one. And Francisca Vaselko taking a chance on some opportunity down there at Car Park Rights at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. Might as well just sniff around this lineup. We saw some nice tubes coming through there earlier.
What do you think of that as a tactic, Richard?
Aaron, I don't mind it. You know, it seems like the left's gone a little bit sleepy, a bit tricky at the moment as the tide just runs out. So, you know, well, she's got priority too. That's the interesting thing. She hasn't held her position with the other competitors with top priority. She's actually gone down the beach a little bit where priority's actually 0 factor if you're by yourself. So,
do you think that's an interesting strategic manoeuvre?
Well, it is in itself, yeah. Normally, you know, the status quo is to stay amongst the pack and try and kind of hold your ground, yeah. But, like, really, the highest score we've seen is a 3.73. So at this point in the heat, there's no harm in just going, you know what, A plan didn't really work. B plan's kind of gone south as well. Let's go to C plan and see what I can manufacture.
Well, I would say that her and her team, you know, came up with this sort of plan to go out on the left, and if she just wasn't vibing it, to scoot down. But, you know, when to make that call is a whole nother ball game in itself. You know, giving yourself enough opportunity, and sometimes, yeah, being like, okay, I'm going to make the move down the beach and be really confident in that decision.
Well, here we go. Sophia up again. Unable to finish that one off. Just under 11 minutes to go. I guess the thing is, if you've got priority and you're surfing way down the beach, if a good set does come to that predominant left, you're obviously not there to take that opportunity away from someone else. So we'll see what happens here.
It looks to me like the competitors just aren't quite deep enough. Have a look at that peak out the back there. To me, there's scoring potential on some of those ones that are a bit more tapered. You'd have to put yourself right in that little zone. It's a steep takeoff. So even that one there just sort of held up. If you're on that already, I'm sort of mind surfing it. You're doing your second turn where the competitors is taking off now, where Natasha's taking off. So she got a couple of good turns done.
Yeah, positioning today super hard as we see Kiko down the beach on the right.
Let's see what she can do. Has she made the right call? Just the one turn. She's in second spot. Only needs a 2.67 to get up into first with just under 10 minutes to go.
You can see a little bit of backwash just affecting the waves as well. So really tricky period.
The lefts look particularly chunky at the moment. Sort of slamming down really quickly. Not a whole lot of room to get the combinations or even individual turns laid down as Pua de Soto tries to turn her heat around. She's not been able to break into even the 2-point range just yet, so having a bit of trouble out here at the moment.
Yeah, just really tricky to find even a 2-turn combination at the moment. And this is Natasha here, so gets a little snap off the top, finishes off with a foam hit. Front side bash from Francisca. This is a better looking wave.
Oh, big bash by Sophia there. She loves that one. That was one of the bigger waves of this heat. A really nice big first turn in the pocket there, and just coming down with the foam. That will feel nice for her. I would say that will go into her top scores, be one of the top, 5.17, highest score of the heat for that one turn.
Yeah, she was, I think, just celebrating the fact that she was able to ride out of that manoeuvre. I think, you know, even Sophia, she's capable of so much more, but there comes a time in a heat like this when no one's getting numbers and you know that that's a turning point for you. And Sophia celebrating. Let's see if she's gained a bit of momentum out of that finish. And this wave provides a couple of opportunities. And again, she sort of stands tall. You read the body language. She knows that she's probably going to get rid of that 3.5 now.
For sure. And we've been talking about it all day. Once people get one big score, usually they'll go back out and back it up really quickly. And Sophia's just done that. She's found the momentum and found that little sweet spot out here. Looks straight into a nice clean wall, and just this second turn, nice and bashed that to push through, and that'll drop her lower score.
Pua here driving around the section. Bit of foam on the face to deal with, but throws it up over that oncoming right there and manages to get the completion, so should be her best ride. 7.5 minutes to go. It's it just feels too like everyone went out there. You got to remember that prior to the event getting underway, there was a day where it was obviously a lot more manageable than this. Super clean offshore conditions.
East swell.
Yeah, really easy to read. And perhaps the expectation of what North Narrabeen would deliver in these heats almost kind of given the competitors a pretty lofty expectation.
Yeah.
But they're out there. It looks like these surfers are getting a little busier now. I recognise this character. Spent a lot of time on our cameras. Charlie Medina. And he's watching his daughter surf at the moment. He's got to be happy with her last 2 rides. She's got herself in a pretty decent position now. The last wave came through at a 4.5.
She really is seeming the most confident out there in this lineup, and it feels like she's, you know, moving around the most. And so we see Kika, one huge turn, and we were wondering whether down the beach would pay off for her, and it looks like it might just have done that.
She's also eliminated that, you know, tough choice that we see competitors have to make with priority sometimes, especially when the conditions aren't fantastic and you're maybe overthinking what kind of wave you should take when you've got that priority. But that was an easy decision for her. Big bash, should be a huge score.
Tags it, absolutely tagged the lip. You can see it bottomed out. She just put enough weight on the back half of the board. This is Sophia again. Starting to find a bit of rhythm, bit of flow. Charlie loves it.
Got that solid stance. And Sophia, she had a 5.17 for one turn, expecting Francisca's going to turn in a bit more, and she does. A 6.67, crisp timing out of the lip, and just fell out of the sky.
Oh, that would have felt so good, and relief, you know, to make that big decision to go down the beach and to trust in your instincts, to look at those markers. She probably hasn't surfed down there much the last few days. So it was really all instinct and trust that got her into that position. So paying off, and they're the wins that feel really good.
Yeah, I know she won her World Junior title on lefts, but even at the start of this heat, her backhand, it didn't look quite as sharp as the forehand did on that last ride.
Yeah, that forehand looked really good. You could see there was an extra bit of confidence as she drove off the bottom and just was looking at the lip there. So when you're facing the wave, it is less daunting. You know, you can time it perfectly, get right up there. But yeah, a really aggressive approach. Great to see.
And that's put her in into the lead now, just on 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Will be interesting to see if she darts back up the beach now and sort of tries to get in her competitor's ear, or if she'll just play the offense down the beach and try better that 3.73 now.
Well, she's found the best number in the heat, and she wants to get rid of this 3.73. But let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and see how Francisca's set up this lead. It was Sophia Medina, though, who dropped the big number to get this heat really going.
Yeah, this was basically the starting point of this heat. And Sophia, she, like a big brother, stays pretty busy in this heat and catches a lot of waves, but she's building. Each score is improving, but Francisca found this little gem, the breakaway move down to the southern bank, car park rights, and she's the first one to do it, and there might be a few more following her lead.
Yeah.
She's having a look at another one here, and she's off, trying to get rid of a 3.73. She has a couple of sections. Nice carve to get started. Up into the pocket, whips one off the top, and is trying to hang on for the finish, but to set the fins free. Lost a bit of control there. But that'll probably go into the top 2, you'd think.
Yeah, I would say just loving that speed and confidence in her surfing right there. You know, taking off, and just the speed in that board is really nice. Just timed this first turn so nice. Whips her arms around, whips her board around, slashes there, and to get over this bump, that was a really hard end turn, but most of the work was done there.
If you eliminate that final turn, it was still a pretty good 2-turn combo.
Totally.
So I wonder if she had people on the beach, coaches waving her down there. They obviously had this plan in their mind before they paddled out, and maybe she just looked in and went, okay, they're signalling me to go down the beach, so yep, it's the right move.
Just I think just with that current tearing through the lefts at the moment, car park rights is actually serving up a little bit more clean face.
Yeah. I guess what you'd have to do is sort of mind surf that area before you're heading out. If you really trust that that's going to be the spot, actually throw some seaweed.
Get out of my face.
We haven't had that seaweed for a while either, so just a little treat. But you know, having to mind surf those waves before you go down the beach there, and really know that you could go out and get some scores on them.
Impressive, yeah. 4.93. That's without the finish. And that's left Sophia Medina looking for a 6.44 to get into the lead, but Pua Makamai de Soto, she's in that third spot. She needs a 6 to advance. And Natasha Van Grunen, she's after a 7-point ride. So just with the combination of those mid-range scores and without Pua and Natasha posting anything of substance, the requirements are pretty hefty now. And there's the need to connect with a wave that's going to serve up one big meaty section or offer a combination of turns. They've got priority over Sophia out there at the moment, so they've got a shot at it.
Yeah, final 1 minute.
That sandbar is just stepping out. Have a look at it.
Yeah, it's that tide running out is just making it pretty tricky right there on that at the moment. You know, maybe on low tide it might move way further out off the bank and off this inside section, but right now it's looking pretty difficult.
Well, here we go. Pua's making a move here. Sorry, it's Natasha off the top. None able to finish this one off. 45 seconds to go. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Pua gets an opportunity here on the outside. 40 seconds. It almost feels like the bigger set waves on that chunky sandbar at the moment might just give you a little bit more space to get a big major turn in. Those cupped out faces on those medium-sized sets just look so difficult to read at the moment.
Even hard just to get the takeoff and navigate your way to the bottom of the wave. Pretty difficult. I can get a little roll in with a feathery little lip that just pushes you down and you get set. But time is running out.
Some unpredictable conditions on these lefts. Pua making her move. This wave has little to no wall. And she's not going to be able to turn in a 6 on that. So Sophia Medina's going to hang on for second place here. We are waiting on some scores to roll in. But it seems to me like this result is in the bag for Francisca Veselko. A solid performance, tactically, a big gamble heading to the southern end of the contest site. But one that's paid off for her. And she is moving on through to the next round. Stay with us. We've got Heat 6 around the corner. It's going to be a fantastic heat. Kobe Enright, Paige Harrop, Silvana Lima and Kira Pinkerton are out there next.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Welcome back to the show. An award-winning performance there by Richie Lovett and family.
Thanks, mate.
Looked like a lot of fun, Rich.
It
Little
was.
trip up the coast.
Yeah, just to the Umina Park there. It was excellent. We had a beautiful time. There was some fun little waves and, yeah, no shortage of things to do, that's for sure. Great food, great atmosphere. Really cool people at the park as well. Always willing to look after you and give you the hot tips for secret little tracks and things to explore.
Yeah, the NRMA Parks and Resorts definitely worth checking out on your next adventure. Right now, though, we're having a look at heat number 6, the round of 48. Kobe Enright is out there. Already has a 4.17. Paige Harrop, former CT surfer in the blue. And the Kiwi is keen to get back onto the championship tour. Another CT veteran, Silvana Lima.
Have a look at this.
Is up at the moment, and have a look at this wall. Silvana draws off the bottom, straight off the wave. And out there in the green is Kira Pinkerton, who had a throwaway number as well. I thought Silvana was going to load up for something huge there.
Yeah, nearly, but follow the leader down the beach. It's happened. This is Kobe Enright. On her forehand, we know she's got this big swooping turn that she taps into. And then Kira Pinkerton behind her. Good-looking wave standing up in front of her, but just gets away from her.
Yeah, she charges Kira. She'll give it a good nudge on some of these heavier sections for sure. But Kira and Kobe focusing their attention on the right at the southern end of the contest site here. Just at the car park.
Well, you can instantly see there's not that big rip running through the lineup there. It's a more settled part of the bank, but it does shut down really quickly. And you know, when you're out at alley rights, and Laura, you'll back me up here, I hope. You really don't want anything with too much wall because it runs off super quick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you just want to find a nice, like, sort of peaky section down there on the car park rights, because a lot of them are quite straight, but you can find the odd gem. And yeah, there's some amazing barrels down there on the day, and like we saw this morning, South Swell is when the car park rights come to life. But yeah, they are tricky. You got to be really onto it, and you got to sort of wait for that right south peak to come through.
Yeah, well, speaking of barrels, I've got a barrel etched in my mind of you, Ron. Just
really?
Sitting in an absolute nugget down there.
Did have a couple of fun sessions down there. I don't know if I got out of that one. I think I know the wave you're talking about.
We might have to
it
pull
tends
that
to
up
pop
at some
up on my
stage.
Instagram account once every 3 months.
Coming
But
into
I lived at the southern end of the beach here at Narrabeen and grew up there when I was a kid. And it has its days. But typically, it's until you get to North Narrabeen, each set wave breaks from sort of the other side of car park rights to Collaroy. As we see Kobe Enright up now. Already has a 4.17. That should back it up pretty nicely. Silvana Lima getting in on the mix as well.
I'll tell you what, this round of 48 heat does not feel like round of 48. It's a stacked heat. You know, Silvana Lima, Paige Harrop, two women that have been on the tour before for many years, and Kira Pinkerton and Kobe Enright up and coming absolute shredders. So
we've seen all of them in CT events.
Yeah, we have.
Silvana, obviously, we've seen it a lot. She's won multiple events and challenged for world titles as well. Just doing her best to try and hang on to that one. Here's the replay of Kobe's right, which should fetch a pretty reasonable score. Just came through at a 4.47.
Yeah, nice hit here. You can see she's a taller surfer and uses that leverage and power to really put an emphasis on her turns. I'd like to see Silvana coming down on these little rights and maybe take to the air, show us some of that progressive work that she does so well.
Yeah, Kobe, you know, would have been coming here to North Narrabeen thinking, oh, this is going to be a challenge. I'm going to be on my backhand. Such a strong, regular footer, but she's found a ride out there and at the moment has the heat lead.
Yes, all the Snapper Rocks crew will always find a ride to sniff out.
23 minutes to go here. Kira Pinkerton lining something up. This wave looks okay. Fell on her first, missed an opportunity to drop a good score. She'll try and make up for it here. Unfortunately, just gets a little hung up and then can't ride out. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Kika, well adapted there.
Yeah, the left was really tough. I had the plan B to come into this peak and get a couple rights. So yeah, my coach did me the sign and I just started paddling and stuck with my plan B.
Pretty easy paddle with the current going that way?
Actually not. There's a lot of water moving, a lot of seaweed, and so much whitewash. It was really hard, but I'm stuck.
When you have a plan A and a plan B, how hard is it to just commit to plan A until you see the coach wave?
I actually really wanted to start on the right, but then I thought it wouldn't be a good idea. I would be the first one to do so. But I ended up actually being the first one, and now the girls on the next heat in this heat are surfing where I was. So apparently it was a good plan, and I'm stoked.
Certainly is. You're a trendsetter. Well done, and we'll see you in the next couple of days.
Good on you, Stace. Yeah, Francisca Vaselko there. Smart move. Switching things up, finding some scoring opportunity to the southern end of the contest site. That bank is so strong. It's even trying to, hold up the direction of this south swell and still provide some opportunity on the lefts. But with the rip at the moment, it just looks really hard to find space for combinations, and even for a big individual turn. The right is definitely looking like the best option, and just the numbers from Kobe Enright would suggest that's the call at the moment. Especially if you're on your forehand and you've got a strong game.
Yeah, definitely important to be fluid out there and just be open to changing that plan when it doesn't work. You just go, okay. You don't want to come in going, geez, I should have just gone down the beach, or I should have just done that. You kind of got to be confident in your decision making and go, yep, I'm going to do it. And more often than not, it sort of pays off.
Nothing worse than being stuck between two heads or two banks, really, when you're out in heat, and if you're looking up the beach going, oh, should I be over there, or what are they getting? And yeah, you just have to really stick to the guns.
Just over 20 minutes to go here. We were talking about images of car park rights and some of the amazing photos that we've seen in this area. I love the angles of Mark Honorati, local photographer, just always hides out in little secret zones and just gets such unique perspectives on this area. That's kind of another cool thing about returning to the Northern Beaches. Of course, there's incredible surfing talent, but Rich, when you think about the contribution that the Northern Beaches has had to the surf industry, there's a lot of greats that you can talk about. Shaping is a big one.
Yeah, absolutely. Brookvale in particular was really the gateway to surfboard manufacturing in Australia for a long time, and then it's shifted some of the energy up towards Monavale. But Shane Stedman down there, obviously Midget Farrelly and so many others. Bob McTavish came down here and used to shape a lot in the early years. So yeah, I guess we can credit Sydney and the Northern Beaches for really being influential in board design and board evolution. For sure.
And Warner.
Yep, absolutely. So many distinguished board brands here as we see Silvana Lima just on this little right-hander. And of course, we would be remiss not to mention the great Simon Anderson, credited with inventing the thruster, and we could talk about that for hours. But obviously putting that to the test down at the 81 Bells Beach Classic, and got the win. And became the standard.
I feel like we'll be talking about Simon a lot throughout this event.
I think so. I don't see why not. Absolute legend.
The stories. We'll have to get him in for a story.
Oh, I'd love to get Simon into the booth for a chat. At the moment, though, we're looking at 18 minutes on the clock. Scores on the way. And I'm just loving the fact that we're seeing a lot of swell here at the moment. It's forcing the surfers to commit to big sections, to big turns.
Here's a big old set about to roll through.
Yeah, just under 18 minutes to go here. And the numbers coming through here for Silvana Lima, 4.4. That sees her up into second place now. So Kobe Enright still holding on to the lead. As you can see, that the numbers aren't huge for the competitors at the moment.
Bail out.
Yeah, right on the melon.
It is sometimes the better option than trying to duck dive. When that lip lands right in front of you, chuck the board.
Yeah.
Chuck the board and dive.
Yeah, you're sort of in for a bit of a death roll otherwise, aren't you?
Yeah.
You just get thrown around.
Oh,
no.
Hang on.
Just
Not always the best option, Rich.
yes.
Yeah, busted leash there for Silvana Lima. She's going to have to make her way to the beach. Caddy will probably meet her down there. Just on 17 minutes to go. She only just moved up into the top two. Kira Pinkerton in third place, looking for a 6.66, and Paige Harrobs after a 6.8 hasn't really had anything go her way just yet. So while Silvana comes in for a change with the leash, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Get stuck into season 2 of Make or Break, streaming now on Apple TV+. Out there in the lineup at the moment with just over 14 minutes to go. We've got Kobe Enright out in front. Silvana Lima just busted her leash and is on her way back out. She's in second place. Kira Pinkerton just chasing down opportunities in this lineup, but has had a tough go of it so far. Hasn't been able to put any numbers together. And some frustration, obviously, for her, as she looks to get herself out of third position and into a qualifying spot. 14 minutes to go, though. And as Francisca Veselko, the heat winner from Heat 5, said, you know, even though there's a little bit more face to work with out there, holding position is difficult at the moment. All that energy coming from the south, wanting to pull you off this sandbar. And Kira's just begging for the opportunity to bank a number that can get her back in this heat right now. Paige Harrob, much like Kira, has really had nothing decent to speak of. Been a very quiet heat for the Kiwi.
It's almost got shades of Super Tubos in Portugal, how it's shifting around and there's all these little rips and currents moving through the lineup, and you have to just be almost flowing with it in a way and just trying to get in rhythm.
Well, you saw there just how much water is moving around. I mean, as soon as Paige stopped paddling, the ocean was pulling her out of position, basically. So she's just fighting to get herself into this one. I think she's got the lefts all to herself now, though.
Yeah.
And look at what she's battling there.
Yeah, it's like a river right now. It's just that tide has really made things difficult out here, and so hard when you're in a heat and you've just been paddling for so long to stay positive and to stay in the zone and to just like really make sure you're going to be in that right position when that wave comes through. It's non-stop.
Yeah, here we go.
Kira has found a section and throws down one of her trademark hits off the top and hangs on for the finish. That should put a smile on her face.
I just got some goosebumps.
It is cold in here.
It is cold, but that was amazingly surfed. It just felt like when she took off on that wave, everything, all the trickiness of what had been happening out there just, calmed down, and she found herself this wave and absolutely went to town on it. This first turn, big, and then this next one, that was such a hard section, and she just bashes it up into the lip.
This is going to be a big score.
Yeah,
this is going to blow this heat wide open.
We haven't seen many two-turn combos today, so that was a moment for her. I know Kira got the late-minute call-up, and I saw her down at the beach the other day, and she had her bike and she had her board, and I was like, when did you get here? And she was like, she looked a bit frazzled. She was like, I just got in like last night. I just found out I was in, and I was like, where are you staying? And she was like, I'm staying about 10 minutes away, but I don't have a car, so I'm riding a bike. So she's riding a bike, and I was like, okay, we need to get you some lifts down to the comp, and she said that she lined a few up, but that must feel nice right there.
Yeah, there was a mental competition going on in her own mind through this heat. She's had moments where she's been frustrated and couldn't even penetrate and get out the back. And, we've seen her dig back in, get herself in position. She's been rewarded with a nice wave, and she's converted.
767, highest of the heat.
Well, that's...
So one down, one to go.
Yeah.
That's a good example of just keeping your head in the game, and even when you're looking frustrated, not letting it get the better of you. She did look pretty flustered there for a while. You could tell by the way she was kicking her legs, and she was actually annoyed that she wasn't able to just maintain that position, but fighting hard against that current to find the 7.67 has put her in a really strong position to make a run at the lead, and there's some of that frustration.
Motion there by Kira.
Here is the replay of that last ride again. She's so strong.
It's so strong in her surfing and her performance, but what about the mental strength
to turn that around?
To go, okay, I'm obviously being overwhelmed by this whole situation here. Kick back into gear. Come on, dig deep. This is what you're in this for. This is what you've trained for. These are the situations that you think of when you go to sleep at night. And she's done so well just to regather.
There's been some heavy wipeouts throughout the morning as well, and we're not entirely sure if maybe her board hit her or what happened, but hopefully we get to find out at the end. But Kobe Enright here, finding a room for a clean combination. Number of hits there, and she was just looking to improve on a 4.47. She'll do that and increase her lead here.
I'll tell you what, Silvana and Paige will be paddling as quick as they can. Look, we can see them now just darting south. They'll be hearing so many scores dropping from this south bank and be moving quick, smart down there.
Silvana Lima just couldn't quite get onto that little nugget. And it's so interesting too, because it's like the rips are going in so many different directions. If you're on the peak on the left, it pulls you out of position for the left, and on the right it's actually coming up the beach as well from south to north. So to try and get on the takeoff spot on the right's also challenging.
There's a lot of sand build up in the northern corners at the different beaches here at the moment, and typically though the beaches here in Sydney are quite steep there on the shoreline, and you can see all that backwash going through. So in addition to a south swell on a sandbar that typically likes a bit more east on it, you've got rip currents over near obviously the lagoon entrance, but also to the southern end of the event site here. There's just so much going on.
Yeah, guys, I promise Narrabeen is it's very different on an east swell.
Oh, we know it is, and that east swell will turn up over the next couple of days. We're confident it's going to deliver.
8 minutes remaining here. And the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians the Kayamagal and Gadigal people of their country, of this country, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and we want to extend that acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today and joining us on the broadcast. I gave everyone a little hot tip the other day, one of my favourite sacred sites that you can actually drive pretty close to over there in the Ku-ring-gai National Park, the Red Hands Caves. Really clear, and they've been there for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and you know, it's just basically a short shuffle away. And there's also some rocks there where you can see where the Gadigal people used to actually sharpen their axes and their tools there. So it's all right here on Sydney's northern beaches, and you feel that energy every time you're in this beautiful zone. 7 minutes remaining here, and Paige Harrop just trying to fight her way in a position to progress through this heat, but she's just counting on throwaway scores at the moment.
Yeah, that'll feel good for Paige, getting moving there. A two-turn combination, so it won't be the 7.81, but it'll get her back in this.
Oh, Silvana on the inside, unable to finish that one off. Here's Paige.
Yeah, Paige on the backhand. So she's found a little space to get to work, and you can see how much energy and effort she's putting into the wave. Silvana just gets a little stuck on the first turn, and that just put her timing off. And I did just notice there that Kira had a look at one of those rights out the back. She had priority. She's now lost it. She's thankful only dropped down into second priority because of these two ladies still trying to make their way out the back. But yeah, still holding on to that 1.07. She's got to get rid of that.
Here's a heat where we've got rising stars trying to really step up on the Challenger Series and get themselves to the CT. And then you've got a couple of former veteran competitors here who really hold the edge with their experience, but they're being tested by the young guns.
For sure, and I mean, Kira had that breakthrough result winning the ISA World titles at Huntington last year, and I remember after she won that, she wrote this Instagram post that was basically explaining that she finally felt like she'd arrived after so many years of, you know, giving it a go in the juniors and QS, that was her breakthrough result, and she learned a lot from that. So it's cool to see her here, and yeah, really cool to see what she's going to be able to do.
The breakthrough moment for me with Kira Pinkerton happened during the pandemic. She spent a lot of time up in Indonesia, and she tapped into huge swell and was getting stand-up sole arch barrel rides at big HTs. And yeah, she just marked herself as I think one of the stronger big wave surfers that we have on the Women's Challenger Series for sure. She's just looking for that backup score at the moment. She just wants to up the requirement here. She was trying to throw away a 1.07.
I mean, if that comes through at a 3 or a 3.5, it's going to make life a lot more difficult for Silvana and Paige. But you could see here it was a
bit of a desperate.
It was a nervous effort, wasn't it?
Yeah. Having to drop a 1, it's yeah, it looked nervous, but she just knew she had to do it. You know, any point that she can get, she got 2 points for that, so it has upped the scores needed for Silvana and Paige now.
Yeah, that's job done, really. I mean, of course she wants more, and there's still 4 minutes. She can build on that, but Silvana, she was only chasing a 4.35. Paige Harrop only needed a 3.48 to get up in a second. So, you know, like looking at that, it's a very important 2-point ride.
Yeah, a point is a point, and she's been able to extend a little bit, but again, not out of trouble. But at least she can hunt now. She'll get busy in this last couple of minutes.
Big set rolling through here. No takers. Silvana there at the end of it. Almost looked like she could have been on that one.
Yeah, that had opportunity there for Silvana. Look at this big playing field now. Just go and have a look.
Yeah, well, the other competitors, they may have gone too far south now. They're starting to go way down the beach.
Just over 3 minutes to go. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. I mean, the battle's been on for second spot, really, but Kobe Enright's looked well and truly in control throughout the exchange.
She really has. From her first wave, well, it felt like a lifetime ago, she's been in control, and this was the wave for Kira that turned her heat around. 7.67, highest of the heat. That would have felt good. The mental switch, and then Kobe back again on it. Just finding these smaller but really nice, clean right-handers down on the car park rights. This was a nice one, throwing so much spray and just composed, strong surfing.
You were talking about it yesterday, Rich, and really tricky conditions like this. The surfer who can iron out the bumps with flowing turns and go rail to rail is always going to have an edge, and Kobe's found that.
Yeah, she's somehow delivered this silky smooth performance on her rides, and very, credit to her, very hard to do in conditions like this.
Kira, though, is well within reach of the lead. She doesn't need a whole lot at all. She's, taken off on the biggest wave of the heat and delivered a couple of big power hits for the highest scoring ride, 7.67.
Looks like a little peak approaching outside here. This is going to be an exciting 2 minutes.
Yeah, this has dangerous times for Kira because, you know what, she did up the ante and push the requirement a little bit higher for Silvana and Paige. You've got to remember who you're talking about here. CT surfers who've been in these situations plenty of times and have big moves that they can call on to easily turn in the requirement here. So 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and I really wouldn't be surprised if we see Kira just scramble and try and get herself into another one here, as Silvana has again. So I really feel like Silvana's maybe let a couple of opportunities go in this heat.
Yeah, there's been a couple of ways where she just needed an extra bit of effort to get into them. She's hunting right now, looking for something, but there's easy to say for us sitting comfortably here in the booth, and but yeah, hard work out there.
Well, Silvana, you'd have to say that the second most accomplished surfer that we have on the Women's Challenger Series, behind Sally Fitzgibbons. They share some similar accolades. They've both had runner-ups to the world title. Sal with a lot more CT wins, though, both of them representing their countries at the Olympics, and both of them very, very keen to get back onto the championship tour. But this isn't going to be the event for Silvana by the looks of things. 40 seconds to go, and still looking for that 5.35. She almost seemed to be halfway between the left and the car park rights here in this heat.
Yeah, just a little in no man's land, in two minds. She might get a little opportunity here, though. No.
Had a look at it. 15 seconds to go. Kobe Enright, sweet. 6.67 for her, and a 5.67 up again now. Just on a victory lap, really drawing her turns out beautifully today. And she'll be making that move into the next round as Kira Pinkerton also finds another ride. And this should shore up second position for her. This is going to be better than the 2.07.
Oh, you can see Paige was trying to get onto that wave as well. And Paige actually had priority. So if she had caught it, Kira would have had to straighten out.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely she's going to add some more points there. She'll replace that too, and it will end up being a comfortable progression.
Yeah, you could kind of see that Kira was like straightening out, waiting to see if Paige got in, and then she pulled the trigger and went for it when she knew she hadn't. But two young guns.
Yeah, and Kira was having a moment out there. We're not entirely sure what she was going through, and hopefully she's all good. But you've got to commend how well she rallied in that heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Just found some extra motivation and effort, and recomposed. What a crazy 30 minutes.
Yeah, that was wild.
It was wild. And Kobe Enright just made so much sense of it. And she is on her way to the next round in good form. We're going to take a quick break here. So much more coming your way. We're going to bring in Kaipo Guerrero, Luke Kennedy, and Jess Grimwood for the call.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, Sydney's beautiful northern beaches. North Narrabeen, to be specific, our site for stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. And here we are on the Harvey Norman hosted. I'm Kaipo, along with Jess Grimwood and Luke Kennedy. Luke, things have changed over the last hour or so as far as conditions out here.
Yeah, we've seen the tide running out, and that bank is really churning, stepping out, doubling up, which prompted a few tactical changes for the surface in the last couple of heats. Shifted down to what's known as the car park rights. Can typically be a really hollow barreling right-hander at times, but kind of more like a right rip bowl scenario at the moment. And it's paying dividends at the definitely. We've seen a couple of good waves ridden, and it's going to be really interesting to see what strategy the surfers take in the next heat. Will they go back to the rights? Will they return to the lefts?
Yeah, I mean, I guess versatility is going to come into play, Jess, where, a lot of surfers may have been thinking coming into Narrabeen, okay, we're going to be on a performance left, but right now it looks like most of the scores may be on offer on the rights as we took this wide view of the playing field.
Yeah, and I liked how Kiko Francisco Vaselko in that earlier heat, the first person to make the move and switch to plan B, found that one score, and it really inspired, I think, Kobe's performance, and I loved watching those scores being thrown down from Cobes.
This is Anon Matsuoka representing Japan, one of 2 Japanese surfers in this heat, along with Nanaho Suzuki. Also, Daniela Rosas from Peru out in the water, and the young phenom, Erin Brooks, is in the green jersey.
Yeah, the 2 Japanese surfers for me, guys, has been incredible to watch. I've been staying up late nights and watching them in the 1000s and the 3000s and the 5000s over in Japan, and it's been pretty incredible to watch their air show and their progression coming into play in the QS surfing.
So you reckon there's a lot of progression in the Japanese ranks?
Yeah, within their own rank, like if we look just within even the women that didn't qualify through our region, for the Japanese surfers, like they just are pushing it. They were throwing down air reverses over there at I think it was the Hoga Pro, and like quarterfinal scores were like 8s and 9s. It was pretty sweet. Yeah, so it's good to watch these 2 in this heat.
It truly is the new generation as well. Nanaho, just 19 years old. Anon Matsuoka, just 17 years old. So really the new guard coming out of Japan on display here. And also we got a 15-year-old in the water, Luke, in the way of Erin Brooks, who's just been setting the internet on fire with some of the free surfing clips he's able to post. Yeah,
I mean, Erin is talking about surfers that are capable of progression. Erin has proven that she's got an incredible aerial repertoire, also loves big barrels, made the final of the Padang Cup recently, which was a huge moment in her career, and is really one of the most talked about surfers in the world right now, as we see, throwing the fins on that final maneuver.
So that's a 4.83 coming out of that replay. So early lead to Erin Brooks, Jess.
Yeah, 4.83. I mean, it might have been the angle, but that's a really good sign for her going through the rest of this heat. Every other heat I've watched, those people that are battling it out for second were really challenged to find a score like that. So for her to pretty much have a warm-up lap of a wave and post a 4.83, I'm excited to see if she can tweak out some turns. I particularly like her ability to really kind of cork or tweak those airs that we've seen in those clips coming from the wave pools and things.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yesterday afternoon we called the event off, and I saw Erin going out for a free surf, flanked by her dad, Jeff. And they were both sort of saying they kind of hoped that it kept rolling yesterday and really ultra junky surf, because Erin's comfortable in those kind of waves. It sort of reminded her a lot of sort of junky Hawaiian surf, maybe junky Rocky Point, which she lives down the road from. These days she resides at Sunset Beach, but it's been a long journey for Erin to wind up in Hawaii. Grew up in Texas initially, but Canadian on her mother's side, has dual citizenship, US-Canadian citizenship. Competes under the Canadian flag.
Yeah, that was my next question. Yeah. Like, what flag? I mean, there'd be countries jostling and for sure battling to get her attention.
I think she also speaks Spanish because she grew up in Texas. For the first couple of years of school, it was like a bilingual program. One thing she said she craves in Hawaii is actually someone to talk Spanish to.
So there we go with Erin and the early lead to her. Yeah, Olympic-itis. It's everywhere in surfing right now. All kinds of people with new countries and stuff. Erin, you know, really, her mom's from Canada, but it's really funny watching how many different surfers are discovering their roots and a new flag as the Olympic Games near.
Yeah, some of the flags that are popping up are really interesting. We've seen in this event, we've seen Sweden, which is kind of one of the interesting games to pop up. Germany's popped up in the past.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all sorts of new doors are opening via the Olympics.
I remember like a fair, this would have been 10 years ago at a QS over in Spain at the Pantheon event. One of the first women that I remember changing flags was Mahina Maeda. And I remember her doing it, and then everyone's going, wait, like everyone else who didn't quite have their finger on the pulse were like, what? Why is she? Oh. And then all of this kind of momentum started to roll for surfing in the Olympics. And I mean, look at her now, you know. She represented Japan. Here we go. Nanaho.
Nanaho Suzuki with a nice snap there. Gets loose. And on her way to a nice score. She's going to bank that. That was a great performance. Oh, hooking on the backhand. And on Matsuoka. So the two Japanese surfers rally right behind each other. We'll wait for those scores for Matsuoka as well as Suzuki.
Yeah, Nanaho, not to be confused with Amuro Suzuki, who's also in the event. No relation whatsoever. Amuro obviously became famous for being the first Japanese woman to qualify for the championship tour. Take another look at Nanaho's wave. Nice opening slash, great form. And I like the fin drift and just a little bit of variety on the second turn, Jess.
Yeah, I love that. This gets me super excited for this heat because she looks like she's timed it really well, and she waits to place this final turn, and she really kind of exaggerates through the lip there. I mean, she kind of got lost in the wash at the very end, but real minor mistake. But there's the replay for a non's wave too, so I like that energy and the timing and patience that Nanaho brought to that wave.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, you can really see the intensity level has raised amongst the Japanese surfers. But yeah, Amuro Suzuki also in the event, the first Japanese woman to qualify for the championship tour. Nanaho actually finished ahead of her on the regional qualifiers, and they have met in finals as well in some of the QS events. So the two Suzuki's kind of a little bit of an internal battle there as well in Japan.
Nanaho with a 6.33 already to her credit, takes off, just a little repositioning, searching for a backup, but that strong wave we saw in the forehand for Nanaho put her in the lead. Anand in second, so two Japanese surfers out in the advancing positions right now. Priority sitting with Erin Brooks. She's in the green jersey there. Erin needing just a small score because backup scores have not been formed as of yet.
You see surfer in red. Daniela Rosas has been a little bit quiet. We talk about, you know, the Olympic dream. She's from Peru. She's already been there to represent Peru in the Olympics.
Yeah, just 21 years old from northern Peru. Here we go. Anand. Matsuoka, and a well-timed backhand hook.
Yeah, beautiful timing from both the Japanese surfers now on those turns. I think they just don't have that desperate kind of urgency that I've seen maybe a few of the other athletes have, and they kind of cooked a few sections, and these ladies have tapped into this.
Oh.
As I say that, gets completely back.
I think you needed the desperate urgency on that one.
Yeah.
Under the lip hook.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Cobes, you made sense of that.
Yeah, that was fun out there. The lefts looked so hard, so I made a call to go over to the rights, and yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
Was that just the Gold Coaster in you, or is that a good decision, you think?
That was definitely the Gold Coaster in me. I think if there's a right on the beach, I will find it.
And find it you did, absolutely smashed it.
Thank you, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm stoked. I had a bit of a shocker at home, so stoked to make that heat.
What's the pressure like competing at home versus competing away?
Yeah, for sure. There was good waves at home too. You have like so much pressure just to do well. You surf that wave all the time, and there's so many people that come down to support you, your friends and family. So to get knocked second heat on like a silly mistake, it was a tough loss. So hopefully I can make a few more heats here and yeah, make the most of it.
Off to a great start here. Well done, Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe Enright taking the win there, advancing into the round of 32, along with Kira Pinkerton. Catching up with Daniela Rosas. She just has to punch out the back, still searching for a wave with some opportunity.
Kobe raises that interesting question of surfing in front of a home crowd. Is it a bane or is it a blessing? I think it can be a little bit of both. There's the added support, but there's also the added pressure. We may see later on in the day Dylan Moffat surfing, and he's very much in that situation down here at Narrabeen. You know, there's so much hope and expectation to see Dylan do well. Geordie Lawler is already out of the event.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Yeah, that was a big surprise for Geordie, just because in the warm-up sessions, Luke, he looked like he was going to be the guy. And that just proves it's just how you play the game. I mean, it's what you do in these 30-minute heats.
Can't peak too early, Kuiper. Can't peak in the warm-ups.
No.
Maybe just a little bit of a lack of experience there for Geordie at this level.
And Brooks winds up. Little tap of the lip there before she has to bail out. She is currently in the lead because she does have two solid wave scores, a 4.83 and a 3.67. I expect that will change once Mamaho Suzuki gets her back up. And Suzuki with priority right now in the blue jersey.
I'm interested watching where Daniela is sitting too. I know she picked a kind of a weird way before. She's really hunting down, I think, some availability to get that carve and that rail sunk in. And I mean, like you said, Luke, an Olympian coming from Peru, they've been, as a nation, just surging and charging through over the last kind of 5 to 10 years. I felt they've had a lot of different coaches over there. They had like PT and they had Martin Dunn for a while for their national team, and Daniela was able, you know, to bank and draw on both those guys. And I remember seeing her in a QS one of the first times, and I was like, who is this?
Well,
yeah, she just seems to be really hunting and chasing down just that big open first turn. She's a very, very, I think, assertive rail worker. I feel like she has a lot of power behind her.
But the challenge of adopting a rail game approach in these conditions, Jess, is that there's not a lot of time to get the work done. It's really about getting up and down super quick. You know, potentially getting the job done with just the one single move. If you're going to get two in, it's got to be ultra fast.
Yeah.
And the rail game may be more suited to those big open canvases at different waves.
There's a lot of foam out there at the moment, and that's just inspiring me actually to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to foam it up. We'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 7 here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By NRMA Parks and Resorts, official accommodation partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
North Narrabeen on display here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro as we come back to live action. Lip glide there for Nanaho Suzuki, who already has a 6.33 in her scoreline. She's going to back that up and take the lead. Anan Matsuoka could not find any open face right behind her.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the score that goes into the backup for Nanaho Suzuki. Obviously, looking only to replace a 1.6. Here we go. What do you think, Jess?
Yeah, I love it. I'm feeling what she's feeling from the end of that. I like the gesture and the body language as well. And you can see their timing is just different at the moment. They've, what you've said, gone to that really, really quick transition, and they're really, really making use of those single turn sections out there.
Well, one thing I've noticed with the Japanese contingent over the years, Kaipo, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like they always put a lot of time in on the North Shore. Whenever you're on the North Shore, it feels like there's always like a squadron of Japanese surfers out there every morning early in training.
Yeah, and that's for generations, actually. We've always had a strong kind of Japanese contingency all the way back to, you know, guys like Shuji Katsuya, who actually relocated to Japan. Takayuki Wakita moved his family full-time to the North Shore of Oahu. So yeah, and it's in Hawaii, it's kind of easy in a way because a lot of people speak Japanese. You know, especially on my island, on Oahu, a lot of people speak Japanese.
Yeah, the Kia Hart training camp gets a good workout with a lot of the Japanese surfers, I feel like, on a regular basis.
Ooh. She's going to lose priority there with that one. So that Erin Brooks just really... I think she had a pretty good look at it, but I thought maybe she thought she didn't put enough concerted effort into that paddle, but she still lost priority. So that's a mistake, I think, with 10 minutes to go for Erin. Although, you know, she's looking good. She's got a 4.83. She's looking for a really good score, but a bit of a priority blunder maybe.
Yeah, I think it most certainly is, Jess, as we'd see.
Daniela Rosas finally finds an open face and attacks that lip, and so that could start turning the heat. She hasn't broken really a one-point ride since the beginning of this heat. Now in the final, under 10 minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, watch out, I think, for the other three women. If Daniela gets herself into gear, like, that's obviously going to be a really good score for her. It was well timed. It was exactly what you were speaking about, Luke, with that kind of up, down, real quick, critical surfing. We saw Suzuki's already got the 6.33, so, I mean, where's this sitting in the comparison?
Gets a little bit of time to wind up, really attacks the lip, times it well. Only the one maneuver, and the judges will be hitting the replay button, I think, and doing some compare and contrast with waves ridden earlier in the heat. I guess it really, it kind of simplifies things in a way when it gets reduced to that one closeout turn scenario. But, you know, with under 10 minutes to go, it feels like the heat is still wide open. Even Nanaho Suzuki sitting in first. That 6.33 is certainly the highest single wave score, and that's holding her in good stead. But I feel like we can see a major leaderboard shuffle potentially happening.
There's our leader, Nanaho Suzuki.
Yeah, she was one of those competitors in the events over in Japan, you know, the 3000s, that was posting, like I said, like 8s on single maneuvers in rounds before quarters, and she has this like developing air game in her back pocket, and I think seeing both her and Anon move into this Challenger Series level of competition, I won't be surprised if they build in the scale, put a couple more numbers on the board, and then start going to that as we move through the rounds. I mean, if they are to make it through, I just see that kind of becoming a strength for the Japanese team.
Well, there's no doubt having that progression there is a real point of difference. We know a number of surfers in the women's division can definitely go to the air. We're yet to see someone really attack it, though. Perhaps in the latter stages of this heat we will.
Yeah, and Aaron Brooks would be one of those surfers that you would expect, given the opportunity to go through the air. You can see as we're looking down on our Feel New Sydney flight cam just for a sec, on the positioning of the surfers, and Aaron definitely on a whole different part of the bank right now.
Yeah, shuffled back up into second priority now after making that earlier mistake. Not feeling really secure with that 4.83 and 3.67 in the account, but still being very patient.
There is a lot of space between them too. Like finding one of those rights like maybe Kobe did or Kira was able to find where she is. She's kind of on the edge of the left, but also on the edge of the right. So you never know, she might pick one off.
So right here for Daniela Rosas. And Daniela, who just got back into form with a 4-point ride on her previous wave. One more attack to the lip of 4.51 will take Daniela into second and advancing position. So we'll be waiting for that score to update the situation out here. Nice for Daniela to find a corner, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the score's going to be quite there.
And on Matsuoka, up and down.
Stace Galbraith always makes a good point about having the capacity to self-adjudicate. So you have to be able to think to yourself in your own head, you know, was that the score I needed? And sometimes you need to be able to have a pretty accurate rough estimate before you hear the call of the judges, because you need to make your next decision quickly. And I think Daniela Rosas will realize that perhaps that wasn't quite there and she needs another wave.
Yeah, it's
pretty soon.
It's always kind of a push and pull within the final 2 minutes of a heat as well, when the judges take time. They want to get the number right, but it's really important to get that number in, to know what your needs are for the surfers in the water. So I know there can be some frustration sometimes that way, but it's a fine line of taking enough looks to get the right number versus the managing the clock, actually, from a judge's perspective. 4.17 for Daniela Rosa was not enough to take her into second place. She did improve upon her scoreline. She now needs a 4.34, and on Matsuoka just needs a 3.67. So it is a very, very tight heat as we start to hit our NRMA 5-minute warning.
Yeah, look at where they're pushing over to now. You can see they've moved, apart from Daniela, they've moved way further south towards that car park rights, and there is this kind of bend in some of those rights that allows a little bit more open face or an extra millisecond to get to the lip on some of them. And I think they're just chasing those sixes and stuff that we saw from the previous heat.
You can almost feel the uncertainty in the lineup from the screen. Like, no one really looks convinced that they're in the absolute right spot to get a wave with optimal scoring potential. And it's kind of okay when you're in the earlier stages of the heat and you can just continue catching waves, but as we get down to the final 4 minutes, every surfer at this point kind of has a fair idea about what they need to do. So they've got a wave in mind. They know what they're looking for.
Yeah, you definitely do get that vibe, don't you? It's kind of like that, just jostling and moving back and forth, but more horizontally, and the swivel heads, they're just looking around, making sure they haven't missed any action from any of the other women in the water. They're really trying to figure it out and decode this lineup at the moment.
Yeah, well, you'll see the surfer sort of half look at a wave and then check the kind of their own guess. They'll watch it go down the line and say, was that a good one? Wasn't it a good one? Did I make the right call? Will the next, we all do it out in the water, will the next one be better? How did it hit the bank?
Our heat leader, Nanaho Suzuki, hangs on and smiles her way out of that one. So that's going to increase her lead. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap. Nanaho currently in the lead. Aaron Brooks, though, she came out swinging, Jess.
Yeah, easy peasy for this first pretty important score now for Aaron Brooks. That was the 4.83 and two-turn combo for her.
See Nanaho Suzuki, this is probably one of her best rides. Love this finish, drifts the fins, So much control, so composed. Here she is again, Jess.
She's feeling it, and she's in the lead, and you can see why.
Catching up with Anand Matsuoka, exiting that wave. Matsuoka just needed under a 4-point ride, a 3.67 to turn the heat for her. And we're going to see what that number comes in and how it affects the standings. Aaron Brooks also rode a wave, so judges owe us a score for Brooks as well. Here's some replays starting with Aaron Brooks. Oh, Aaron had to bail because with priority, Matsuoka got her opportunity.
Yeah, you can tell Aaron was really desperate to get, or at least not let Anand get that opportunity over. She only needs that 3.67, and there's a score to drop for that last ride. So,
yeah, I feel like Aaron was going. Aaron wanted the wave. She wasn't just trying to scare Anand into taking it. It was a wave with scoring potential, and Aaron knows she needs a better backup. It's going to be really interesting to see where this score drops. You can kind of see the frantic look on Aaron's face. She's kind of in, you know, trying to stay composed, but
yeah, it's a stressful heat. Here she goes.
This is going to her chance right now. She's got to surf her heart out. Nice little carve to start off with. Snap there. You can see the urgency in the surfing of Aaron Brooks, trying to fit in as much as she can, and that could make the difference if Anand gets the score that she needs. We're just down to a minute remaining. So this one is going to be a race for second.
Yeah, it's all coming down to that score for Anand, I guess. Like, Aaron doesn't know, so she does have to just surf to whatever she can potentially on that wave, because Anand's score is really going to determine this.
yeah, well, it's going to come down to these last two rides because they both got the same score for their highest scoring wave. So there's going to be a comparison between this ride of Aaron's and Anand's to determine who gets it. Look at, like, the desperation is there. Even that last little foam climb, looking for, like, the decimal points in the wave.
They're still deliberating on that last exchange round too. Tricky.
I think, again, it's where the judges are making good use of the replay system here, comparing and contrasting. It's a really tight call. They want to get it right.
I'm going to walk outside and shake the judging panel. I can't wait anymore. I want to see, what's the number? Let's get it. All right, now the numbers are coming through. Anand Matsuoka, I'm sorry, not enough. So it will be Nanaho Suzuki and Aaron Brooks on to the round of 32. Came down to the last wave. There are the numbers. And we're going to take a break right now. But be back.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage, this is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Season 2 of Make or Break streaming now on Apple TV+. We've got a new heat in the water here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Pauline Odo, the veteran of the crew representing France. Jessie Van Niekerk coming out of South Africa. And Philippa Anderson representing Australia. Kaipo, Jess, and Luke on the call here. Luke, your thoughts on this heat?
Yeah, it's going to be like a tough matchup. I really like Yolanda Hopkins. She's been one of the form surfers coming out of Europe, finished first in the regional qualifiers. Yolanda, as we see, up and riding now.
Yeah, yo-yo, Yolanda Hopkins, quick to get the score on the board. And a quick up and out by Blue. That was Pauline Odo.
I feel like Yolanda was one of those surfers that had a lot of career momentum prior to the pandemic.
As we see Philippa Anderson getting off the top there and going complete.
Yeah, like so much momentum, and then like a lot of surfers, the kind of was really their ascension was interrupted by the pandemic, and now they're kind of just recalibrating and rebuilding and getting back on track.
Yeah. Yolanda with a wild card over at the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Here she is on the replay. Ended up getting a 5th in that event, quarterfinal finish. So that was a strong showing as a wild card. And a nice start for her right here, Jess.
Yeah, Yo-Yo is one of my favourite competitors. Here's the replay, though, from Philippa. Straight up, kind of just midway through that bottom turn because she knows she has to click it out a bit early and come back over the top of her board. But good start for them. But, yeah, Yo-Yo, I remember her back on the Aussie QS days when she was still kind of like cruising with Johnny, and they're just such grounded humans, and the way they go about Yolanda's career and her performance is something to be admired, I think, and a role model for all those young women coming up and surfing, but also the European young groms that are coming up under her, because she is just a great example of the work ethic that needs to be put in at this level of performance to get to where she is. And like you said, that CT wild card, that post-heat interview from her on there was incredible. And if you haven't seen it, you should rewind the WSL events and have a look at that one, because she's a real character.
Yeah, she took out Carissa Moore on that way to that quarterfinal finish there, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, and as Jess pointed out, she is a real character. She has a great work ethic, very entertaining in and out of the water, very straight up and honest.
Yeah.
And just has a great all-round outlook, and you can't help but want to see her do well.
Well, she opened up with a 4.33, so she's in the lead. Here we go, checking out Pauline Odo, 32 years old, from Anglet, France. And that is a nice start for the former CT surfer. 5 years on the championship tour, Pauline Odo, still sticking in there.
Yeah, you can't go past the experience that she brings and the consistency. But here's Jessie.
Jessie, just a quick off the top there. And that's what she's going to rely upon for her second wave score. First wave, just a 0 for a fractional score.
Yeah, Pauline, I think she brings to this heat, I mean, this is the heat of the round for me. Personally, I like the mix, and I think it's going to be a real well thought out. You have a look at the replay here for Pauline. Her consistency, her patience. I mean, it's kind of a rail setup turn. But that turn right there, that may be important. Like the last heat, those 4s and similar scores seem to be so important right at the end when everybody's scrambling and desperate for something.
Yeah, I think we saw Pauline's experience come into play there. Like, nice setup turn. And then the wave just doubled up fiercely, and she identified that and realized that she couldn't overcook the turn. It was already a heavy section, so in a way, the wave did some of the work for her. She didn't have to throw as much at it because it's pushing back hard. The focus then becomes just right out.
So the score for Paulina, 4.4. Paulina, though, does take the lead at the moment. Yolanda Hopkins in second with a 4.33. And you can see the rest of the numbers on your scoring bug there. Priority with Philippa Anderson.
Philippa comes in as an alternate for this event. Didn't qualify officially via the Australian region. But another surfer, although she hasn't cracked the CT, has so much experience, been around competing for a long time. You see Philippa Kaipo.
There she goes. Good use of priority because this wave is giving a lot of opportunity. And the finish, so 4 turns to finish for the 31-year-old out of Newcastle. Wow. That should change the standings.
Yeah, that's a little diamond in the rough, that one. I feel like surfers have been watching these heats in strategy, thinking, I've got to be able to get it done with 1 turn. But if I find a wave like this with multiple section, that's gold. Good opening slash. A little bit higher in the lip for the second. Similar 3rd turn on the flatter face and finishes strongly with a little layback jam for Philippa.
Yeah, she's kind of taken that. It's almost like the Surfing New South Wales spot. Like she's such a stalwart for the New South Wales events across up and down this part of the coast, and getting a really late call up, I think, for her because she finished so far down the ranks this year. But I mean, she runs the surf school up there at Newcastle, her own one, and I think maybe she put so much in over the last 2 years and gotten so painfully close to qualification so many times for her that maybe that shift of focus and going into surf school and business mode has almost given her a second life in this. I've seen her surfing go, you know, from strength to strength over the last few events.
Great surfing family. Brother Craig, a stylish surfer. Family started out in South Africa, moving to Australia at a young age. Here we go with Pauline Ado. Pauline looking solid here. Oh, beautiful snap there. Managing this wave well. And Ado is going to get a little bonus on the inside as well. Pauline dropped to second because Philippa just dropped a 6-point ride. Here we go with Yo-Yo. Yolanda Hopkins, the power surfer from Portugal, and powered through that turn.
Love the double deck grip. It's kind of like a very 80s, 90s feel to Yo-Yo's approach.
Kind of reminds me of like Pauline Mensah a little bit.
Philippa not finding any open face there, so we're going to go to Stace with the winner of the last heat. Stace.
Thanks, Kipes, here with Nanaho. Congratulations, great heat.
Thank you. So, yeah, it was a little bit tricky heat, but I was lucky to get a couple of good waves, so yeah, I'm happy now.
Great heat. Would you like to say good morning to everyone back home in Japan?
はい、応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。結構難しいコンディションだったんですけど、いい波キャッチできてスコアできたんで、良かったかなと思ってます。次のヒートも頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Well done. Thank you, Kaipo.
All right, yeah. Omedetou gozaimashita. Congratulations to Nanaho. It's about 10:30 there over in Japan. Everyone waking up and getting some good news that Nanaho made it through into the round of 32.
How is your Japanese, Kaipo? It sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
How incredible are the athletes too? Like, I noticed that at some of the other international events is they like partially learning their English in post-heat interviews after performance. Like a couple of the younger athletes were saying, "Oh, can we talk about this in my post-heat interview because I'm still working on that." I can't even imagine trying to learn a different language live on air.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's that they can perform at this level and then also throw all of that into the mix as well. It's very impressive.
I've been working on my Portuguese because the Brazilians aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
may as well figure out some key terms right there because that storm is going to continue on. Here we go with Hopkins. Oh, Yolanda with a big turn, committed turn. Looks like she was on her way for a completion there. Unfortunate, just got caught up at the last moment.
Yeah, great commitment in the turn, hung up. We'll see on the replay, but it was pretty evident from that first shot that they're not going to give that one a completion. But we did get a little insight into Yolanda's approach. She'll take off in a big wave and just throw everything at it.
Yeah.
And she'll do it again and again and again to one of those sticks. And, you know, with high wave count potential here, eventually one of those turns is going to stick.
Yeah, check this out, Jess.
Yeah, exactly what you said, Luke. Just all in for Yolanda. It always is. It's just 100%, and she asked that of herself. I think, most importantly, beyond any coach or any type of person that's trying to help her get to this performance, she and herself puts that much expectation and pressure there. I've never seen her surf a heat at like 40% or 50% and try and moats on through to the rounds. She's always going for that 100, 150%.
Yeah, she's also the sort of person that will be in the dripping wet all day. You know, if she's not surfing a heat, she'll be free surfing.
Yeah, she just loves it, doesn't she? It's just all encompassing. Like, you know, for so many of us, it's just the whole lifestyle that's breathed around this, living the tour and surfing and free surfing and performing and talking about surfing and reading about it. It's pretty incredible.
Well, that's, I mean, that's the ultimate goal of being on the Challenger Series, is to make the championship tour. Yeah, it's a career. Yeah, you're chasing prize money. But the real reward is you get to keep surfing and make that your primary focus. That's always been the, you know, the fundamental goal for a pro surfer.
Yeah, Richie, out and about with a special guest. Who you got, Rich?
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. I'm down here with the Bonsoy Locals Report, and I found Northern Beaches legend, 2 times world champion and Narrabeen local, Damien Hardman. Duma, how are you?
Good, Rich. Good to be here.
Mate, the men's are kicking off pretty soon. How stoked are you to see the event back at Narrabeen?
It's good. You know, I think the last time we had the event here, it was really successful. We had, you know, 4 days of pretty good east swell and good weather and good waves. So fingers crossed. It started off a little bit slow yesterday, but it looks like it's going to be good later in the week.
And look, it's tricky conditions out there at the moment. We're not on the typical Narrabeen lefts. Stuff going on down at the rights at the moment. What's the secret to success out here today?
Well, I think we haven't actually had a bank like this out the front here in front of the car park for probably 6 months. So after the last big swell we got last Monday, it sort of stirred up the currents, and there is a pretty strong rip running out there, and it's pretty good at mid-tide. I think once the tide gets too low, it will pretty much stop out there, and the alley will probably get better again. So it's one of those ones. It's almost like someone will flick a switch. So the guys that are on it will probably score, and the guys who aren't might get a little bit skunked.
And you've obviously got words of wisdom that you can pass on to the younger generation. Who are you down here to watch and support?
Well, obviously the Narrabeen local, Dylan Moffat, some of the Rip Curl guys, Mikey Madonna, and the rest of the team. And I think, you know, it is pretty tricky out there. I think the way it is now, you got there is some good waves still in the alley, and there's some good waves out the front. So I think it's a coach's nightmare. You know, I wouldn't know where to send them, but I think you just got to watch the conditions and adapt.
I got one final question. I just want to quickly go down memory lane. One of my fondest memories was watching you clinch the world title down at Manly back in '87. You must have fond memories, mate.
Yeah, Manly was great. You know, I actually don't enjoy surfing Manly, but I did at that point. So, yeah, I'd much rather compete here at Narrabeen. I think the waves are a little bit punchier, a little bit steeper, and they are probably a little bit more performance-based. But, yeah, that was my fondest memory of Manly.
Good stuff. Well, thanks, Duma. We'll hopefully catch up with you as the event rolls on, and great to see you down here.
Cool. Thanks, Rich.
Back to you guys.
Oh, words with the Iceman, Damien Hardman, Duma. Yeah, check them out. You can check them out at the Rip Curl Narrabeen store probably most days of the week, giving back to the community here.
Yeah, a little bit of an insight into the Narrabeen surfing mind. You don't go to Manly unless you're competing.
Paulina Doe with a vicious snap there. A 4.51 will take Pauline into the lead.
Yeah, that was a sick turn from her. I think we haven't really seen Jessie Van Kirk. Speaking of the other people in the heat, like the South African, I feel like her group of surfers that are coming out, I mean, her, Sarah Baum and Natasha, they're such strong little pack that's coming out of South Africa, and like this resurgence of surfing from South Africa. I'm interested to see how she finds the rest of this heat and kind of puts herself in the mix, because Pauline just posted something, Carps.
Yeah, Pauline with a 6.27, and here comes Philippa Anderson, and she is not able to ride out of that. Philippa currently in second. Pauline Ado is going to have a hard time finding some open face there. So a couple of inconsequential rides, but Pauline Ado out in the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back with the conclusion. Final heat, opening round of the women's. What a beautiful slice of the planet here on the northern beaches of Sydney. Destination New South Wales. So much here to do. And it is the site of stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. This is the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Flying over with our Feel New Sydney flight cam. And you can see the saltwater pool there. Just an iconic headland, Jess.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful part of the New South Wales coast. But here goes Jessie Walsh trying to get herself back into this heat. You know, 20 minutes and not being able to find us a substantial score out there. It's going to be hard, but she's going to have to find some bigger critical sections, and it's just running away from her at the moment.
Oh, and Yolanda Hopkins, who came out swinging with a 4.33, now is struggling, needs a backup, needs a 5.08 to get into second if she wants to advance into the next round, Luke.
Yeah, well, the big challenge for Yolanda is that Philippa Anderson found that one right-hander with multiple maneuver opportunities. Yolanda's chasing it all with one big turn. Continues to roll the dice. I think at some point one big move's going to stick. That 5.8 is definitely within range for her. Just has to find one section.
And up and down there, another ride here for Pauline Ado, our current heat leader, and she finds another well-formed wave. It's a jigsaw puzzle out there, finding good waves, but Pauline seems to have had no problem solving the equation, Jess.
Yeah, that was really beautiful open face rail surfing from her. Smooth style that we've got to know to be her kind of forte. Have a look, great positioning. Sets the first carve up and just kind of lays all the way through, back through the rail, and a little bit more flare on the second, and manages to kind of paddle through in front of it. There's a slow-mo too.
We haven't had an opportunity to see much rail work over the last couple of days, so Pauline really relishing the opportunity for a little bit of open canvas.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like one of her trademarks as well, and one of her strengths. So maybe, you know, feeling comfortable and really, really laying it on rail, whereas the other women are probably chasing more. You've been talking about, Luke, just that one up and down section because they've been hearing the scores. So let's see what this score is in at.
She got a monster. 6.87 for Pauline. So combine that with her 6.27, 13.14 two-wave total. And it is, again, we've talked about that before in this round. It's going to be a battle for second and advancing position, Luke.
Yeah, I think so. And Philippa Anderson, you know, as Jess pointed out, is, you know, in a different life situation now and kind of in that mindset where she's surfing with nothing to lose. And that can obviously be a dangerous frame of mind to be in for other competitors.
Yeah, taking the weight off her shoulders too over the last few years of almost getting there.
Jessie trying to make a late run here and is able to get a turn in, but really needs a big number to turn this heat. Needs a 7.23 if she wants to do it in a single wave. Remember, this is the final heat of the women's opening round, but the men's round the 64 coming in. Jackson Baker, he's getting prepped. He's using the force as well.
Oh, he's funny, isn't he? He hates the camera, doesn't he, Kaipo?
Mikey McDonough is also going to be joining Jackson Baker along with Adur and George Pitar.
Yes, Matt Bemrose down there in the trenches. He's had a few surfers under his guide this morning. Not sure what his heat ratio is today.
Here's our heat leader, Pauline. Just again, finding just corners and waves that gives her a lot of opportunity, and she's able to exploit those opportunities with some great surfing. So things are really going her way. Yolanda Hopkins pulls into a little bubble, combos it up with a snap. Oncoming section, it's a heavy section, and she rides out of it. Wow. Hopkins, 5.08 will take her to second. She may have just done that, Jess.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe. I think it looked really good from this angle too for that tube. But I'm going to say probably it wasn't super critical, but gosh, it looks good when that happens and you get that real feeling for it, that real surface feeling. Have a look at the replay, Luke.
Well, this is still side on. Stalls up. Little nugget, bit of time behind the screen there. Great slash, and importantly surfs out with a strong finish turn. Pauline Adu looks like she's surfing in a different lineup, just keeps finding these runners that allow her to chase multiple turns down the line. Nothing really huge, but I think some of her competitors would have loved to have had the waves that Pauline's had in this heat.
Here's another angle of Yo-Yo.
Sick. That turn right there, Kaipo, that was the money for her. I'm really interested to see where this compares to Pauline's because they were back-to-back performances and such different approaches. I think the fact that she got the 2 turns in after the tube is going to obviously be a bonus for her. Pauline, however, has the finesse and the rail work that they've already been rewarding. So this is going to be probably the most important and most interesting in a heat perspective comparison of those 2 waves.
Yeah, just hit the NRMA 5-minute warning, and we're waiting for an important score for Yolanda Hopkins. Can she overtake Philippa Anderson and advance out of this heat?
Yeah, I feel like the little barrel is at least on par with a reasonable turn. If you look at it as a 3-maneuver wave. So she's looking for, really the opposition for her is Philippa Anderson, so she's looking for a 5.31.
It looks like they've dropped Pauline's as well, so a 6.77, similar to that first rail work and the turn at the end, the 6.87. So it's really down to what Yo-Yo's going to pose for the cover-up. Are they feeling it or are they not feeling it?
Yeah, it's kind of thrown the judges out. We haven't really seen a barrel ride all day. Now they've got something to think about.
Jessie here, trying to make a late run, attacks the lip there, and that was unfortunate not being able to ride out of that. So really our attention is turning to still for the score for Yolanda Hopkins to see if Yolanda can turn the heat at this moment.
Really unfortunate for Jessie because I feel like if she rode out of that maneuver, she was right back in the heat.
Well, Yolanda's in the heat. She just dropped a 7.83, the highest single wave score. Here we go. A couple of judges went excellent. Actually, 3 judges went excellent on that spread there. So Yolanda Hopkins has not quite put everything into the ice box as of yet, but is looking really good to advance into the next round. Here's our heat leader. She's run away with it already. Pauline's going to go into the round of 32, no problem. Felipe Anderson finds a barrel herself. Little shampoo on the way out, but then gets crushed by that oncoming lip.
Shampoo to the guillotine for her. She's taking a leaf out of Yolanda's book because, yeah, they loved it. They loved that. Like you were saying, the point of difference. It's so cool to watch. She was almost like a fair bit deeper, it looked like, from this angle than Yolanda's, and it was a bit chunkier.
Well, I love the response from Philippa. Fades to takeoff, snaps under the lid, drags a hand, gets covered up. I think she did everything right there to be in, you know, the perfect position to get really deeply tubed. The wave just let her down a little bit, got a bit chandelier at the end. But had it been slightly different, it could have kind of reversed the situation again. But I think some of the guys are looking at those car park rides and a few of those barrels thinking, wow, that's going to be an option coming into the next heat.
Yeah, well, we heard from local legend, two-time world champ, Damien Hardman, is really going to be, he said, a coach's nightmare because guys are going to have to choose their peak and choose their positioning. And so it's going to be the guys who read the ocean the best, I feel, as we look into the next round of men's round of 64, about to start in under a couple minutes.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I was talking to Richie Lovett this morning and I said, have you ever seen an event go down here on the car park rides? And he said, pretty much no. Like, it's rarely utilized as a competition option. Every now and again, a surfer drifts down from the main peak at the end of their heat to maybe speculate. But as the main competition bank, which we're seeing now, it's actually quite a rare thing at Narrabeen.
Yeah, goofy footers are counting on some lefts. They're not going to get a ton of them today. Well, we'll see how the day transpires. Yolanda's going to hear that the last score for Philippa was just a 4.6. So Yolanda Hopkins still in second place, looking good, sitting next to Paulina Do. Yolanda with first priority, Jess.
Yeah, so you can tell there that the money wasn't in the tube riding for either of those women or the little cover-ups, if we say. It's in those turns and the criticalness of the end section as well, because Yolanda's able to post that 7.83 highest wave in the heat. I'd love to see Jessie get another opportunity though as well, the South African. I think there was really good indications on her last wave where she got really critical and went straight into the lip, and I think for her experience on the Challenger Series, it'd be nice to see her be able to open up. I mean, she's on a good-looking board. I think she's on the Smith shapes as well, same as Bormy. And to see her have another opportunity will be great as well.
She needs a confidence-building wave.
Yeah, definitely.
Down to the last 30. So really, Philippa Anderson now looking for a 6.67.
Jessie's going to get one more chance. Snaps that one. And this time rides out. So just as you wish, Jessie's going to get a confidence builder at the end of this heat.
Thank you, Huey. Yeah, that's a bit more from the South African than what we're expecting to. So I think that's a nice learning for her.
Paulina Do riding in and riding into the round of 32 along with Yolanda Hopkins right here. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat. And Philippa Anderson, got a pretty decent one here, Jess.
Yeah, it was looking good for Philzy at this point. Really nice wave. She got kind of the first open face to work with, but Pauline answered back with this, and they paid off the smooth surfing style of the French lady and the experience for her.
Yeah, that face just cleaned right up there for Pauline. Got really creamy and green. This one was almost identical, Jess.
Yeah, like the 6.87 and the 6.77.
Yes.
Like
a few decimal points between the two rides, and they're the waves that clinch victory. Will we get one more look at, here we go.
Yeah, the super fun cover-up and tunnel for Yo-Yo.
You can hear someone in the crowd just cheering it on. Yolanda likes it. We knew she'd keep rolling the dice, and eventually it paid off.
There's the numbers, and we will go to break, but coming back from break, we'll have the men in the water, and we'll have Ronnie, Richie, and Laura talking you through all of that. Stick around.
There's no place like home, and this place really does have a special feeling in my heart. You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. And then over to throw some clay around, which is something I wanted to do for a long time at Throw Clay Studios. Northern Beaches coastline is just beautiful. You've got each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Laura Enever giving us a bit of a tour there of her hometown, and that conversation's going to continue as we roll through these next couple of heats, because we're here on the Harvey Norman host set once again with Laura and Richie Lovett as well. How you going, Rich?
Doing really well, mate.
Loving
Awesome,
the little scene reports there, your Bonsoy local reports.
Yeah,
Fun?
just trying to get a few little insights, and as the comp goes on, I'm going to just deliver some bit of knowledge around the place and a bit of history of what's been going on.
Yeah, keep saying if you can track down the world champions from this region. There's plenty of them. I know you've been adding them up.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep those under my hat until it's time to just release them.
Yeah, well, where is your hat?
I know, I don't have the hat. Should probably put it back on.
Let's get set for the second round of the men's event here, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And as we keep saying, stacked lineups in each of the heats, and this one's no different. Jackson Baker out there in the red. Mikey Madonna's going to be in the blue. Adir Matrian, the Bass surfer, is going to be out there in the white. And George Pittar, the Manly boy, is going to be in the green. George, we've already seen him once in the heat, the opening heat of the event, actually, and he dropped big numbers. But have a look at the conditions. I mean, we were expecting lefts when we got here to North Narrabeen, but it's serving up rights at the moment. And Mikey Madonna doesn't mind that at all, having grown up at Lennox Head. And Jackson Baker from Merriweather, obviously, he finds a bit of cover. Oh, absolute too big pig in a blanket there. Shoved himself deep in there. And the scores are looking pretty good on the opening exchange for Baker. He's waving.
He wants a 10.
5.83. I think with a bit of weather out there, obviously it's a little difficult to hear the onside announcer. Your brother, Chris Enever, doing the beach commentary there. But Jackson Baker kicking off with a bang here. But it's been right-handers at car parks, Laura, this morning.
Car park rights have come to life. I know we all thought we'd be seeing those beautiful left-handers rolling down the bank at North Narrabeen, but we've moved slightly further down the beach. Car park rights have come alive, and that's what they do in these South Swells. So cool to see. We've got that tide drawing out throughout this morning, and we're just going to see this getting more and more dredgy, and we're probably going to see more and more barrels right now, guys.
Bring it on. Stace, it's turned into a bit of a tube fest out there.
It has, and I think Pauline and the girls in the last day absolutely set the trend. Pauline, that got pretty fun.
Yeah, I was actually happy because watching the lineup this morning, it looked really tricky. And actually in our heat, there was a lot of opportunities, so it was pretty fun.
You must feel pretty comfortable, obviously coming from southwest France. Conditions kind of similar today.
Yeah, I train a lot of days in those kind of conditions, but it's so tricky, you never know what can happen. I was just happy to get on a good rhythm, sometimes catching good waves with priority and sometimes without priority, so yeah, I had fun.
Absolutely, looks super fun, and we're looking forward to watching the men's action. Thanks for your time, Pauline.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pauline, one of the campaigners on the Challenger Series that's been to the Championship Tour before, wants to get back there, and that's a good start here. But have a look, we've got some sets stacking up on the outside here at the moment. Thundering onto that sandbar. 23.5 minutes to go, and some reasonable numbers on the board already. Mikey Madonna, 4.27. He wrestled a 9th place finish out of the event up there on the Gold Coast. So he's had a pretty positive start, Mikey, to the Challenger Series campaign as Jackson Baker hangs on and gets the finish there. Just fell out of the sky on that one.
Yeah, car park right, left, he's found.
It doesn't matter which direction you're going at the moment. I think just getting on the attack, even if it's just one big turn, it's going to work in your favour. And Jackson is going to take control in the early stages here.
Yeah, well, we've seen waves all up and down the beach this morning, but that was a nice turn there. Like, kind of just went a bit wonky, had to elevate a drop down. Not sure if it'll come in too high. Kind of had to put the brakes on a bit, but yeah, big elevator drop and pushing through that foam. Will be a good backup though, under priority.
And Mikey Madonna on the replay here. Nice forehand slice,
Yeah,
Rich.
beautiful carve there, just really powerful. Great extension. He's a pretty big lad. And he uses that leverage well. Smooth style.
Seems impossible to like push through those last sections and come through the foam, but he's so good at it.
Oh, here we go. Matrian now. Nice hit in the pocket there. Compact surfer. Started off the Challenger Series looking pretty sharp last year. He didn't do too well on the Gold Coast. Jackson Baker's also probably thinking of his result on the Gold Coast as a throwaway. Well, he is for sure. Had a 25th place finish there. I expected him to really shine up there. There was some slower days at the start of the window at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, and you know, it hurt a lot of competitors that have been carrying great form. You had to be sharp, especially in the earlier rounds. So difficult to find opportunities in a slower lineup.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that yesterday. You know, Snapper seemed like if you made a priority error or you went the wrong way, you were down the back of the line in fourth, and sometimes there just wasn't many opportunities in the heat. So seems like today there's a lot of opportunity. You can see Jackson's just like, I want to get as many waves as I can in this first half of the heat.
Yeah, he's actually going to score pretty well for that second ride. I think the judges do love the big elevator drop. He did so well to hang on to it. Wasn't an easy section to make. Mikey Madonna, though, he puts up a 5.7. Momentarily jumps into the lead, but Jackson Baker's back in front now with a 5.67. So a bit of a shift up here, but Mikey and Jackson starting nicely. Conditions, we know that we're starting to see a few funnels out there. Stace, what's going on?
Yeah, that's right, Ron, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and as we can see, all the competitors moving down to the car park section here at North Narrabeen. And tell you what, when you walk down the runway here and get at eye level, it's thumping, and yeah, hopefully a few more tubes, Ron.
Bring it on. Whose stocks go up? Who's looking sharp when you look at some of those earlier heats with the flip to the rights here at car parks as opposed to those lefts?
Oh, look, it's pretty hard to go past Jackson Baker. He's so light on his feet but powerful when he needs to be, and I think this open face ride's going to suit him down to the ground, Ron.
Yeah, I think that's a great observation. Thanks for the update on the conditions there, Stathius. Just under 20 minutes to go here. And Jackson Baker just banking a couple of fives early on. And you just get the feeling with what we've seen from him so far. You know, he's quite easily got himself into that mid 5-point range. He's got big combos, that impeccable timing, which, Rich, is going to serve you really well in lumpier conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to time it right, otherwise, you know, you'll cop it. You'll get head first into the sandbar. But Jackson's been training in waves like this. In particular, the last couple of months, he's been doing a lot of time up around the Newey area. Been watching his social clips drop, and he's just been concentrating on that one big layback hack. Mikey Madonna finds another one. Just a lip line projection, and that's a perfect example of the timing.
Busted stick. Mikey just waving to his caddy there. And here we goes, Manly's George Pittard just starting this one with a little slice to set up a more vertical approach. Critical turn there. He'll get the finish. And maybe he's making his way in now. He's going to change equipment as well. 8.5 minutes to go. Mikey Madonna's got a tail pad and 3 fins. And, you know, with that shallow sandbar too, you are almost landing on a transition that's not even flat. You're landing on an uphill
Looks like
transition.
There's maybe 2 feet of water where these waves are breaking on. And that water can be pretty hard and flat.
Hang on.
Yeah, it fucking works. Yeah, okay. Go right up, mate. Take the deep paddle, okay?
Caddy doesn't want to get his shoes wet. It's chilly out there at the moment.
Yeah, Tony on hand.
Tony makes him make the jog up the beach. He's got plenty of time, just on 18 minutes to go. I mean, it was great commitment to that final section from Mikey. you know, probably putting a pretty first preference piece of equipment on the line.
It looked like he had that turn as well, and then it must have just snapped right then and there under, because he kind of toppled forward over his board, and there it is, snapped right on the tail there. That's a pretty unique snap.
Pretty clean.
Yeah, I wonder if that kid's going to be able to hang on to those fins and the leash. They're kind of valuable to the surfers. They like to get those back.
Oh,
if they don't, oh, there you go. Yeah, good on you, Tony.
Tony knows that. I'll let you in on a little secret here. We actually have made some pure fiberglass versions of that MF template, and I gave a set to Mikey, and he just instantly said, "Can I get another one, please?" Because they felt really nice for him, and that's the set that Tony's got right there.
Yeah, I don't even know if Tony's going to leave the tail pad on that ball. I'll take everything. But the Groms will score at different stages. I wonder what happened with George's board.
Take you to second. And
Xavier being a bit cagey there.
It might just have a little crease.
White, you're looking for a 5.97.
Right. He just wanted a board change. He reckons the fins were no good. So
you see board caddy extraordinaire. Xavier Huxtable down there. Caddy for George.
He actually told me that he put bigger fins in this board because he felt like he wanted just a bit more hold and a bit more acceleration, but it must be feeling a little sticky for him. George tends to ride a fairly upright fin. He normally rides the CI upright. The fin that was in that board is the regular CI board, which has a lot more sweep to it. So, you know, these little decisions that surfers have to make and adjustments to their equipment, this is the stuff that kind of goes on in the background before they even paddle out.
And with those fin changes, you can completely change the performance of your board.
100%. You know, it's. I said it the other day actually when I was chatting to someone. There's magic in the surfboard design, no doubt, but the fins help bring that magic to life. So, you know, you can turn an average board into a magic board just by simply finding that perfect set that goes with it.
15.5 minutes to go. George back out there now. And he's not going to get himself into this one, so falls to the bottom of the priority order. And Jackson Baker is hanging on to the lead here at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the second half of this first heat of the round of 64 for the men in just a moment.
Down to 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's going to be doing breaks as he drops, and he'll work his way down to you, bro. Do you have enough water and everything, mate? Need anything else at the moment? The Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're into the round of 64 for the men, and we're seeing those top seeds light the break up at the moment. Jackson Baker out in front at this stage, had a really quick start.
has been patient now in improving on his heat score total. Mikey Madonna, a busted board for him. He's back out there. He's holding down that second position at the moment. George Pittard, he hit the box there for a moment. Had a quick wheel change. He's got some new fins in his board. He's back out there in third spot, looking for a 5.38 to get up into second. It's the bus surfer, Adir Amadjian, who's in fourth position. He's got priority and really just looking to put up a score with a bit of meat in it to get himself back in this heat. 12 minutes to go. Some movement here. And Ada, he's taken off at the moment, loading up. Plenty of spark in his surfing. He attacks the pocket, gets hung up though. So a waste of priority there.
Wow, he's got a lot of flair to his surfing now. I think he's still pretty young, doing the junior tour last year, World Juniors.
He had a run at the challenges though as well.
Yeah, I remember him getting a pretty good result down at Ericeira there in Portugal. So we watch the replay here, streaking down the line, and just, it's so funny how that wave just tapers off so quick and almost comes back at you. You kind of got to get into your turn maybe a half a second before you think you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 19 years of age, Adu, and following in the footsteps, of course, of some great bass surfers. As we see George Pittard on that new board, and looked a little catchy there through that first ride. He's probably just feeling that board out. 11 minutes to go. But yeah, just got to give props to some of those bus surfers. None better than Aritz Aranaburu, who had some huge results on the championship tour. I'm sure he's watching on. But here's George on the replay here, Rich.
Yeah, just glides over that first section and then just catches a bit of an edge on that hillside rail, just drags it round. But yeah, as you said, Ron, maybe just feeling out the different board, the different fins, the different feel, just overextends on that cutty. He'll be looking to pick this up here because I feel like Jackson and Mikey are just going to keep building. These scores are going to keep going north. Here goes Jacko now.
Yeah, he's been patient and waiting for his turn to maybe improve on his heat score. Great floater to get started. Bashes through the lip. There's that timing that we touched on earlier. And gets a final turn in as well.
Solid.
Yeah, such a well-surfed wave by Jacko there. And love the way he just came from so deep on the peak. A lot of speed even coming from his paddle there to just get that projection down the line and get that first float.
There was so much discussion. I went and hung in the competitors area for a while, and there was not confusion, but just, you know, planning going on as we see Jacko here comes around this section, throws it up quickly and then gets that finishing turn. But you know, there was surfers like looking for opinions from a number of different crew here. Replay of Mikey's wave and just belts that final section. Geez, he's really connected at the moment, isn't he?
And he would have had a look at plenty of sections like this in the last month or so. Lennox has had plenty of waves and a really shallow sandbar, so there's been some heavy sections to negotiate.
Picked up a bit of seaweed on the way out.
Fluffy little tail there.
A little bunny tail.
Yeah, he's tangled up in it at the moment.
Oh, nothing worse.
Oh, it's the worst feeling, isn't it, when the seaweed monster's just hanging onto your leash and trying to pull you back down into the depths.
It's good training, though. Adds a bit of kgs.
Just under 9 minutes to go here, waiting on numbers to come through for Jackson. You know, that there was a level of faith that Jackson had in that ride, that it would have more down the line. And instead of overcooking the first section, he showed some restraint, went to the float. It was the right move choice for the section. And he was able to get a combo happening at the end of that ride. I think the judges will like it. Did have a 5.67 for a single backhand hit. It was more dynamic, the backhand hit, than any other turn he did on that last ride. But much like Kobe Enright earlier on in the women's event, you know, when you can find a flow in these kind of conditions, it sort of stands out.
For sure. If you can keep speed, you know, amongst all that froth and foam, and just keep that down the line and finish well.
Yeah, so Jackson did add to his tally there. 5.93. And that is, at the moment, the best ride. But we're expecting Mikey Madonna to maybe challenge that with his end section hit. It was a lot more critical, a big bowling section. And where he got the timing maybe just a little off in finding some kind of pillow to land on his previous wave, which broke his board. That time he absolutely dialed it in. He nailed it, and he got himself a big score, 7.17.
Yeah, it really felt like the same turn that snapped his board before, and this time he nailed it. Landed so clean and rewarded, 7.17. It was a chunky, meaty section, and
yeah, we'll bring up a replay of it, Rich, and you can talk to us about, you know, the keys to successfully negotiating a horror oncoming section.
Yeah, no worries at all, mate. So Mikey gets a nice little setup turn here. Look, see how he came up and under and then on top of the lip. So if he had been 1 second later and didn't get actually up on top of the lip there, he would have just got fully clipped. And he did it really well. And then there's this, at that point, it's almost instinctual. You're going by feel, but then you're projecting out. You want to project out and away from that dangerous lip as it's breaking, and you want to land just before, like milliseconds before it explodes behind you.
And then, you know, absorbing that impact.
Nice and low on the re-entry back onto the wave face.
So and almost getting a little extended halfway through the turn.
Yeah, you could see, you know, if we actually pull it up again, you'll see Mikey compresses, extends, and then compresses again. And it's, you know, those thighs and knees are almost like shock absorbers. So it gets low, and then gets low here, extends, and then low again, just to compress and really take that shock.
you really have to commit as well. Just get all that weight on the front foot just to project out.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of weight that you need to transition to. If you're over your front foot, you're in danger of nosediving. On those steeper sections where the wave cups out under you, you really need to make sure you've got your weight over your back leg.
Laura, for you, I mean, you've paddled into 30-foot waves at Jaws before. That's a different level of commitment. Does it make attacking end sections like the one we just saw Mikey hit a little easier? Do you look at sections like that and just go, meh? Oh, easy.
I mean, yeah, I feel like when you get in bigger surf, like those waves that are really intense, so see Mikey take off, it does make these small conditions feel less stressful and safe.
Oh, nice. Smooth carve there. I mean, he's looking to improve on a 5.7 to increase his lead here at the moment. Probably won't do it, but just great control, dropping out of the lip there. Yeah, there's no change of the threat for me. I haven't been in big enough surf to not be concerned about hitting end sections like that.
I think the biggest fear when hitting a big end section is kind of your knees, you know, coming down and maybe having a wrong slip and, you know, yeah, just any sort of weird fall you can suffer knee injuries pretty easy like that, ankle injuries as well. But yeah, that can happen anywhere. I know people that have done a lip line floater when it's 1 foot, their legs slipped off and buckled their knee. Yeah,
and think about Mikey Madonna's run through this heat. He broke a board. He actually put his knees and ankles on the line because he really does want to wrestle a big, massive result out of this contest. But he went back out there, and on the very next wave he caught. He attacked the end section, and you know, it wasn't quite as heavy, but a level of commitment there.
So you think of the committed turns everyone's doing at Margie's, that end section, it's unbelievable. You have to put your body on the line to get through these and really get those high scores.
3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Let's have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap. It started for Jackson Baker, just summoning up a bit of vision out here at Car Park Rides. Yeah,
LeTube to start things off, but it was Mikey Madonna who started to build and find these open face walls, just bringing this front side carving game, getting to the finish on all of his rides here. Just looks like he's putting a really, professional, well thought out heat together, not making any silly mistakes. The surfing's about, I'd say kind of 80 to 90%, a little bit more there. It's nice and composed, but it just looks really good. And have a look at this turn here, this critical lip line. Floater there as he comes down. I don't think you call it a floater. It's kind of like an under-the-lip snap.
Oh, have a look at this one. For Ada He climbs up into the pocket. Better hit there for him. But he's just struggling to put it together out there at the moment, as is George Pitar. They're being outclassed here by some more experienced competitors. Mikey Madonna, his second run at the Challenger Series. 7 events last year. His best result was a 9th. He's already been able to equal it this season. But his performances have sharpened up a lot. He's looking good.
I feel like wave selection's just really letting George and Adair down. You know, they're getting these waves that really don't have that sort of big, that big end section. Their waves are either sort of going smaller or just not really giving them anything to work with.
Yeah, 8 or 2, like he's just looking like he's kind of stabbing at the lip and not really drawing through his moves yet, whereas, you know, Jackson and Mikey just look a little less rushed on these walls at the moment, a little less desperate. And here goes Jackson now, loading up. Nice hit there. Jackson was starting to really collect some solid numbers on the championship tour, doing some of his best surfing. But even that doesn't guarantee you your heat wins at the CT level. But it did feel through the start of this season, his surfing, you know,
It lifted, for sure.
It was finding a place on the championship tour. A 9-point ride against Felipe Toledo in smaller conditions at Winky is, you know, a testament to where he's got his performance at.
Yeah, for sure. He was definitely lifting and the performance level was rising. You can see there's a new energy to Jackson's approach as well. It's a bit faster than what it was. The turns are a bit sharper.
Yeah, the longer the moustache gets, the better surfing seems to be becoming.
Yeah, he's becoming so well-rounded and just dangerous in everything.
Here he goes again, swinging on this one. Seeing a little bowl down the line, bit of weed to deal with, slides the tail.
Air guy.
Controls it for the finish, but won't go into the top 2. So just on 40 seconds to go here. And there's a pretty decent score required here for George Pitar. He's got the priority at the moment.
Yeah, there's been a couple of these deeper rides that have just gone under them. George, he's way south now, just looking for something. He's got 20 seconds. He's got priority. But you can see Adair just not finding any open face there either. Just Jackson and Mikey have just been in a really good rhythm with the sets.
Here we go, though. George is going to get an opportunity. This is his last shot at it. Needs to dig in. Beautiful turn. And pulls into the closeout. Locks in. Not much else he could do. Didn't have a lot of time to get on top of that section. But he started that ride so well.
There's a big sigh from the Manly support crew down on the beach. Unfortunately, one of the Northern Beaches locals is going to retire here in the round of 64.
On paper, a tough heat. Looking at the conditions, a difficult heat. But Jackson Baker, Mikey Madonna, you know, they put scores up straight away, and that put the pressure on the youngsters.
Yeah, they got it done early. It's so important, that quick start. Just, you know, mentally, it can really be an advantage for you as you start to build. That man there, just a really well-composed heat. Great performance.
Yeah, 7.17. That was the benchmark in the heat. And he's on his way to the next round, George Pitar. He'll be getting some words of wisdom from Jackson Baker and some encouragement there. Jackson right behind the Aussie squad on the Challenger Series. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, local boy Dylan Moffat will hit the lineup. GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the World Surf League Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. And by Northern Beaches Council, major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome back to the show. We're moving through the round of 64 for the men here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And local boy Dylan Moffat's going to feel a lot of support from the hometown crowd. He's up at the moment. He's in that red jersey. Alejo Munez, a former CT surfer, one of Brazil's best, is out there in the blue. Luke Thompson from South Africa, strong surfer's going to be in the white jersey. And Michael Dunphy, a qualifying series, challenger series journeyman, out there in the green. A very popular surfer amongst his peers, and yeah, one of the best from Virginia Beach. Looking forward to seeing how he fares here. Love watching Dump surf, and always brings a lot of passion to his heats. Celebrates his victories in fine form, and we've seen him go on some pretty good runs here on Sydney's Northern Beaches before. We'll see how he fares against this rising crop, and obviously this guy, Alejo Munez, loading up for some speed, trying to punch through the curtain. Gets his head slammed in the door. And Luke Thompson there just swinging the fins around. But Alejo, he would have enjoyed a long vision inside that pit as Dunphy explodes through the roof and turns it into a bit of a float there, trying to grind back into the pocket.
Yeah, quick start. Everyone's learned from that first heat. Important to build those numbers quickly.
Yeah, nothing substantial on the board in that opening exchange. Not like what we saw from Jackson Baker and also Mikey Madonna in the last heat. And it's, just loses the back foot there. But yeah, it's been the recipe to sort of establishing a solid back half to the heat, relieving pressure throughout the earlier rounds of this event so far, especially with the lineup being a little mixed up. If you can get a couple of mid-range scores on the board, you know, you can really sort of force the rotation of priority and then start to get a little more picky towards the end. But you know, you don't need that perfect ride at the start, as Jackson Baker demonstrated earlier. You know, one big turn, even on a closeout, can really help your cause. And Alejo was kind of unlucky there not to find a doggy door.
Yeah, and it pays dividends to just keep the reps up, you know, because it's you're building points, you're building pressure for the other competitors, and you just never know. These little sections, they can often just change just in an instant, you know. Wave might just hold up a little bit longer than you expected. Opportunity arises quickly.
You know, when you got a doggy door and you go away for a couple of weeks or whatever, and there's that cover that you put down in the doggy door so no other animals can get into your house. That's what happened to Alejo on that last one. Went to push through, and it was shut, and he got slammed.
Yeah.
Didn't break his board though. That's a bonus.
Interesting positioning here. Alejo has priority, and he's actually sitting, you know, widest on the peak. Looks like he's going to use it right here.
Yeah. Just a WSL approved drop in right there. Alejo just gets the one turn in down the beach. Luke Thompson up. He might have some room to move here. Bit of foam on the face. Nice timing. And just taking this one right through to the inside. Gets a clean finish. And that will probably be the best number of the heat so far.
That was solid surfing from Luke there. And yeah, you saw Dylan Moffat. He actually took off on that wave behind Alejo and had to give way then. And so he's back out the back now. But you know, wasting a bit of time. He got that first wave, had to do a big paddle around, and bit of a mistake there to go. But Alejo making the most of that section. Such a short wave. It was like he's taken off and just gone, well, here's my one section, bash. Super nice. Not a lot of time on that wave at all. But yeah, Luke Thompson here getting a little runner, so getting 3 turns here, making the most of that section, sliding the fins and a bit of a foam climb there. So, one more extra little bash on the end.
Yeah, it was pretty decent too. Michael Dunphy on the replay, Rich.
Yeah, Michael just straight up into the lip here, and it's too much pressure over the front foot, catches an edge, goes down.
Yeah, it's there seems to be kind of 2 sorts of waves out there. There's the bigger set that just has that one big section, and there's the one that sort of allows the surfer to chip away at it, like we saw from Luke Thompson.
Yeah, we can see it looks like Alejo's opting to sit wider, and Dylan Moffat, obviously he's grown up here and he's surfed out here 100 times at 100 different conditions, and he's opting to go deeper. So he wants to find those waves, kind of like Jackson Baker found, whereas Alejo and looks like Dunphy sitting a bit further down, waiting for those bigger, maybe 1 section turns.
Great to have the editor of Track Surfing Magazine joining us on the commentary team this year, and he's down there with the winner of the last heat, Mikey Madonna.
Mikey, there's waves out there that offer multiple manoeuvre opportunities and others that just invite you to get the job done with one big turn. What was the thinking before you paddled out?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely just took the time to watch it. Got here early this morning and a few hours before my heat, and just noticed the change to the car park rights, and just with that tide dropping out, it just looked like I was able to score with at least just one big manoeuvre, just going for it, and yeah, I knew they'd pay me if I pulled it off, and yeah, Jacko seemed to find like little zippy ones under me, and yeah, I guess just going out there, my game plan was just to find probably like the bigger chunky ones, because I knew I could throw myself at it, and yeah.
We saw you snap a board early in the heat. Did you have an identical backup on the beach?
Yeah, I had an identical backup on the beach. The one I broke was just, unfortunately, that was my magic one that's got me through a lot of heats this year. So, yeah, unfortunate to see that one go out, but the one I hopped on is virtually identical, and yeah, I've got a lot of trust in my equipment. Darren's been shaping me some amazing boards at the moment, so yeah, that's one thing I've got covered.
And we saw your dad, Tony, doing the handover. How good is it to have your dad in your corner?
Yeah, so good having Dad here. He probably won't get to travel with me anywhere else. So, yeah, to have him here at the first 2 events is it's a bonus for sure.
Well, thanks, Mikey. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Good on you, Luke. Yeah, Mikey Madonna looking sharp, just sounding so confident in his post-heat interviews here and up at the Gold Coast. Magic boards, Rich. What's the process? Is there a morning period? Do you...
Yes, there is. You have to just cut the cord pretty quick, though, as we see a replay of Dylan up and riding. Just pounds that first section, a big roping cutback for the second. And continues down the line, gets the final little hit, almost jumps out of the lip on that one. And then behind him, Alejo Moniz just, going for the full projection floater. Ended up over the handlebars.
Wow. Full stick in the spokes. Just went down so hard. Mikey Madonna just talking about, that busted board. The end of a really special relationship. But pretty exciting, and entering a new one.
Yeah, exactly. You always have...
Get those special feelings in your stomach.
There's the, you always have the soldiers kind of lined up, and there's one that almost feels as good, and then all of a sudden you start, turning it into the favourite. So, but the beauty of shaping machines and, replicating designs these days, it's pretty cool. You can get really close to finding that new magic. But every board, you have to make an adjustment. It's like going on a date. You got to find out what works. And
it's hard to let go of the old faithful sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
But then, sometimes you can serve it to the death and you realise it's lost its spark. But sometimes,
then you put it in the roof, never look at it again. Rich, I'm shocked the way that you treat some of your magic boards through your career. You've got a couple of them still. They live in some weird back room. They don't see the light of day. Get them up on the wall, mate. Show them the love and respect they deserve.
There's no more space on the wall left, mate. Too many covers.
Yeah, that is true. I can vouch for that. What was it, 4 tracks covers? How many covers of Surfing World? Reggae Ellis was pretty much your best mate when he was the editor. So
yeah, I had a couple on Surfing World.
A couple of questionable photo choices.
Mate, they're all quality. Just
I'll
go
take credit for putting you on the cover of 2 Tracks magazines.
Come and visit my water closet and you'll see him there.
Water closet. Yeah, well, Alejo found a water closet out there. Unfortunately, didn't find an exit, and that's put him back in 4th position and chasing a score, the veteran campaigner. You know, Alejo, he had a couple of magic runs on the championship tour, none better than his rookie year. He finished 10th. And yeah, he's such an aggressive surfer. Unfortunately for him, his injuries had been plagued by injuries, gnarly knee injuries, I think an ankle injury too. So, you know, you've got to remember that. Each of these competitors, it faces those issues at different stages. Dylan Moffat had it before the Challenger Series kicked off last year. He was coming back from injury, yet still got to 11th position on the Challenger Series ranks last year. That's the reason we've seen him in some CT events, and we could likely see him in a couple more. But right now, the focus is the Challenger Series, and I like his surfing for big results on the Challenge. He's one of the guys that I've kind of highlighted as a threat to get back to the top 10.
For sure. Dylan Moffat is just such a well-rounded surfer. You know, it feels like he came onto the scene later. I've obviously seen him grow up here at North Narrabeen and shredding since he was super young, but it was like he flicked a switch when he, you know, 17, 18, and just came through. And, you know, even last year on the Challenges and yeah, the year before when he did his first one, everyone was like, who's Dylan Moffat? And then he just came out and went absolutely berserk.
Yeah. He just exploded onto the scene. I think he gets the credit because he's an aggressive attacking surfer. Really mellow guy on land, but when he gets out there, he throws. Nice.
One of the nicest humans you'll ever meet, and yeah, he's got everything in his bag of tricks. He can pull off huge airs. We saw him go up against Gabriel Medina here in 2021 at the CT here, and put it to him, really. He went down in the end, but amazing showing.
He's just got himself in the lead here, just under 16 minutes to go. And Michael Dunphy in 3rd, looking for a 4.68. Alejo's after a 5.01, and we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show, the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Just the second day of the event window. Sadly, we're already letting go of some people, but that means we're also finding those form surfers. And at the moment, the surfer sitting on top of the order in the second heat of the round of 64 for the men is local boy Dylan Moffat, 6.67, 5.07. That'll keep the hometown crowd happy. Luke Thompson, a South African, he's currently in 2nd spot. Michael Dunphy, he's after a 4.68 to get to 2nd place. And Alejo's after a 5.01. Some sets standing up here on the outside. Priority with Dylan Moffat, sizing this one up. Opts not to go. Alejo gives it a chance. This wave starting to cup out. Just one big section. Great control there. And that should score pretty well. Will it be a 5.01? Not sure, but it could be right there. as Luke now gets an opportunity to solidify second position, maybe even go after the lead here. Just under 13 minutes to go, but that was a solid hit from Alejo.
Yeah, I feel like it was smart for Dill to let go of that, and Alejo, his second priority, said, yep, I'll take that. And yeah, knowing that he can, you know, do something big here, just up and under.
He got so low off that bottom turn, didn't he? There's Luke behind him. Down the line, he's picking these waves that have got a little bit more travel time on them, but not able to convert that final manoeuvre. Here goes Dunphy outside. He almost looks like there's a bit of urgency to his surfing that needs to just relax just a touch.
Yeah, just been zooming into those first sections, but not really able to bring the board back into the bowl. Yeah, Alejo, to me, you know, wave selection's the only thing kind of holding him back there. He got that one big hit in there, but when I think about his strength, he has a really quick frontside slashing turn that, you know, moves a lot of water, has a lot of power in it. And if he just finds a wave with a couple of bowls on it, I think he'll easily get the numbers he needs to get it into a qualifying position.
Yeah, I feel like he knows that the judges are throwing down scores for one big turn, but I feel like he's taking off on waves that really don't have enough time to even get a little check turn in before that.
Yeah.
So it's just, that's what's keeping the scores down.
Looked a little rushed, hasn't he? Well, we've been chatting about the champs that were bred on the Northern Beaches. And obviously the world champions deserve those big accolades. But there's just so many CT surfers that have come from this region too, Rich. Who are some of your favourites?
Yeah, look, you know, thinking back a little bit further, obviously, you know, the greats, Bainey, Barton, Tom Carroll, the champions, Duma, but there's other guys too, like Mike Ramelsi and even Mark Banno from North Narrabeen here, one of the locals, and then my era, kind of Hedgies, Noodles, who I did the tour with for a number of years. Is, you know, we're good friends and travel partners.
Yeah,
kind of saw the world together, you know, and was living our dream of being on the tour. And then obviously on the women's side, you know, hard to go past the greatest, Blaine, obviously from Manly. But it's interesting, outside of a couple, it really has been North Narrabeen and Manly producing the lion's share of all the champs and CT surfers from the area.
Easy, mate. What about Chelsea Georgeson Hedges from Avalon? World champ, one of the most stylish surfers, I think, ever.
For sure.
On the women's CT.
Yeah, really Chelsea and Tom from up that north end of Northern Beaches.
Yep.
Icons of the sport.
You're looking at me like that's miles away. It's on the same 30-kilometre stretch, Laura. You should cross the bridge here at North Narrabeen occasionally. Come up for a visit. But no, there is a long list. Dayan Neve, Kai Otten was living in the Manly area when he graduated to the tour ranks, back on the south coast these days. But one of my favourites, and
I just thought of another one too.
One of my favourites who I'm really thinking about at the moment, just based on the approach of his surfing, was Shane Herring. Dylan Moffat, Shane Herring, different beaches, but Shane Herring had that similar kind of style. He was a shorter guy, really kind of boxy in his stance, incredible power, and had an unbelievable read and mature read on the ocean at a really young age. And he had a huge win here on the Northern Beaches.
Yep, unbelievable. He got the Classic win here at Narrabeen over Kelly, and that was really, you know, that was the thing that set the wheels in motion for Shane. You know, he went on tour and had a whole lot of success. But yeah, no, Shane was another one that I grew up with, competing against, and he was always that sort of step above. We were O'Neill team riders, and then we ended up riding for Hot Tuna after that. So,
and Shane's shaping and designing boards now and doing really well with it. So yeah, definitely look up Shane Herring if you're in the market for a new stick.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's he's a character, no doubt about that. But Stuart Bedford-Brown actually going a little bit further back again.
Stuart Bedford-Brown is just an absolute enigma these days. He still has his favourite little spot that he likes to surf. If someone else paddles out, he paddles in.
Really?
He just loves his solo sessions.
Some of the other names. What else we got here? Obviously Davo. We can't rest in peace, Davo, but we obviously can't forget his impact on the surfing world.
Yeah, and man, he just, what a raw talent What a raw individual.
Merrick Davis, another one, another Queenie boys.
That's right. Yeah, Kingsley Looker.
Kingsley, yep.
Yeah, Kingsley Looker, real estate agent on the Northern Beaches these
We're
days.
starting to get the list going.
Sold a house for me back in the day. Also put out a piano album.
He did, yeah. I remember he used to come around to my place, actually. And
him and George Pittar should hook up, because I was saying at the Challenger Series event on the Gold Coast, George Pittar looks like he could be singing in the lobby of the Novotel down there at Manly Beach on a Friday afternoon.
And speaking of real estate agents, you know, we can't obviously forget Toby Martin either, another one of the DY surfers.
Yeah, murderer.
The
what a great nickname.
Yeah.
Always putting people on edge. Funnily enough, he's a lovely bloke.
Yeah, Tobes and I, again, travelled a lot together. So
yeah, I remember Tobes having a magic run down there at Bells, getting a win over Mick Fanning and getting himself to finals day. But out there in the lineup at the moment, we're seeing a bunch of foreigners going up against one of the Northern Beaches' current hopes. Michael Dunphy up at the moment, chasing down a score to get himself into the top 2 here. He only needed 4.68. Still got time, 7 minutes to go. Not sure that one's going to get him there.
Yeah, super close at the moment. You know, Alejo and Michael Dunphy are only needing high 4s. So Luke Thompson has not closed the door on this at all. Dill Moffat seems like he's ahead by a fair way at the moment. But Michael Dunphy just scratching in. This is a small wave, but had a nice bowl. Hits that first section, a bit of flare, and then up and over, but more of a foam sort of climb section there. So I'm not sure how the judges will look at this one, but keeping his speed throughout, throwing the tail and throwing a lot of spray there, so it could go there. Could be close.
Really close. Yeah, talking about CT performers down at Bells Beach that were on the championship tour, Luke Steadman made the semi-finals down there one year, and Luke Steadman and his dad Shane, I mean, big name. Shane-O had a birthday recently. I got along to that. That was up the coast where they've relocated now, but Shane Steadman had a big surfboard factory here. Here goes Alejo Munez. He's had some big end sections turns, none bigger than that one, and he knows it's good. You know, occasionally you'll see a surfer execute a move. It might look comparable to some of the other moves that they've laid down in a heat, but they know what the panel's looking for. And that was a much better version of the same move, which fetched his best score earlier on.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been able to hit that 5-point range, which is what he is needing to do. I mean, he's actually needing a 4.75, so he's already got a 4.7 on one big hit, and so this might go there. Just getting a more tail blow into that, and just a nice sort of rooster tail spray and pressing down. He really liked that one. So with 5 minutes to go,
he's in his head playing WSL Challenger Series judge right now, and he knows that he's after just a high range 4, and my feeling is he's going to get it. The reason why that turn was so good for me is that he actually cut a deep bottom turn to get to that section, didn't lose any speed, accelerated into the move.
Yeah, well, he's had 4 or 5 waves now where he's gone to that single turn, but that's the best one that we've seen so far.
4.5 minutes to go. He's desperate to hit a number. But again, it's, you know, Alejo's taking a chance on waves that are shutting down, and, you know, it's just the way it's worked out for him in this heat, the rhythm.
Yeah, totally different game plans. You know, those other guys are sitting deeper on the peak, looking for those runners that are going to allow 2 turns. Luke Thompson here just trying to go to the air and better that 3.5, but he's not going to do it there. So maybe a bit of a mistake there for Luke. He maybe should have just sat out the back and waited to hear what this score was from Alejo, held priority.
Yeah, you can tell Luke, after he scored pretty well earlier on, threading some moves together, has been looking for that same thing. But it would have really paid off for him to wait for a bigger section, as Alejo has, to potentially get himself a bigger number. But it does feel like Alejo is going to get the number he needs for me. Score's starting to roll through, and the first couple of judges are saying, yep, he's done enough. And here it comes, 4.97. He jumps up into second.
Yep, well, the judges said that was the best one, the best single hit that he's done so far, just marginally, but it was enough.
Wow, so Luke Thompson now needing a 3.7. He's not going to wait around. He's going to get going, but that wave just not offering him anything to work with.
He's hit the panic button pretty early here. Still 3 minutes to go, which with this kind of high repetitive swell, which is sending just waves all the time, probably better off just sitting back and just waiting for that better wave.
Yeah, he's got the 6-point ride in his pocket, so he just, 3.7 is, it's a hard wave to sort of find, but if he can sort of pull from Alejo, it is only a 1 turn he needs, but it needs to be a quality wave.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman Heat recap here. Dylan Moffat took a while to get going, actually. Had a couple of throwaway scores, but I love that. It's raw, it's aggressive, and it's got him out in front at the moment.
Yeah, love this serving from Dill. Just wanting to get going. He's surfed out here countless times. He knows where to be, and he'd probably be feeling the nerves out there, just wanting to get going. But Alejo, he's been finding these 1-turn waves. That was his highest.
He's a one-hit wonder at the moment. He's just doing the same turn, and it's got him hanging on to second spot at the moment. He'd love to get some opportunity to thread a combo together. He looks switched on. This is the danger man for Alejo. He doesn't need a whole lot to get himself in a better position here. Luke Thompson there, just one hit. And he needs a 3.7. I think what's going to be interesting for Luke, even though he timed that hit well, is the comparisons will be made to the end section hits that Alejo's done previously.
Yeah, Alejo's waves have been much throatier and chunkier. So, I mean, he got a opportunity though. Alejo must have caught the wave before. It was a really nice, well-timed bash. Yeah, see, Alejo's gone left here, and let's see what he did. One nice big hit in the pocket, and he's going to get another one. So, will that up the requirement? Doesn't look like he rode out.
That's a 2-turn combination there from Alejo, so he may even make this requirement a little bit bigger for Luke Thompson here. That 3.7 might get a 4 in front of it in a second once these scores drop in.
Ooh, time winding down now, 45 seconds. Everyone's within reach, waiting on the scores to drop here for Luke Thompson. Alejo's got a number on the way too. Doesn't look like it's going to improve Alejo's 2-wave total. So the South African, he'll be hanging on their score. The wise thing to do at the moment would not be to wait to hear the requirement, but just maybe get busy. It looks like he's going to get enough here. 4.4. Oh. Well, it did fall under the score that Alejo dropped for his end section hit. But it's the 6 really that's given him the edge there. As we see, the surfers splitting the peak. Michael Dunphy never really kind of catching fire in this one. In the scoreline, it's a really close heat. Dylan Moffat's going to hang on for the victory here. But yeah, looks like Luke Thompson's going to jump Alejo here and get himself up into that second position.
You can see a little bit of frustration there from Alejo Muniz, and well, it's tough. The losses are tough.
Well, he was busy. Luke Thompson a little busier, but he just never really got the opportunity to show us his full repertoire. It was just that one turn that he kind of kept bringing to those end sections.
I do feel if Alejo had been able to ride out of that second turn on the left, he might have been able to up that score a little bit, but...
How you doing? Oh, serving here.
Well, Dylan Moffat gets the victory here. Luke Thompson gets himself second spot. They're marching through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. More to come. I'll bring in Stace and Jess for the call.
Yeah, sure.
welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Just saw some amazing images there of the city and the northern beaches. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined alongside me, the queen of the Central Coast, Jess Grimwood. How you doing, Jess?
Yeah, well, thank you. I think I'm now becoming quickly a grandmother, though. I think the queen at the moment is Molly.
That's true. Yeah. Well, where does that leave Macy?
Macy is pretty close behind. I think, there will be some overthrows maybe this season.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Boiling pot of talent up your way, and we'll get to see a few more of those surfers later on in the week, particularly Macy. But at the moment, an international heat, if I've ever seen one, Jess. Carlos Munoz, Federico Moraes, Ketut Agus, and Connor Slippen.
Yeah.
To round this one out. And we saw a pretty scrappy last heat there. It was local boy Dylan Moffat getting the job done there. And I'm hoping we see a few more fireworks in this one, Jess.
Yeah, I think Dill's surfing was really good. I was stoked to see him get through. I feel like he's so silky. I mean, obviously he's got the home court advantage here, but it's just nice to see that open kind of forehand style of his. So I'm looking forward to this heat as well. Like you said, it's a real mixture of all these guys like CT experience versus like the new South African talent coming up in Connor.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that pretty much every one of these guys, like where they come from and where they grew up and where they surfed, has a beach that looks exactly like this. You know, Frederico coming from Portugal, I know where he's from there in Cascais. There's plenty of days that he would surf like this, and much like Connor from Cape Town and Carlos and Ketut, where they're from around the world, just typically a little cleaner, but you know, mixed open beach breaks are certainly right into their forte. So I'm interested to see how they make sense of this one. We've seen everyone sort of move off the left down into the car park section, and although there's a bit of wind on the open face, everyone's getting their opportunities, Jess.
Yeah, there's still heaps. I mean, even that first heat of the men's, like Jacko's heat, was pretty sick, and I like the vibe that was going on up there in the competitors area, like the cheering, and everyone's really invested in today. I know it's early rounds for the men, but of course, like Challenger Series stuff, when it comes down to the wire, Stace, like it's like every heat is actually that important.
Yeah, totally. And even, you know, these opening round heats are absolutely stacked. And I think that turn probably gets thrown around pretty loosely these days, but that's no joke here. As we see Carlos up and riding here, beautiful open face wave, nice big turn to start, and I think that's going to do wonders for his confidence to get the ball rolling there. The judges, they won't take too much time to get that score in there. It is a 4. We might be coming back from that one.
Yeah, I think that's one of his opening rides, and then that's going to be his backup now, I'm pretty sure. So that thing, like, I mean, have a look at the replay. I always love getting your insight into this as well, Stace. Like, he kind of two-stages the landing because he's hit it just that little tad early. But, I mean, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, I think on a day like today, you know, from the view of, like, the VIP deck and even up where we are here a little higher, it doesn't look as sort of powerful out there, but when you get down to eye level, it's crunching on the sandbar, so you want to get there early to those end sections just to make sure of it that you're riding out of it there. So Carlos definitely getting the job done there, and you saw in the turn just kind of stomping on the tail to bring the nose up so that he can ride out of it and make absolutely sure of himself there.
Yeah, I think he might have 2 scores coming then, because that's like a flurry, that 4, 6, 7 he has to throw away, then he's got that right, the one big turn, and now he's got the left, so it's pretty busy for Carlos.
I think that'd have to be the way to go on a day like today, as we have another surfer having a look here. Just looking at this point with third priority, that was Connor Slippen. It's certainly two ways of going about it today, and I think getting after it early rather than waiting is certainly the strategy in these mixed up conditions. We've seen Carlos get off to a quick start here with a couple of 4s, and now he can really look to just keep building on that. I know we saw Michael Dunphy in the earlier heat, unfortunately not progressing, and he really only had that one big opportunity, unfortunately fell, and I think on a day like today, you probably can't sit and wait for that wave. It's just a matter of a bit of pot luck and it coming to you, but having that little buffer of some scores there to build on, I think could take that pressure off and certainly let your performance sort of open up a little bit, as we see Ketut here up and riding, open face slash to get things started, and a beautiful closeout turn to finish. Sharp. That'll feel good as your first wave for the young Indonesian.
Yeah.
Travelling with Rio Waida up there on the Gold Coast, but a little bit more on his own program down here.
What are you seeing so far? I mean, I know it's day 2 of competition while we wait for that score to lock in. Actually, let's have a look at the replay too. I just feel like this second turn is so sharp. He just looks really easily on tilt on the rail and just there. Just a lot of excitement out of pretty much a nothing little section.
Totally, and it's a tough day for the judges. They've got two different styles of waves being ridden. They've got the smaller waves with probably more radical surfing, and then they've got the bigger set waves where the surfers are committing to the end sections, much like that of Frederico there. So it's sort of a lot to break down. But while we're waiting for those scores to come in, we've got Luke Kennedy with the winner of the last heat. We might leave you on hold there, Luke, as Carlos looks to build on his total. Not to be on this one, but yeah, local boy Dylan Moffat doing well down there, Luke.
Dylan, what's it like to be the local favourite at a beach like Narrabeen where there is so much expectation to perform?
It's pretty sick, actually. Like, having everyone down here at the beach supporting, even though it's a bit windy and wild and woolly, is just like makes you so proud to be from here. And I hope the waves light up at the end of the week, because we all know what the waves are capable of. So good to get the first one out of the way.
We're at a championship series event and we're surfing car park rights. Did you see that coming?
Nah, no way. Especially like the last few days, the lefts have been so fun. Just like lining up so well, and just got like that swells kind of filled in. So I didn't think I'd be surfing car park rights, but it's actually fun when the right one comes through.
So this definitely wasn't where you were practicing in the lead up to the event?
Well, it was kind of funny. We had that little Surfing New South Wales junior plump muck around event down on the car park right bank 2 days ago. So it was kind of like a little crystal ball moment that it happened to end up surfing a heat out there.
And obviously so much local knowledge, but have you got someone else as a second pair of eyes, second pair of ears working with you?
Yeah, there's about 50 of them in the car park that have all surfed here for even longer than I have. So there's always heaps of help down here from all the local community.
It sounds like you've got a lot of support and a lot of opinions to filter through. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Yeah, thanks heaps. Cheers.
He's a crack up. Dylan Moffat, he'd be stoked to get through that one there. Tricky conditions and definitely a bit of added pressure surfing at home, but he did well. As we see Freddie Kickash up and riding here. He's got a score to lock in and another one to add to here. But yeah, getting back to Dylan Moffat, I'm sure he's got at least 50 people helping him out.
Yeah, a lot. But I mean, as an industry man, Stace, when you look at somebody like Dill, is he one of those dudes that you just want on your roster? Like, because to me, as an absolute fan of it, hang on, let's have a look at the replay first. I feel like he really makes something out of nothing with this. I mean, kind of a check turn, up and over, a bit of spray, and then really clicks in over, like, parallel straight over that last chunky little section. I mean, it's a small wave, but we've seen some of the heats being progressing with like mid-fours all day.
For sure. It's, as we mentioned earlier with Carlos, just getting some sort of something in your scoreline to get something to build off with the rest of this 20 minutes, I think is important for Fred. And he's certainly done that there as we got Connor up and riding. This wave's got a little double up in front of it, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can make of this last turn. He's looking sparky on his feet, but I just think the wave selection there is going to let him down. We saw a 6.33 drop in for this man, Katut Agos. He's on another good-looking wave. Oh, sensational turn in the lip and gets absolutely guillotined.
Oh, she almost had that too right at the end. Oh, that's been destroying boards too. I think you were down there.
Yeah, Mikey Madonna broke, 5/6 of the front half of his board off, and not a good place to be when you've got a long paddle. But thankfully today the surfers can quickly just get in up the sandbar, and it's done. They're coming up to a low tide now at 1 o'clock, so definitely not a long changeover. But take us through this one, Jess.
Yeah, this is sick. This thing just doubles up so well. He almost gets there too, cracks it, tries to push, similar to Carlos Munez's kind of like double push down the face and stomping on that tail, like you said, Stace, to try and find that like confirmation of riding out in front of it, but he's just blasted apart.
Yeah, loved his attack there. He was definitely not looking to just add a backup to his tally. He was really looking to put a stranglehold on this heat. He's got the single highest score so far, so we'll look to see how he can build on that further. But in the meantime, Kaipo's out and about. Kipes, what are you up to?
Hey guys, as you can see, I'm frothing with Bonsoy, with the Bonsoy board caddies. What are you frothing on?
The surf that's been going on lately.
What are you frothing on?
All the surfers surfing lately.
What about you, my man? What are you frothing on?
I'm frothing on the surface.
Yeah.
I'm frothing on all the pros here.
Me too. What about you?
I'm frothing on the surf, the big waves and the action.
I love it. And I'm frothing on all the froth. So let's froth on out of here. Frothing with Kaipo.
Frothing with Kaipo, that's all time, but wow. Pretty cool job to have Jess being a Bonsoy board caddy. We had heaps of grums up on the Goldie, about 20 of them hanging at the bottom of the stairs, and it's good to see the initiative really taking off down here as well. I think that, you know, I always kind of wanted to be a ball boy in the tennis, but I think now that we've got Bonsoy board caddies, I think I want to be one of them.
Oh, there might be a spot for you, but you have to battle those Narrabeen locals. Oh, here's Freddie's replay of his last wave. Oh, so sick. Straight, so much pop for such a small section as well. What do you think of that, technicality-wise, Stace?
Personally, I loved it. It's something that I know Freddie's been working on heaps in his downtime since falling off tour. We know what Freddie's strengths are, and that's, you know, big open-face carves in waves like J-Bay and other right-hand points around the world, but to see him get radical like that was amazing. Speaking of radical, Carlos Munoz, great turn in the pocket there. Another slash out on the open face. He'll try to get a finish on this wave. He does well. But yeah, I mean, it's always good when you see someone adding to their repertoire. Yeah. And I think, you know, for someone like Freddie, as I mentioned, we know where his strengths lie, but in these kind of punchy conditions, you need to have those tricks in your repertoire, and he's certainly been working on that. But Carlos's wave here, Jess.
How's the bottom turn? It's almost like beyond 12 o'clock. It was heading up so high and tight, and he's kind of, I mean, it's a little bit kind of frothy and all over the place, but have a look at the slow-mo.
Oh, Benny down low on the slow-mo angle, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn, pretty much. Similar to what's been happening, like nothing super crazy sections, but the guys have been kind of surfing it above what's been offered. And like going back to Freddie's rotation there, I've never even seen him do an air, so that was really sick for me.
Connor up and riding, looking sparky on his feet, the young fella from South Africa. And we're waiting for a few scores here.
They've got a full resurgence coming too, I feel like. The whole South African group that are coming out of there, and I had a chat to a few of them, and I think it's been like tough. They don't have a massively stacked up like pathway of tours in any of, you know, juniors, QS or that, but now they've got the Challenger Series going back there too. This replay too for the man himself, Connor. I like that kind of carve down kick off. Kicks a bit of the tail out on the second manoeuvre as well, so that's going to go well. Yeah, and he had to get rid of that 1.5, and I think at this point for a lot of these fresher kind of rookies on the Challenger Series, they're going to be just feeling out the scale as well. I noticed that with fellow South African, that Jessie van der Kerk, she was like kind of at the end, out of the heat, but still kind of banking on those learnings from getting those scores in from the judges. And yeah, Connor, 4.07.
For sure, and I think it's kind of the naivety of youth sometimes can help out if you're not really, you know, you haven't surfed a million heats on the Challenger, you can kind of just go into it and sort of see what happens rather than having like a real formulated, oh, I hope I get a 6 or I hope I get a 7. And I think it's definitely working for some of the youngsters, particularly some of the young women. Ellie Harrison, someone that comes to mind. She's just out there surfing, and it's definitely working for her. Well, we've got a bit of a break in the action here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. This heat is due to light up. beautiful vision of the northern beaches there, and at the moment we're at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, and it's a cracking day of surf action so far. Stace in the booth with Jess, and as we mentioned at the start of the heat, Jess, a truly international lineup in this one, and it's the Portuguese surfer Freddie Moraes out in the lead at the moment, but it's Ketut Agus for me, Jess, who's sitting with the ace up his sleeve at the moment. He's got the 6.33. And he's only chasing a small score to get into second, but I reckon he'd be looking to go straight to the lead at this point.
Yeah, he's found the better waves too. I feel like those top-end fours for both Freddie and Carlos were really manufactured fours. They were just those weird kind of in-between waves that didn't shut down straight away, but Ketut had this difference. I mean, this is a little bit different. Oh, I almost thought he was going to pull that then for him, but the last, that 6.33, it was just so much better quality wave out there.
Totally allowed him to get a couple of strong manoeuvres in, and as you can see there, he's just got one gear, and it actually cost him on the Gold Coast. He had a really slow heat, and unfortunately had a fall in the first couple of minutes, which I'm certain he would have thought he was going to get to ride 6, 7, 8 waves, but it just wasn't the case up there. And I think it's definitely something he'd be looking to work on in this heat right now. It's just getting himself into a progressing position, and then perhaps looking to turn up the heat a little bit, because as the clock counts down, I've definitely seen heats lost with crew chasing around about this same number, as we see Connor here up and riding. Nice first turn in the lip, a good second section coming up here, but he's just a little late to the section there. He's going to ride out of it, but certainly left a few points in that section.
Gosh, that was really begging to be hit, that one. I reckon that was potential 5, that section. I don't know what went wrong. We might have to look at a replay, but here's some life.
Good to it, up and riding here. Only chasing a 2.61 to go into second. He likes it, and I would too. He's had 3 failed attempts there to secure a second decent scoring ride, and he's finally done it there. So I think not only will that be enough to get into second, I'd be surprised if that doesn't take him all the way up to the lead. He wouldn't need much more to go to first. As we see Freddie, this is the heat leader up and riding. A sequence of nice turns and a big finish. I take that back about going to the lead for Ketut. Freddie will definitely better a situation here, and the Portuguese surfer loved that wave. That would have felt good. There's not a lot of waves out there like that today, Jess.
Nah, I haven't seen a lot of valid claims at least today yet either, but I think he's feeling the flow, and you could feel it, just kind of absorbing how silky he is through his transitions. Here's the replay though for Cornish Slipper's last wave. He gets kind of hung up there, and it costs him because he's too late to that section, and potentially, I mean, we just saw, I think it was Luke Thompson and Alejo Muniz getting almost 5s on things like that.
Totally, and this is Ketut's right here. Beautiful layback turn. That was an amazing connection with the lip. And then Federico is one of his strongest rides here, Jess.
Yes, just so much composure, and it just all links together so well. I mean, last term was critical, plenty of spray. Let's have a look at a bit of a slow-mo. You can just see that he's just feeling his board so much. I feel like you can really tell he's super connected, and he's making those transitions pretty effortlessly, and it looks like he's got another one under his belt.
Totally, and you could just tell he was working his way down the line. It wasn't too much risk in those first couple of turns, just keeping the flow, and then really sunk the boot into that last turn there. So, you know, flow is probably not something that judges are really too worried about in these tricky beach break conditions, but when you see it, I do think they'll reward it, as we see Connor up and riding here. One thing I love about his surfing is he doesn't really have that double pump bottom turn. He really commits to his bottom turns. But I actually think in conditions like this, it sort of pays to be a little more sort of waiting on and off in your turns, as we see Federico here on another ride, Jess.
Yeah, this was the one straight off the bat of the end of that other replay. So 2 turns, nice kind of signature Freddie over the roof, almost a floater-esque for him. But yeah, he's looking, like you said, in flow, not necessarily super high scoreable, but super nice to watch.
Carlos here up and riding. His spot's definitely vulnerable there in second. A really nice carving first turn, but unfortunately, the wave didn't offer up any more scoring opportunity. And there we go, Ketut Agus for the single turn, scored a 5-point ride. So now that'll leave Federico Moraes chasing a 6.4 to get the lead back, but we are still waiting a score from Fred. And then it's Carlos and Connor here who are really going to have to step things up and try and break out of that 4-point scoring range, because we are expecting a pretty decent number to come through for Freddie, Jess.
Yeah, going to quickly just to Ketut Agus, Stace, I mean, you're pretty much in the trenches more than any other person that I see across you know, in the surf industry, and I'd love to hear your insight into him. I mean, I'm pretty sure he accompanied Rio Waida to the Olympics, and he didn't get to compete for Indonesia, but looking at this season and what he's poised for, I mean, we'll have a look at live action first, though.
Connor up and riding. Beautiful first connection in the lip, and tidy on the second, but again, just not sure that these waves are going to break out of that 4-point zone as Carlos up and riding here. Can't put the finishing touches on that one, but yeah, getting back to Ketut, to be honest, with Rio and Indonesia as a whole, like, we've always known that there's plenty of talent coming out of all the islands there, but it does take someone, you know, like an Onionwa, like a Rio Waida, in that newer generation to kind of break through and pave the way for that next generation. And those two guys in my era, they're the ones that have done it and sort of made it possible and made it the dream a reality for surfers like Ketut. It kind of reminds me like when Gabriel won the title for Brazil.
Yeah.
Like, once someone of your peer group did it, all of a sudden it became so doable. And I definitely think we're seeing that here with Ketut, and I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Rio Waida for that.
Yeah, well said. And I even think back to like video sections of like Rizal, like all those incredible, and there would always be all these other names that all his mates that they'd be surfing with over there for the sections, and they're just, it's crazy to see that they haven't made it crazy far yet, but it's so good to see Ketut in the lead for this one.
Up and riding here, Fred. He just dropped in a 5.67 on his wave 3 rides ago now, a 4.23 on the ride after that did not factor in. And I think, you know, getting back to Indonesia, the one thing about it is the waves are so good. They're having a great time. They're getting very barreled and enjoying themselves. And you know, to commit to the tour is a you know, it's a big task. You know, to be a pro athlete in this era of surfing is it takes more than just wanting to go around the world and surf. You know, be training, take a coach, a filmer, all these different things, and you know, it takes a lot to commit to it. And I'm stoked to see, you know, more Indonesians having a good crack at it. Under 5 minutes now, and this heat's really taken shape. It is the young Indonesian out in front. The pretty commanding lead, I would say, given the conditions and what scores we've seen so far. He's also holding priority, which is an amazing place to be in. It's exactly where you'd want to be with 5 minutes to go, or under that now. And it's Federico Moraes in second with Carlos and Connor chasing mid-range scores. But the way that Ketut and Fred are building, it's almost like every time they're standing up, they're adding to their total. So it's going to be interesting to see if those requirements don't change again before this heat ends.
Yeah, I think they took notes pretty closely off that heat number 2, because we saw it at this same point. The guys were still kind of sitting on those 4s and chasing really low 4s to get through. So to see them have thrown away most of it, you know, I mean, 4.93 still Freddie, but that 5.67 and the 6.33, there's such a point of difference out there. And it just, I mean, it looks low in the numbers wise, you know, when we think about Challenger Series and you just think of like, wow, the 17-point heats and the 18-point heats, but when you come back to it at the end of the year and you've either made it or you haven't to the Challenger, to the Championship Tour, it comes down to these heats.
Yeah, absolutely. Freddie up and riding here. Nice open face carve. Looking to hopefully add some more points here. Big drift on the last turn, but unfortunately unstuck. But that's sort of the attitude he has to have at this point. He doesn't need another 5-point ride. He's going to try and push things to the absolute limit. Carlos here up and riding. And unfortunately, just a little late into that wave. And I think Carlos did potentially have a bit of a niggle in the shoulder there after Margaret River. He had a pretty big wipeout. So he's done pretty well to get himself fighting fit and surf the snapper event and surf this event here at Narrabeen. But as we take a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap, it's all the young Indonesian at the start of this heat, Jess.
Yeah, he was the mark from the start, like something out of nothing, a lot more flair, and here's the answer back also from the Portuguese, Federico Moraes. Just so much flow and composure, no desperation, but criticalness on the end section has got him up into that second position.
Yeah, the angle on this turn was really cool. Awesome layback, drifting the tail there out of the lip. Couple of yes please, thank you claims at the end of that ride, and why not? So it's there are surfers out in the lead at the moment, and it's Carlos and Connor that are chasing. I'd say Carlos hasn't really found his rhythm with waves in this heat. But if I'm honest, I think Connor's had his opportunities. I just think he hasn't been able to execute to his absolute best. And you know, as a surfer, when you come to these regions and you're surfing away from home, there definitely things you look back on and go, oh, might have left a few points out there today. But it's not over yet. He's a talented young kid, and he only needs a 6.53 to get up into second. It's a minute and 40 on the clock. So I know he's definitely going to go down swinging. We see a medium-sized wave here. Carlos, he's an amazing tube rider, but not to be on that wave. That wind has sort of just swung around a little bit more throughout the day, coming a bit more out of the south rather than the west. So
yeah, it's been threatening all afternoon, hasn't it? And you can just see the amount of water that is charging and churning back. Even the little almost like backwash wave there's just so much movement. Like you said, for Carlos to be handling, I mean, the amount of paddling at least that we have to do in this heat is pretty impressive to see the recovery from that athlete.
Totally. But we might see less barrels. But one thing I hope we see a bit more of is a few airs into the wind. We saw Kian Martin and Dimitri Poulos yesterday pull off a couple of really exciting backside full rotations. So hopefully, throughout the rest of this afternoon, we'll see some high-flying action. And it's, as you can see, the game being played here with 35 seconds on the clock. Federico Moraes, he doesn't have the highest priority, but he does have a higher priority than Carlos, so he'll be looking to manage him and any wave that comes that way in the next 20 seconds. I think we saw Connor just in and out of a short ride there. It did not look like he would be chasing the number. And I think if you're Katut, you've probably got to play the game as well and just insert yourself in the pack and just really close this one out, because no one's chasing a 9. Everyone's chasing scores that are very attainable, but it looks like this one will close out, and it will be Katut Agus from Indonesia. And Federico Moraes hanging on to second place there. That was pretty convincing from Katut, Jess.
Yeah, it was solid surfing from him. Great performance from the get-go. From the first turn, you could just see it. He was feeling it, Stace.
He'll be stoked, a young fella here. We'll get to have a chat with him in a moment. He's a classic character, similar to Dylan Moffat, plenty of energy, so I'm looking forward to catching up with him. And Freddie, I don't want to call him a vet, but he's definitely not a young pup anymore. He showed his experience there, and
love the air from him.
Love the air. It was good to see him expanding his repertoire and putting some of the things that he's been practicing in the off-season to good use. But as you can see there, Katut Agus very stoked, and as he should be. A very convincing heat win. Don't go anywhere. We've got another massive heat coming up at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy. Just saw an amazing intro there to the Make or Break series, Season 2. You can catch that now on Apple TV+. A couple of cracking episodes in there, Jess. The G-Land one being my favourite. But as we see, moving into the round of 64, heat number 4, another cracker lined up for us. It's the 2010 World Junior Champion, Maxime Husseneau, Connor Coffin, taking on Reef Hazelwood and Sheldon Pyshon, who had an epic buzzer beater yesterday. Yeah. But we see some good scenes here, walking up the beach, Ketut Agus, a convincing performance, greeted by his friends and fellow Indonesian competitor, Oni Onwa. They'd be very stoked for him. As we see Shell Doggy Door up and riding. A little wobbly out of the top there, but he'll be stoked to get some early action, no doubt.
Hasn't he got an incredible story too?
Crazy.
It's unbelievable actually for me and to be in such a privileged position. I've never even had to consider what he's been through in his life. If you haven't seen his documentary about his life, you need to watch it. It's Kaipa put me onto it just recently. It was incredible.
Yeah. It's one of those things, and there are some incredible stories coming out of Hawaii, and particularly the west side. And Sheldon's one of them for sure. So you could probably check that out via his Instagram if you want to learn a little bit more about Sheldon. But he gets up to some amazing stuff over there.
Yeah.
Very barreled with Mason Ho and all the gangs. So I'm sure they're all tuning in. Reef Hazelwood up and riding. We spoke about Ayres in the last heat, and I think if there's one man that's probably going to do that all heat and hopefully look to land a couple, it will be Reef. And then this is Sheldon's wave here. Did well to hang on to it, but just a little bit of lump and bump in the face there. And then we'll catch another wave here of Reef. He's been busy already.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh! Ooh. That was very well done not to injure his board and Sheldon's head, but I guess he kind of had nowhere to go. And to Sheldon's credit, he was paddling the right way. He was trying to get good sportsmanship there from the boys. I think that's one thing I think that, you can kind of get confused sometimes as you're paddling out what way to go. But I think Sheldon was going the right way. I think the wind kind of held Reef in rather than out. So, yeah, lucky that no one got hurt there. But that was some great skills from both the lads, actually.
Yeah, I like the little sorry and peace sign at the end too. I mean, Reef himself, he's got some great stories, and I feel like the last few clips he's been posting to his socials too, like those big lofty frontside punts, like you said, throughout this heat number 4, he's just going to be going for it because he's got that finesse of the CT, but he's got this full QS like consistency and grunt about him as well.
Yeah, definitely got a lot of grit, and I think that the dangerous thing about Reef, you could see him kind of projecting down the line to do an air even on his second wave, and decided just to put up a couple of turns and still clocks up a 4.67, which by today's standard, as we saw in the last heat, could definitely be a score that you would keep in your tally. So Reef definitely looking to build on that one there. And it's Connor Coffin at the moment out there with priority. Connor had a fantastic run here when the CT came to town in 2021. Second to Gabriel Medina and scored excellently through the whole event. He was definitely one of the form surfers, so he's definitely got a pretty fond memories of this place. The conditions today looking a little different to when he competed, but nevertheless, I think that he'll be a force to be reckoned with. And when I think of Connor and obviously the long right-hand points of Central California there up at Rincon and whatnot, I don't really think about his backhand, but his backhand is so underrated. I'm looking forward to watching him get underway here, Jess.
Yeah, he's one of the top surfers that's caught my eye in the men's draw, at least for this Challenger Series event. Just his pure power, like his rawness, and he's kind of got that American grunty big power hack thing going on his forehand as well. I love that. I think he is a really cool surfer to watch. I'm interested to see how he handles back to these beachy conditions because, I mean, I'm sure in training he'd be warming up and everything, but it'd be hard to get yourself motivated in the afternoons like every other surfer at the moment who's either not at work or hang on, here we go.
Maxime up and riding. He'll be doing well to get that up there as he does. Fit 2 turns in there, rapid fire. Any later to that turn, it could have been a different story for the surfboard there, Jess, but he's done well to ride out of that one.
Yeah, he did well to put the combo up on the board, but yeah, like this afternoon, like if you're not surfing, look at this, you can see.
Sheldon Colton's wave was going to tube. Oh, wow. That was a pounding. hopefully his board and body are in one piece there. It looks like he'll be fine. He's going to race back out and try and get priority off Maxime there.
It did almost look like it was going to tube. Hey, I feel like with that nice wide angle too, you could almost see it lining up, and I think he thought the same thing.
See Maxime here getting himself a bit of clean face, Jess.
Yeah, really big deep bottom turn, two-turn combo, really quick off that transition to the second, and here's that. I don't really know what happened there. Maybe stuck between two mines. I kind of thought he was looking down the line a fair bit throughout that whole rooftop floater.
So we see Connor Coffin looking to open the account here. Son with a nice easy roll in. And unfortunately goes down. While we wait for the next exchange, we're going to throw down to Luke Kennedy. Luke.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. I'm here with the winner from the last hit, Katut Agus, a very popular winner. Katut looked really comfortable out there. Have you done much surfing at Narrabeen?
I never been surf in Narrabeen. This is my first time in Narrabeen, so it's pretty good place, and also the waves is kind of tricky today, but a couple days ago it's really fun to surf. But yeah, it's really hard out there, so many seaweed and kind of stuff like stuck in my leash, but really great to get a couple waves out there.
So what were you channeling? It felt a little bit like low tide Legian out there.
Yeah, it's pretty almost similar like Legian when it's low tide, but when it's clean like a few days ago, it's kind of like Canggu. But yeah, really confident for that. So I've been surfing Legian and Canggu. Yeah, I just ready for that.
And we've seen Rio Waida do so well on the championship tour, made the cut. How much inspiration do you take from that?
Oh, it's pretty big for me. I really want to be on the tour with Rio and yeah, make Indo proud, and yeah, I just want to be in there with Rio and traveling around the world.
And would you like to say anything to your Indonesian friends back home?
Terima kasih semuanya untuk dukungannya. Tetap dukung Indonesia. Kita pasti bisa.
Thanks very much, Couture.
Awesome stuff there, and I think he's definitely already doing Indonesia very proud. And I think if the Indonesians had both their boys on the tour, that'd be it'd be fireworks for sure. And I know that Oni Onoa is another surfer from the region that I think that he's doing these home country proud as well. So yeah, stoked to see those surfers out here having a good time. And what a classic interview, Jess.
Yeah, he is exactly what you said, character. But look at what Maxime's picked up in that post heat. I feel like this is going to be a nice looking little backup score for him at the moment. Kind of hangs the board up a little more through that second turn and then just dials it in even further on that third. I mean, he only had to replace 0.5.
I mean, his wave selection so far this heat has been incredible.
Yeah, you kind of lose maybe the criticalness of the first turn from this angle, but I know if you're right on front, you could appreciate how deep through his first bottom turn he went, because it set him up just to click and solidify that all the way through to the inside. And he's pretty far south on the bank too at the end of that left.
Totally, and I think that's the hallmark of someone who spent a bit of time on the championship tour. I know they only got to surf in 5 events, but one thing that the championship surfers do so well is they tend to get their rides back to back. You know, like he's just gone a 5.5 and a 5.1, and by today's scale, that's 2 great scores to have in your scoreline. As we see, Reef up and riding here, a little late in the section here, but you can just see how much firepower this kid's got under his surfboard. It's only going to be a matter of time before he gets the opportunity that he's really looking for. But yeah, getting back to Maxime and surfers like Freddie, and they don't spend a lot of time like mucking around trying to find the scoring opportunities. They're just so quick to get some points on the board, and then now they can build from this, while the other surfers in the heat, Connor Coffin unfortunately and Sheldon, quite haven't got that mid-range score on the board yet, so they're really looking to open the account.
Yeah, you're spot on. I feel like you can really group together, the Maximes and the Freddies, and those really finesse. They kind of cut the fat in a heat.
Connor Coffin up and riding here. Swave had a nice easy roll in for him. Nice opening carve to start and a mental finish. Did well to get there early. He's looking pretty relaxed on his board there, Jess.
Yeah, that was a really good way to kick off pretty much for him. I think that's easily going to be... put my neck on the chopping board here and say pretty strong 2-turn combo. Like, he only needs a 4.81, and we've already seen Reeves is 4.67, if I can compare it to that. Or Maxime's, what did he get? 5.1 for that last backhand approach.
Yeah.
So if we can compare Maxime's last backhand to these 2-turn stays.
I think we're looking at one of the better waves of the heat here, Jess. What do you like about it?
It's just more critical. I think Nothing rushed, nothing oversurfed. The wave is obviously bigger. It offers him more opportunity, but here's the answer.
Maxime again. Just the one turn there by the look of things. Gets absolutely detonated. It's his first real slip-up of the heat, but he's already had a pretty strong start, so he can be afforded a bit of a fall there as we wait for a score to come in for Connor Coffin. It'll be a good one to get his campaign rolling there. A 5.6, so it is the single highest score of the heat. It's just what the doctor ordered there with 17 minutes or so on the clock. But in the meantime, Kaipo is busy out and about. Where are you, Kipes?
I'm here at Oakberry, the best acai bowls, and we're going to construct one for you guys, show you how it's made. Okay, let's start off. First, we got the Oakberry acai. Yum, yum, yum. What's purple and yummy? Oakberry acai. Then we put some of the honey granola. We put our coconut flakes. What about some chilies?
Why not?
Yeah, chia seeds. We put some more of that delicious Oakberry, and then we top it off with what? Bananas. Ooh. Strawberries. Ooh. And what about a little bit of the special Oakberry peanut butter? Oh, the best stuff in the world.
Yummy.
What do you say? Yummy.
You say obrigado, Kipes. That's absolutely amazing. I'll take one of them. Thank you very much. But yeah, Oakberry, great supporter of Australian surfing here, and particularly in my neighbourhood up on the Gold Coast. We got a shop there in Coolangatta that we frequent all the time, and yeah, grateful to have them on board again, and particularly with the sun shining. What better midday treat to get around, Jess?
Yeah, I know Al and Lydia, like they've pretty much been on tour all year as well. They travel the same as, if not more than, a lot of these surfers do with Oakberry. So they've been at the grassroots of surfing for us over here for a long time, and yeah, we appreciate the support.
They even employ a few of the local groms up there, keep them in check.
They do.
Cleaning those acai machines. Right, just coming up to the halfway mark of this heat. Reef Hazelwood in and out there, looking a little antsy. I know, we know what he's looking for. He's had plenty of in and outs so far in this heat. That'll be the fourth one, and it's exactly what he's wanting to achieve, is just by giving himself an opportunity, hopefully looking to execute. But it can be a catch-22. Ultimately, we know what bag of tricks he has. The question is, can he perform them in this 30 minutes? And 15 minutes have passed so far, and although he has a 4.67, that was sort of almost like still not the performance he was looking to put on. As we see Connor up and riding here, nice turn in the lip. His boards look amazing under his feet, keeping his speed, and just a little click there to finish. Does well to hang on. That'll complement the 5.6 nicely. But it's the surfer in white, Jess, that I'm still eagerly keeping an eye on, because as the clock counts down, the pressure mounts on him. Because the manoeuvres, obviously, that he's looking to try and execute, they're very high risk, and no doubt will be a big score if he can land an air. But 14 minutes now on the clock. Can he pull it together? Well, we're waiting to see if that happens. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Don't go anywhere.
The GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia. By Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. And by Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Stace in the booth alongside Jess, and a special thanks to all our partners there making this event and all the events across the Australian leg of the World Tour and Challenger Series possible. And I think across both locations of the Challenger Series so far, Jess, the ocean's delivered. Snapper was great, and then we've seen some challenging conditions here at Narrabeen, but it's what they sign up for. You jump on the tour and you have to surf heats like this, so I think it's a perfect qualification piece to get all of these surfers ready. And I think we saw some standout performances yesterday from guys like Mark Lackamere and Billy Stanman, and then today, Katut August for me has been the one standout that I've really enjoyed watching, Jess. What about yourself? Anyone smashing it out of the park?
For me today, I particularly enjoyed Kobe. I thought her little shift and adaptation, I know she kind of says that she doesn't really think about it too much in those post heats, but I think that was a well-calculated move from her, especially at this stage competition and challenges.
She was definitely thinking about it, as a lot of the competitors are down there with their heads on a swivel. Do I go the left? Do I go the right? And at that change of the tide in that mid-tide there, it was 50-50, flip a coin, where do you go? So a brave move from Kika Vaselko and Kobe to jump over onto that right, which eventually set the trend for the rest of the day here, as we see all the male competitors have started and finished on that peak.
Yeah, something interesting that you said at the very start of this heat number 4 too, Stace, was the opportunity. I think it was either at the start of this or the previous heat, but you have kind of two schools of thought out here in these type of conditions, and I feel like the contrast is really evident with the way Connor's approached this heat and the way Reef's approached this heat.
Go Connor Coffin up and riding here. Nice tempo to the start of this wave. Backside floater, it's a functional manoeuvre, very risky. And the finish, is just to pinch one out of Richie Lovett's book. Too much convergence, and he was unable to hang on there.
That was going well towards a really good score. He read, how's the reading of the ocean and the lumps and all the different little sections and double ups that thing had on it as well.
That was aggressive, and like you mentioned though, the train of thought with Connor is he's definitely sitting and waiting for the waves that he wants, as opposed to a surfer like Reef, who's just rolling the dice on a much more kind of open playing field. And I wouldn't say that either one is necessarily better at the moment. I do believe there will be a little bit of luck involved today, Jess. But Connor Coffin definitely making the most of the start of this ride.
Yeah, smooth rebound and the read. I mean, what else could you have done on that section? It's just this. Like, what do you do?
Oh my!
With that much water pushing in so many different directions. There's a replay of Maxine's last wave. It's wide stance, nice little pop and rotation on the backhand on a little wave, but clean. Here's a replay of Reef.
So this is Reef now hitting the button. Let's surf. He can't just be going close out lefts anymore. He needs to get some scores on the board, and he knows that. And he's done that on that ride there. He's done well to finish. And Maxime here, Jess, on a bigger wave.
Oh, good looking wave for him. He clicks into gear. First turn up there, up and over the roof for the second. So that's a nice exchange, I think. I mean, Reef, like you said, he had to kind of go back to the surfing. Connor had that really nice wave that didn't get to kind of confirm on the inside. But that last one of Maxime, I mean,
we're still waiting for a few scores here to drop in as an absolute flurry. One score that has come in, which will be a telling one as this heat plays on, it'll be the 387 last ride of Connor Coffin. Unfortunately, didn't have the finish on that wave, so he's left Reef and Sheldon still just chasing that mid-range number. I think if he was able to put the bow on that ride, it would have obviously pushed out that requirement a little bit more. So now with Reef Hazelwood just chasing a 481 and a score to drop in, I've been wrong a lot today, so I'm not going to stick my neck out there, but I'd have to say that's going to go close.
Yeah.
You got a series of nice turns in, and the judges are deliberating as we speak. And then we're also owed a score from Maxime. A 4.63 is just locked in for the backhand air reverse, which funnily enough I think will help Reef, that score. The judges have seen an air now, and that now becomes the new benchmark. But Reef's still got to execute. I'm talking about it like it's a certainty. It's definitely not a certainty. As talented as Reef is, he is still going to need to find himself, I think, a few more opportunities if he wants to get a frontside rotation in. But I do think it helps sometimes just to have those smaller scores in there for the judges to compare against.
Yeah.
When you see surfers, with the aerial manoeuvres, because we don't see a lot of them. And when we see them, I think it's nice to have a benchmark.
They're really like deliberating over that score too for Reef. I would imagine they've watched it, and like you said, comparing. It's like scales within scales out here. You've got the overall scale of the heat, and then you've got the one turn that has been going on and on and on throughout the whole event, and then you've got these little combos.
That was third and fourth priority there. This is Maxime in third priority. A lot of speed racing down the line. A better attempt there. And unfortunately cannot ride out, but he has got those on lock. I can recall Maxime getting, I believe, a 10-point ride in the Azores one year when we were over there, and it was for a massive backside rotation. He just did it with absolute ease. So I think, as we mentioned earlier, with him having that padding, he's got his 10.5-point total or so on the board. He does have that freedom to try to improve his scores now, and that's a fun way to surf a heat, I think.
Yeah, have a look at the replay. Look at the speed, the positioning of the feet as well. And just the rotation that he gets, just so nicely into the wind there. It was clean. It was a shame he didn't ride out of it, but
I think it's a sign of things to come throughout the rest of this day, Jess. That wind puffing up and just coming a bit more around to the south. I think we will see a lot more airs on the lefts.
Last score in for Reef, 5.07. Like you said, straight in the second position.
Here we go. Important ride here for Connor Coffin. He's been bumped down into third place. Nice little stab in the lip there. Be looking to go stronger on the second. His backside float again. He's done well to keep his feet. He's chasing a 4.14. And although I don't believe that that'll be one of the highest scoring rides of the day, it's not what he needs. He only needs a low 4, and I have to say that's going to go really close.
God, that's such a hard number to pick out of that ride. It's such an in-between. It's like a bigger wave. And have a look at the replay too. He reads it so well. Yet again, he seems to pick similar waves. Little turn under the lip, up and over the roof. He just needed that end.
You couldn't pay me enough to be a judge on that score. That is going to be really, really close. The 4.14 is a requirement. I think if you look at the positives on that ride, like you mentioned, is wave height. It was a set wave. So a bit more, of a critical section to work with when you're dealing with bigger waves. So we'll see what the judges make of that one.
What about his last 3.87? So we're saying that score has to be, or that wave has to be, a 4.14 over the top of that last 3.87. And I thought that there was a little bit more criticalness. It was a similar wave choice, that 3.87, but he had like more opportunity in those first two kind of down the line floats.
Totally. I mean, they both had the same second turn.
Oh, there you go. 3.77.
3.77. So we thought it would be close, but not enough. He's still chasing a score. He's definitely got the firepower to do it. He's already locked in at 5.6, so obviously more than capable of getting the score. He just needs to find himself, a wave with perhaps a little less bump in it. That wave was incredibly hard to surf, and he did well with what he had. It's just a matter of trying to find a bit more of a cleaner scoring opportunity. And as you touched on earlier, Jess, Reef's last score was a 5.07, just enough to get him up into second place. So now he sits in second priority with Connor in fourth priority. So I'd have to think that Reef is probably going to be keeping a bit of an eye over his shoulder now with Connor in the lineup, although it looks like it is Connor just sitting a bit further out than Reef there, which, is an interesting one because there have been waves today that do break a little bit further out. So Reef's just got to make sure that he keeps an eye on Connor there, and Connor's super experienced, so he'll be looking to use that in this next 4 minutes. And then it's Shell Doggy Door. He's been a bit quiet since that big floater stack that he had. He's still only chasing a 6.24, and he had a buzzer beater in his heat yesterday, so we know he's good for it. He just needs that opportunity. As we see Reef and Connor patiently waiting out there, we're going to take a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap, Jess. It was all Maxime Husino to start this heat.
Yeah, he's just been on a little bit more of a tear, another level for him. Connor's answered back, though. With this ride, this was his first really good score that came through. He just looks relaxed, and he looks really patient in these conditions.
Still the best wave of the heat there for Connor Coffin. That was a 5.6, and then this was the wave that turned it for Reef Hazelwood, Jess.
Yeah, this is where you said he got back to his surfing, stopped chasing down those ramps, and he put himself back. 5.07 for that one.
Yeah, a lot of foam, a lot of froth on that wave of reef, but he did well to negotiate a couple of manoeuvres out at the top of the lip. And we've seen some exciting surfing from Maxime to close out this heat, although the scores haven't, as we see Connor making Reef force his hand here. This is Reef Hazelwood down the line, big floater to start. I think that'll be all she wrote there. So well played there from Connor Coffin. He's definitely done that a few times before, Jess. He's former top 5 in the world surfer, finished world number 4 in 2021. Had an incredible season. That was the year that he did finish second here at Narrabeen. So he's well versed in high level competition, we know that. It's going to be interesting to see how he can roll out the next 2 or so minutes in this heat. Now Reef will be looking to probably find a few more closeout lefts with 4th priority and 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, seriously. And where's Sheldon? Like, I can see the spread across the lineup there. It's like a football field in between them at the moment, and he's holding priority. So I think he's scoping out this right that Dylan kind of capitalised on in these conditions, and maybe that's his plan B at this point in the heat, just to find, you know, he gets 2 turns on one of those really good-looking rights, and he's way back in the heat.
We see Reef Hazelwood up and riding here. A dumpy little left. Unfortunately, can't get to the section in time. But yeah, you can see where Sheldon's sitting. There is that rip still running out, and he's just sitting just off the edge of it. He'd be trying to... He'd just be trying to will on a wave here. We have seen some decent scoring rides in that section today. It's just a matter of time whether or not one will come. He's definitely keeping his eye out to see, and there is some motion out the back. It's a game of inches out there at the moment. If you're sort of just too deep on the peak or too far in even, I think has probably been the biggest challenge for surfers today, and you can't get into the wave with a smooth entry. It has been challenging to get the multiple manoeuvres in, which is likely what he'll need to get the 6-2 forward. It'll take one really strong turn or a combination of turns. The trouble with that rip, though, it's sort of moving around on him. Reef up and riding here.
Contortionist out the back of that one too. I can appreciate Reef's adaptation in this heat as well. I think he had plan A, which was chasing those ramps. Like you said, didn't work. He shifted gear. He got himself back into the mix, that 507. And now he's gone, I think, back to the original plan of something a bit more radical and a bit more explosive to get him ahead, because he knows Connor and Sheldon, like, I mean, 20 seconds, like, one turn.
Here we go. Paddle up the top of the point here. And Maxime will exercise his higher priority over Connor Coffin there. He's looking to improve on a 5.13. And it will not be the case on that turn. He just looks to save his board from going over the falls there and keep that magic stick in one piece. And now it's Sheldon Pychon off the end. He's having a good look, but won't be up in time. A surfer that looked like they might be up in time was Reef, but it won't matter. Just a couple of small scores there to ride out. A tight heat there, Jess, but entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, I liked it. It was a great energy heat. I mean, you know, fives, a battle of the fives again, but great energy and great looking for both Max and Reef. Looks like they'll be going on through, and I think we've got some special guests coming up in the next heat as well, Stace.
We've got a special heat coming up, and we've also got a couple of special humans jumping in. We're going to take a break here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Don't go anywhere. Ronnie Blakey, Laura Enova, and a very special guest, Nathan, the Hedgehog Hog, coming in to call a few heats for you guys.
You come to Sydney and no one's sleeping in here. Everyone's out and about doing amazing things, coastal walks, coffee. Everyone loves to be outdoors and just taking in the beautiful energy around us. Each that make these beaches so different and unique.
Welcome back to the show, now starring Nathan Hedge. He joins us here on the Harvey Norman host set. He's going to stick with us through these next couple of heats. But Hedgie, we just saw Laura selling the Northern Beaches dream. I know that you can give this place a glowing reference as well, having grown up here and absolutely relish the opportunity to surf this incredible wave.
For reference, Hoggy would wake up about 4 hours, maybe 5 hours earlier than me.
Oh yeah, you said early start, but by what you meant was early start in the afternoon.
Every day.
Laura's just paddling out for her first and I'm coming in.
Exactly. But
beautiful
mate,
way to start the day here at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, you love this zone though, don't you?
I do. It's got a special place in my heart, North Narrabeen. So many battles and so many memories, and growing up with my family, it's just such an iconic spot and so great to see the world's best surfers back here, isn't it?
Oh, it's unreal. And looking to create a little bit more competitive surf history here as we see Zeke Lau, who was on the CT through those first 5 events, had a really tough go of it. He wants to get back to the championship tour. David Silva, he's an incredible goofy footer. He's out there in that blue jersey representing Brazil. Miguel Tadelo of Peru. Absolute charger. We've seen him put in big performances, even in the CT event at Pipeline. And then you've got Billy Stairman, an Olympian representing New Zealand, who's got himself back on the Challenger Series again, ready to give it a good nudge. He also owns the single best turn of this contest so far. Yesterday we saw him bring that approach that he's refined over there at Raglan to the lineup here at North Narrabeen. But it's Miguel up at the moment. Wow. It's the really tricky little section to read there. He does well to stay on his feet. Behind him we've got Billy up. And he's going to drive straight up into the pocket, whips it off the top. Just looks so comfortable on his backhand, Bill. And yeah, that's sort of what is really, it's not like he doesn't have a fantastic forehand as well, but you know, if there was more lefts on this Challenger Series schedule, he'd be styling.
Yeah, Ron, I've been here a week because I did the trials event, and Bill's been out almost every surf I've had, so he's came here early and he's dialed in his equipment. Onshore days, bigger days, he's been out there, so.
Oh, David Silva. He's made a final on the CT before. He's got what it takes to go all the way here at North Narrabeen. He's started with a bang there, 6.5 for that ride. And there's a replay of Miguel Tadelo's opening wave there. But this is a fun heat on paper, Laura.
For sure. This is a really good heat. Looks like we've split the heat. 2 on the right down the beach and 2 on the left. We're seeing that tide. You know, it's already turned. It's coming back in. So we're going to see those lefts start. That's why those boys have moved back up to the north corner. But looks like Zeke and David down here on the car park right, sorry.
Yeah, this is David up again, looking to really back up that strong start. This guy is incredibly strong, really nuggety, strong lower body, and really can unleash a fierce backhand whipping vertical hit.
He's in that Brazilian mould of the big thighs, the big glutes, power, backhand. I mean, that first green wall that he got, he just went to town, got a 6.5. He's stated what he's out there to do, and he's put it together so far. So,
Gluteus Maximus ready to unleash here. And let's have a look at this replay, Laura. Another strong opening move there.
Yeah, just the 1 turn, but he's looking sharp. Oh, sorry, 2 turns to finish it off. Yeah, no, he's looking so strong at the moment, and Zeke giving it a crack now.
Yeah, driving up into this section. He's only going to get the 1. He'll be doing well to hang on to that. Oh, he almost did. Just got swamped there. So a lot of the competitors showing great determination in just getting the finishes. They know how important it can be in these close, scrappy heats. Still plenty of time here, though, for bigger numbers. 23 minutes and 45 seconds. We're going to hear from the winner of the last heat with Luke Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Maxime, did you have a specific tactic before you paddled out? It looked pretty tricky.
Yeah, it was very tricky. Actually, I had the tactic. I was going to go for that right and then try to get some left when I was out of priority, but then everyone moved to the left. So I was like in between staying with them or do my thing, and I just ended up sticking to my plan, and it just paid out.
And it looked like you were happy to take to the air towards the end of the heat.
Yeah, with that wind, that was one of my options to go to. So I have a lot of good turns that I can go for, and I just sometimes try to pick the one that will look good in those conditions. I think that was my mistake in snapper. I picked maybe the wrong turn. That was not what the judges was looking for. So I just try to find my best turn that looks better here and try to make it all the way.
And you spent so many years working to get to the championship tour. How determined are you to get back there?
Yeah, the cut was very tough. I feel like I had a lot of expectation going to Hawaii, going to get finally some perfect wave and showcase my surfing, and then we just got super crappy wave, unfortunately, and it was just hard to compete. And I felt like I was starting to get my momentum in Portugal and in Bells, but I just came up short. And then that last event, I matched 2 times Gabriel, which was the wrong event because he went all the way to the win, and I was close to him a lot of time, but I just didn't beat him to make the cut. So I just want to go back and show what I can really do, because I feel like I surf like 50% of what I can really do. So I just want to go back and really show what I can perform on.
Would you like to say anything to the fans back in France?
Yeah, bonjour tout le monde, bonjour à tout le monde à Réunion, en France. Ça fait plaisir tout le support que j'ai reçu sur toutes les compétitions depuis le début de l'année. Donc merci encore, et j'espère revenir, enfin je vais revenir même, et merci à tous de me suivre et de m'encourager. Super, merci et bisous.
Thank you, Maxime, and good luck on the rest of the event.
Cheers, Luke. Oh, Max is classic. He gets around the event site, big smile on his face, travelling with his old boy, and they have a lot of laughs. So I saw him this morning and said, mate, how good is it to be back at Narrabeen? Good memories here. And he said, yeah, 13 years ago, but they're still in there. He still hangs on to the memories. He broke through for a World Junior title here as a 16-year-old, beat a field of 20-year-olds at the time, and got that win, something he'll never forget. But, you know, Hoggy, he's had the taste of the championship tour, and he only got a little bite of it. He wants more.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's been said before with Maxine, he held his head high, and even though the pressure must have been so insane, he, you know, is taken with a grain of salt, and I'm sure he's learnt a lot, and he's got some belief that he belongs there, and he'll be back to give another good crack, I think.
I love his attitude.
Yeah, great attitude.
He's just super positive, and yeah, enjoying his time. I think that's a real key for all these up-and-comers, Nathan, because the competitive side of it is obviously, you know, that's where your dreams are, that's where your goals are, but at the end of it all, you know, you're forging incredible friendships and experiencing a taste of all the magic that's around the world.
Exactly, Ron. I mean, we're here to compete, we're here to get big results, but it's also about experiencing the cultures and making great friends and having a lot of fun along the way and getting tubed like Zeke on that one. Just running the gauntlet on the car park rights. All or nothing on that one.
Miguel's going to get a shot on the left here. The wind's favourable for these frontside airs, but a really tricky transition there, Laura. Hard to stick those ones.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much water moving still on that left, but, you know, that's what Miguel knows that he's got in his pocket, to try go to the air and really up those scores. You know, still both of them, Miguel and Billy sitting up on the left, and David and Zeke sitting on the right. So, I mean, they're kind of surfing their own heats right now. They all look like they're in really different spots, just trying to pick the eyes out of this break.
Nathan, I know that you are still giving it your all when you pull that jersey on, and we'll see a replay of Zeke here. I mean, in a free surf, you're banking that vision, you're loving it. In a competitive situation, you've got to let those ones go and get out there for more. We just saw Zeke look like finishing off a rotation there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that one. I mean, Ron, you know, each event we get to, we want to see the theme that the judge is looking for, and I think they've made their intentions clear. Any big sections, anything that's finishing with the big critical end turn has been getting the higher numbers, or the big one committed turn. So that area where Zeke and David are surfing, you get that big end section, a green face too. So,
oh, I like that. Just the way he drifted up towards the top of his board there. Really flared the tail out, and just with that shuffle up toward the nose of the board, it just sort of accentuated the whip that he had out of the pocket. So Zeke about to probably put up his best number. He was in 4th place. Didn't need a whole lot to get up into the top 2 here at the moment. But yeah, just I mentioned before, as David Silva takes a fall there, you got a place away from cracking the Challenger Series last year in the final regional QS event at Surfest, and then you were a place away from making the main event here, really close. And obviously, you've got great perspective, and much like Maxime in that last heat, you know, keep a positive attitude. But I've also seen you chatting to some of the competitors that have fallen out of the mix here early on, who are having their first real run at the Challenger Series. What kind of knowledge are you imparting to those individuals?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to, you know, pass on a little bit of wisdom and a few gold nuggets, helping them with, you know, local knowledge and just navigating the lineup, because, I mean, there's a lot of good surfers on this tour, and I think it's about, you know, if you can have that little edge and understanding the lineup and some of the patterns and, you know, working with the ocean, you can get in the flow and you sort of get to understand the rhythm and how North Narrabeen works. It can make your job a whole lot easier. So just identifying some of the behaviours and how, you know, the ocean plays out in certain wind and tides can just be a huge asset. So, you know, I sort of leave it up to the athlete at the end of the day, but just to kind of help them, you know, settle them and be confident in their choices so that they've ticked every box they can, and then they can relax and let their surfing do the talking from there.
Here goes Zeke Lau, letting his surfing doing the talking on that first turn, moving a lot of water, better combination for him, and he knows the importance of finishing off a ride with a combination. He had a 4.4 for the rotation on his previous wave. That should be his best. Didn't need a whole lot to get himself obviously a better heat score total. He needed a 6.18 to get ahead of David Silver, though.
Yeah, it feels like those boys on the right are finding the momentum right now. You know, Maxime was down there, got the heat win last heat, and this from Zeke was nice. Finally found a nice clean wall and two-turn combo. We haven't seen a lot of them, so I feel like this will be something exciting for the judges. Love this first turn, slashing, digging in there, throwing buckets. Just wanting to make sure he finishes there nice and clean.
Got that little sort of weightlessness out of the final section too. Miguel Tadalo with a big end section to work with, big closeout to negotiate there, gets the completion too. So 16 minutes to go, numbers on the way, and we'll update you on the situation in just a moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More with Laura Enover and Nathan Hedge right after this. Northern Beaches Council, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Great to have their support once again as we return to this iconic location. And speaking of iconic, I'm sitting alongside two of North Narrabeen's greats, Laura Enover, Nathan Hedge. And yeah, it was great getting your insights before and just formulating strategies for a mixed up lineup like this. I think it's pretty easy sometimes to look at the lineup and say, you know what, it was a bit of a lottery out there, but if you pay attention to the trends that are unfolding and where the predominant scoring opportunity is, you can have a lot of tickets in that lottery and give yourself a better chance of a victory. Zeke Lau, he's starting to warm up. He had a 6.27 on his previous wave and this wave during the break, Laura.
Yeah, huge lather right out of the foam. That was for Vorno.
That's going to be a really good score for Zeke for just one turn, because we haven't seen a lot of that. Just full extension, laying it on the line, Hedgie.
Yeah, they've been paying the one big hammer, so I mean that's a good read from Zeke just to back up his 6.27 that he got.
Actually, eclipsed the 6.27, so
yeah,
that one
it.
big turn, bit more risk. 6.47, he's out in front, the Hawaiian, and that's going to be a big confidence builder for him, because he's had a lot of tricky heats, especially on the CT this year. He just couldn't get it happening, couldn't find his flow.
Yeah, I mean, Zeke is such an incredible all-round surfer, and it's good to see him show that progression today, you know, really kicking the fins out and showing the judges something different. And he's just, yeah, he charges, and he's got amazing rail game. He's a power surfer. When it gets big, he comes to life. And I really do feel like he belongs on tour, and he just wants to get back there and just connect in those heats and really put up some good solid scores and surfing. And you know, he's a new dad. He's got his little daughter Luna. They've been here in Oz, and you know, just finding his feet there as well. Travelling fan.
Yeah, not a lot of heat wins, but the biggest win of his life coming this year. So he's buzzing. I think what we've already seen from Zeke in this heat, Hedgie, is just how well-rounded he is. He's given us a lot of different moves on his road through to this #1 position at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be fair to say that Zeke's, you know, as Laura was saying, in the great waves, in the powerful waves, in the hollow waves, he's, you know, a real threat and probably one of the guys at the top of the draw you'd expect to see at the point end of the event every time. So for him to come to, you know, marginal conditions onshore and perform in this style of waves, I think it's going to be really confidence building for Zeke, and great to see him put it together. And, you know, he's paddling out with daddy power now. So I think, you know, you hear it often, you know, whether it be the football players or the golf players, when the off-field and off-the-course sort of life's going well, you know, transition into performance out on the board, or, you know, it comes onto the football field. And I think I've got a sneaky suspicion things are going well for Zeke, and he can, you know, he's got some more perspective and well-rounded, you know, life experience, and it's going to help with his surfing.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, qualifying series events, Challenger Series events, never been an issue for him. Multiple victories at Sunset Beach. He won the US Open, had a big win in Portugal on the Challenger as well. So, you know, at this level, he seems to find an edge over the field, and it still feels like we're yet to see him fully live up to the potential on the championship tour. So we'll see if he can get there this year.
Yeah, and another note, I feel like this year with, you know, the cut obviously coming in last year for the first time, seeing just what, you know, the likes of Joao and Molly and all those crew did when they didn't make the cut, they came back on the challenges. You know, you're not skipping a whole year. You're doing the challenges that same year, you haven't made the cut, and you're back on tour the next year if you've qualified through this Challenger Series. So it's a quick turnaround. It's not like you're having a whole year off the next year anymore, and Zeke's had a lot of experience coming on and off tour. So just to have that mental state and mental capacity to really pull it together, I feel like he can do it.
Sharpen up the tools a little bit and come back even more well-rounded and more lethal.
Yeah.
Hey.
Here he goes. So now looking to build on a couple of really decent numbers here. Again, he's sticking with the finishes, even though he probably didn't do the same kind of work to get the score. You can see the intention there. David Silver's sitting in a pretty good position over the surfers sitting in third and fourth, just being that he's got that 6.5, which is the highest number of the heat so far. Billy Stammen, though, within reach, but if Silver can improve on that 4.07, the requirement's going to grow significantly. Here's the replay of Zeke's last rod.
Yeah, sort of frothy wave. Hard to surf that one, so I don't think they would go into the top two.
Yeah, it seems a fitting time to, again, give our respects to Dane Kealoha and his family, of course, passing just recently. And you know, just a massive loss to the surfing community. But what I've loved is, you know, just the celebration of his actual legacy and just what he's given to the surfing world as a whole. We're going to be feeling that and seeing it for the rest of the time.
Yeah, absolutely, Ron. I mean, such a pioneer of the sport and true aloha spirit, and, you know, the whole surfing world is, you know, we've all benefited from the legacy that he created. Yeah, deepest condolences.
Yeah, if you've ever grabbed the rail on your backhand and pulled into a barrel, then, yeah, tip of the cap to Dave Aloha there, the late great, and he'd be proud with what he's seeing at the moment, because Zeke possessing that same sort of power and leading this heat. Miguel Tadela at the moment, he's back in 4th position. Can get himself up in a second with a 5.98. Billy Stairman, we saw what he did in the opening round, almost breaking into the excellent range for a big backhand finner. Hasn't been a whole lot of lefts out there, and it just feels like that is maybe where Billy's focus has been through this heat, and all the numbers are sort of coming on the rights, really.
Yeah, we had that stellar heat yesterday, dropped 777, so, I mean, you have that confidence there, and he's just, you know, looking at the lineup. You can see him shaking his head, just going, come on, give me an opportunity, just give me a left that's going to stand up, and he obviously wouldn't be over there if he didn't see something that he liked, and so he's just wishing that in.
Well, Zeke taking off again. He's had a busy heat. He's been in good rhythm. Loses the landing there.
Yeah, I think just getting back to Billy's positioning there, Laura, like, as you know, when you get a relationship with the bank and you put it together for 2 sevens yesterday, it's pretty hard to then, you know, separate yourself from that, and you could sort of get a couple of waves to yourself if the other competitors are down the beach. So it's sort of, when you're trying to weigh up, do I go here on this part of the bank, or should I go down to the south end for the peak? If you've only got one other person to deal with, you know, in the priority game, it sort of makes it a little more inviting to stick up where you were. So I totally get Billy sitting up where he is, and let's see if it pays dividends for him in the last 6 minutes.
Often, Hedgie, in these 4-man heats, it seems a little dangerous to think, oh, here goes David Silver again. Nice hit there. It seems a little dangerous to think too much about your competitors, because really what you've got to go out there and do is get a couple of scores up before you get too defensive. But I just wonder if Billy Stairman's looked at this draw and thought, on the rights, am I going to be able to match it with David Silver's incredible backhand and with Zeke Lau's power, or is my best opportunity to show something different on the backhand on the lefts, because that's definitely where he's put his attention, and Miguel Tadela almost focusing on that same approach.
Well, I think if you have a bit of a weapon, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to be able to pull it out. So I think, you know, that weapon of Billy's is that big backside blowtail.
Here we go. Zeke up again. Just great flair. He's got some seaweed to deal with here, but just cuts his way through it and then just unloads on the end section. He's in fine touch today.
He's ridden a lot of waves. He's in the flow. He's been getting back out quick and just rolling the dice, and he's feeling it. But yeah, Ron, getting back to what you're saying just a moment ago, in surfing, we don't sort of weigh up our competitors too much and sort of like in other sports, you know, and come into the mix in that way. So, yeah, it's an interesting call. I think he's backed himself on the left, and, you know, being from Raglan, he's just going to just live by the sword, die by the sword, and just hope for the best.
It seems, you know, whether you like it or not, as a competitor, the way people talk, that becomes more of a conversation when you get to the head-to-head part of an event, where you really, your surfing's being compared to just one other competitor, and then you start thinking about where you might be able to create a point of difference or outpower them.
Yeah, have a different bit of a look and see where their weaknesses might be, or try to get in under their skin, or, yeah, the man-on-man's a different scenario, 100%.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Zeke Lau, he's been busy. A lot of the competitors have. Billy Stairman a little more patient than the others, but David Silver started off beautifully, Laura.
Yeah, this was the start of the heat, and this was the highest score of the heat so far. That's 6.8. Zeke carried it through and just found this little gem, two-turn combo. That was a 6.27, and then he followed it up. Sorry, here goes Billy. This is Billy's best of the heat so far. 4.9, just for this big crack here. It's all he's really found, and then I think Zeke, this was his big layback. Jamming it putting it on the line there, and the judges going the best on that score, 6-4-7.
Yeah, I like it. I like the reward for putting it on the line and just unleashing. 6-4-7 has him sitting comfortably in the lead at the moment. Billy up at this stage.
Boy.
What's he got? Loading up. Looking for something down the line here. This wave's starting to ramp. He'll throw the rotation. Just doesn't find that transition. Wasn't really launching off a section either. It was more of a chop hop than an air. Miguel, though, he's going to go to the corrupt flip. Wow. And he's going to find the landing and does well to stay low and get back out in front of that whitewater.
Wow.
David Silva, though, on the attack. There's a lot of fist pumping going on out here at the moment.
Oh, this heat is just lit up in the final 2.5 minutes.
Oh, Zeke's going to get in on it as well. Loading up. Look out, something big's coming your way. Just a transition hit. This wave sort of got a little tricky down the line there. He tried to flick the tail out unsuccessfully. But Nathan, I saw your eyes kind of open up. Like, did Miguel Tadela get out in front of that whitewater? Did he show him enough?
I think he did, but I just loved the reply from David Silva,
Yeah.
the hit and then the uppercut combo on the backside. So we haven't seen an aerial like this event yet, Ron. So let's see how it plays with the judges. He's out in front.
Yeah, he is.
He's made that,
I mean,
especially with a double fist claim. Look at this.
Yeah, it's an air that Josh Kerr really mastered and started bringing the competition, and it's a good mix-up on the alley-oop.
I want to say that was his 6th attempt, but this was David's reply right behind him, just throwing buckets, and that was a critical turn. So, I mean, the judges have their work cut out now.
Yeah, when you see something different like we did from Miguel, it's easy to sort of get excited about it, but when you really break that turn down, he didn't explode out of the pocket. It was a bit sticky on the takeoff, and then you turn around and David's got pinpoint timing, moving lots of water and surfing with a lot of speed. Just sort of seemed to really snatch the spotlight from Miguel Tadela there.
Yeah, we hadn't really seen an end turn that clean either from other competitors yet, and the timing on that final turn from David Silva, and I may be a traditionalist, but that's kind of what I like to see.
I feel like David.
I saw you doing air once, one time.
I might have tried to flick off the back, and the onshore put me back into the flats or something.
I feel like we might see David go to the lead right now. So if anyone will be in trouble, it'll be Zeke. But
yeah, well, here goes Billy Stammen, finds a section on the inside, hangs on for the rotation. But it's not completed with a fist pump. There's not that same kind of emotion that we saw from Miguel Tadela, who's still waiting on his score to drop. I think there's some comparisons being made here.
For sure, Ron. I think, unfortunately for Billy, that wave tapered off and went small. All the big scores that we've seen have been as a result of a big end section.
And David Silva now finishing this heat off. Goes for a rotation. It's a wild one. He doesn't get the completion. The numbers starting to roll through. Zeke, he's just banking on his 2 mid-range sixes. And, there is a chance that he could be bumped back in the second spot. If David Silva drops a big number here, David's after a 6.24 from that combination on the backhand. Miguel Tadela almost praying for the score to come his way. Waiting on that to roll through.
yeah, well, he needed a 6.5, but once David drops his score, he's going to be needing more.
Yeah, stronger position. The requirement's going to grow, and it might be Zeke who's sort of then biting his nails, waiting for the score to drop for Miguel Tadela. But a 6.8 sees David Silva jump up into the lead, and you can see why. It was clean surfing, accurate timing out of the lip, and moving a whole lot of water. So now Miguel Tadela hoping to jump ahead of Zeke Lau. The requirement for his ride is actually an 8.14 now. And, I mean, that just seems like a big number for that air.
I feel like if there was a clean ride out, maybe, because it was such an intense section. The judges are thinking about it. They really are. We haven't really seen a big critical air today, and I just think it might be the uncleanliness of the ride out.
Yeah, although super crafty and amazing. Maybe not the height, maybe not the explosive pop up the lift that you'd said, Ron.
Yeah, well, it's also that kind of journey through the rapids. You know, these days with the quality of aerial manoeuvres that we see at the Challenger Series level, also on the CT, in QSs and Pro Juniors, you know, you've got to find a really slick landing. So that's put a question mark on it for me, but the judges are having a good think about it. They haven't seen a lot of that move in recent times. So Zeke, oh man, he's had a lot of heats like this in recent times where it's all kind of flowing his way, and then he's standing on the beach scratching his head wondering what happened. Well, Miguel Tadela, all of Peru, will be watching as the 28-year-old waits for this number to come through, and the first couple of scores are positive. The judges like it. It's got to get to an 8.14, and it looks like he's going to get the credit. The progression is being rewarded here at North Narrabeen. An 8.67. I really didn't see it going that high, but again, it's a tricky one just because we haven't seen a whole lot of that. And Zeke Lau is going to get pushed out of the top two here after controlling the heat.
Wild. That is amazing, Miguel.
Did you think it was going to get there?
I didn't, but I mean, we didn't see it from what the judges saw. I guess being up here in the booth, that section could have been a lot gnarlier in real life than TV. So,
well, to Miguel's credit too, I mean, that was his 7th swing at it too.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
He kept swinging for the fence, kept swinging, didn't get the landing, didn't get the wheels down, but that one he connected on.
Bringing in something different is what's got him over the line here. It was a standard air rotation, and he landed it like that and rode out. He doesn't get the number, but the corrupt flip works in his favour, and he jumps up in the second spot. David Silva with the victory, and we are going to take a break here and just gather our thoughts before the next heat gets underway.
Wow, what a finish that heat.
Welcome back to the show. Wow, we just had a really exciting finish to Heat 5, the round of 64. Unbelievable stuff. We're gearing up for another great clash. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Laura Aniver and Nathan Hedge as we introduce Heat number 6. Imai Kalani Deval coming off the back of his best finish on the Challenger Series, a second place at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. He's going to be in the red. Matheus Herdy, the Brazilian superstar, is going to be in the blue. Cole Hauschman of San Clemente is going to be in the white. And Hiroto Ohara of Japan is going to be in the green. But this is what went down that last heat. I mean, you saw Miguel Tadela there launch it into the air with the corrupt flip. Such a tricky landing. And we weren't sure where the judges were going to go with it. I mean, it's an impressive move, and we haven't seen a lot of airs thrown out there today. I think, you know, if I was... I mean, we were being honest. I think the feeling was that it wasn't going to go there, but I think the judges probably went back, had a look at Zeke's 6.47 and started making some comparisons on individual turns. And when you look at it like that, you can see why they maybe went a little higher than what we thought it was going to go. They wanted to, you know, obviously encourage that approach a little more this afternoon, and full credit to him. He hung on for a really tricky finish. As we get set now for Heat 6 and the opening ride here for Hiroto, who powered through that opening round yesterday. Just such a refined surfer, isn't he, Hedgie? Great low centre of gravity, really clean on the rail.
Great little pocket rocket, heaps of power, low centre of gravity. He's found himself a nice green wall there, which is pretty rare out there this afternoon. He's sitting on by himself on the left too, so he's got the upper hand at the moment. Straight back into another one there, just mistimed that lip. But I think he'd be rubbing his hands together, getting these little lefts to himself, and already started with a decent ride.
Looks like we're waiting to see something from Cole. Here it is, a 7.83. This was his start on the right down the beach. Absolutely throwing buckets. 3-turn combination, elevator drop down, and comes through the whitewash. And that is how you want to start a heat.
Unbelievable, yeah, the 22-year-old Cole Houshman, San Clemente. And, yeah, he broke through for his first big win on the regional qualifying series. Had a victory, an impressive victory, had a 9.5 and a 7.1 in the final. That was down in the Dominican Republic, that event. There's a few of those North American regional qualifying series campaigners down there, and he cut through a mean field to get the victory. Big kid, big turns. Big start.
I've got a bit of intel on Cole too, his preparation for the start of the week. That bank, the 2% crew, Kalohe and the 2% crew came with Cole, and they surfed that bank. We all surfed together in a little mock heat with Surfing New South Wales and the juniors. So he got a good read on this like 3 or 4 days ago, and he was doing the biggest man turns on that exact same right. So, yeah, to his credit, he's come, he's well prepared, he's got a good relationship with that bank already, and look at the scores, 7.83.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, you know, the swell was more east, so everyone was practicing up on the left-hander, but there was this bank still down the beach, and yeah, like you said, some of the crew got accustomed to it, and so yeah, they found that little vibe there.
Yeah, it's an amazing start. Imai also just showing a bit of flair on his last ride, and actually swinging some swinging some seaweed around out there that was stuck in his leg rope. What an interesting heat we've just witnessed there, and Miguel Tadela saving himself and getting through that one ahead of Zeke Lau. But David Silva was the surfer taking it out, and he's with Luke Kennedy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ronnie. David, what was the plan going into that one?
For this condition, it's taking a lot of waves because it's hard to surf. But I'm very happy to take for 2 good waves because the guys is very strong in the heat. It's very gender because the Miguel is take for the air, this is big air in the last waves. But I'm very happy to take the last waves is the true, and I'm very happy.
And you've been on the KS designs for quite some time. Very comfortable on the epoxy craft in chunky conditions.
Yeah, my board is the Magic boards and 5.9. And then the quad, I usually take the small waves. But I'm very happy to usually for this late design is the best board.
And would you like to say something in Portuguese?
Thank you. Cara, muito obrigado pela torcida, todos ficaram aí na madrugada. Muito feliz de ter passado. Graças a Deus, Deus deu mais uma oportunidade de poder estar competindo mais uma fase. E vamos nessa. Obrigado, senhor.
Well, thanks very much, David, and good luck the rest of the event.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, David Silva. He'd be sending a shout out there to his family back home. Got a young family, and he'd be really happy to progress through that. Was a really difficult heat, and he's marching on through to that next round, the round of 32, as we see Imai Kalani taken off a 4.33 in his previous wave. Doesn't extract many points out of that one though, and we'll see if Mateus Hurdy can get himself involved in this heat. You saw the big corrupt flip rewarded for Miguel Tadela in the last heat. Well, Mateus has got to have one of the highest strike rates for big airs of any of the competitors here on the Challenger Series, as we see Imai. This was the 4.33, and a good demonstration of how much whip and extension he's got in his turns, just flicking the seaweed out of the water through the leash here. Here goes Mateus now. Drives up into that first section in recovery, can't stick it. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm sure just the way the last heat played out plays into the mind of some of those competitors that possess those air moves. But in conditions like this, where it's quite shifty and you can't bank on a ramp on any wave, sometimes just thinking air too much can kind of throw your rhythm out a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's always tricky deciding which part of the bank to go to, and they're scoring the one big, the big committed turn. So it's about selecting the right menu of turn for the right section and putting it together so you're in the flow and getting the scores that you're after.
Here we go, Imai just searching for little opportunities on the inside to potentially launch something, I believe. Got a big backhand rotation he can go to, as we now see down the beach. Kapak rights. Mateus loading up. Has a bit of room to move here. So much spark in his surfing. And he really ignited things on that wave.
Slick ride, that one. Well timed.
Yeah,
has the seaweed monster off the end. I wonder if anyone's going to have the guts to go, no, leggy. Huh?
I haven't seen seaweed like that in ages, so... a little treat, a little challenge for the competitors out there today.
Look at that good overview drone shot of that. Just the patch of weed at the end of the ride there. Super tricky to get off your leash.
It's a replay of Imai's last ride. You can tell he wanted to get that final hit in, but I think he got bogged down in the seaweed. And then Mateus had this one.
Yeah, Mateus, this is where it came to life. Up here just looking so springy through these inside turns. Getting 3 off, that would have felt really nice. It got pretty small at the end there, so I don't know how high the judges will go, but, it looks like he's on. He's got a lot of spring in there.
He's been building towards that top 10. He's had a couple of good runs on the Challenger Series as Cole gets up and again drops the big turn. So a 7.83, on his second ride. He's going to easily improve on the 2.33 here and just assume control in this heat.
Really surfing to his strengths there, hey? Just backing himself on the one big hammer. That's what we love to see from Cole, and he's bringing it, Good to see, buddy.
That was a power man turn. Love that.
Well, that seaweed's thick. Mateus could almost just get up and walk across the surface of the water at the moment. Let's have another look at it. Straight into it.
Yeah, just dredged out and just connected so well with that lip and rode down at perfect timing, just getting down in front of that foam. It's hard to do, but it's amazing how well he connected with that.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score on the way. Mateus Hurdy also waiting on his best number. Mateus has already shown that he can be dangerous and can win heats on the CT, getting an opportunity in Mexico at the end of 2021 and making it all the way through to the semi-finals. Roto just gets slammed on that one. You can see that the struggle is real.
Seaweed monster.
It's just so heavy, that kelp as well. It just really bogs you down. Like the Challenger Series isn't hard enough. But
I'm actually just sitting here thinking, I don't remember the last time we had seaweed, but the seaweed's good because it brings a lot of sea life.
Yeah, here we go. Imai just finishing one off on the inside again. He's been one of the busiest surfers in this lineup. Hasn't really put a big score up just yet.
There's Laura identified. He's doing great flashy surfing, good variety of turns, drifting the tail, but I guess you'd just be looking for that bit more critical end section. If he can connect on something that's a little more explosive on the end, or a section that stands up on the bank and something a little bit more like we've seen from Cole. That's got a big consequence on the sandbank. I think that's where he's going to jump up into the higher scores. So no doubt he's just building the house a bit at the moment, Emo. He's got weaponry. He's got it all, doesn't he?
Oh, he's so smooth too. I feel like he's, got a real point of difference on the Challenger Series at the moment. It's just such a silky flow that he possesses, but really unpredictable as well. He kind of explodes out of that flow and throws down some good progressive stuff and some slick rail turns as well.
Yeah, he's got some fast twitch through there and good acceleration and spring and pop. And for a big guy, he's got great compression and he can basically. It's just so exciting to watch. You're never quite sure what he's going to do.
16 minutes to go here. We are waiting for some numbers to come through. We'll update you on the situation after this Bonsoy brew break. The GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of the WSL Australia, by Destination New South Wales, official strategic sponsor of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro presented by Bonsoy, by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia, and by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official SAE of the WSL Australia. Welcome back. There's just under 14 minutes remaining here in Heat 6, the round of 64. Matthias Hurdy trying to make a charge from 4th position up into a qualifying spot. Wants that top 2 finish here. And he gets a finish there as that wave just dissipates on the sandbar. 13.5 minutes to go. And we are waiting on numbers to roll through. Cole Hauschman just sitting out in front at the moment. Really solid start for him. 7.83 in his second wave. Quickly backed it up. And now he's just in a real position of power out here at the moment. Hiroto Ohara is hanging on to second spot. But let's have a look at what he got done during the break here, Hedgie. Oh, no.
Hold it on that sandbar. Absolutely punished.
Wow, it looked like he kind of had one foot still stuck on his board. So hopefully he's okay. There's Matthias now, again, just chipping away on a smaller one. Only needs a 4.23.
Yeah, I just felt like he just had to, unfortunately, had to milk that one through the whitewash and small wave. Would have loved a little bit more of a section coming at him, but still plenty of time.
Yeah, almost a bit too small that way, but yeah, hopefully Hiroto's okay.
Oh, man.
That was intense.
We've seen some beatdowns today. North Narrabeen's been dishing it up to the Challenger Series competitors. And Hiroto, taking one of the heaviest hits maybe we've seen all day. Just fell awkwardly. Live action, he's up again. Just a crisp, well-timed hit. I see shades of Julian Wilson's approach in Hiroto surfing, just able to pivot, gets so low on those bottom turns. But he's still surfing, so that's a good thing. But yeah, the float just went so ugly. Definitely kind of got his board was stuck under him at one point there, got a little tangled up. And this is the wave following it, and it looks like he's moving freely.
Again, just the whitewood on that wave, and it goes without saying, it's just those green face waves are so much easier to surf. Even on a good day, that section of the beach is really tricky to surf. Some waves bend back out towards the alley, and some come right at you, and then, you know, you're going up for a turn and the lip's coming over so much faster than you think. So it's like there's so much going on out there when you surf that part of the bank. So the guys are doing so well to negotiate these lips at the moment.
Here we go. Mateus just mixing things up. Trying to get the backhand rotation in there. Chipping away. It's kind of like panning for gold out there at the moment. You've got to sieve through quite a bit of garbage before you find the nugget, the wave that really stands up and gives you a big punchy section that you can, you know, cut a deep bottom turn into and really lay it over and commit. And just so far, it's really only been Cole that's found that moment.
Yeah, well, Mateus got the second biggest high score, 5.2, and then he must have got a 4.23 for that last smaller right. So he's just you know, smart by him there to just want to get back into that, you know, second position, that qualifying position to just take that bit of pressure off.
Yeah, I guess you don't, Hedgie, want to sit out there too long with priority, waiting for a wave that might not come. It's better to elevate your position and, you know, be in an attacking mode.
Yeah, I think in days like this, it's, you know, you surf yourself into a rhythm and just keep rolling the dice. It's, priority could be a curse on a day like this. It's not to, you know, identified on the peak that there's one or two waves that are distinctly better than the others. So I think it's a smart move to keep rolling the dice.
He's got a lot of energy in his surfing right now, Mateus. You can feel like he's just trying to make something even out of waves, you know, just really turning it into gold as Cole. Buckets to the sky.
Yeah. He's on one. Cole Houshman trying to better a 5.5. Let's see, when he swings that board into the lip, he does it with authority. He's not too worried about the in-between stuff. He's just found that great rhythm out here at the moment. And it's fetching pretty decent scores.
So yeah, this was the energy from Mateus, and yeah, just trying to back up that 4.2, sorry. The Cole behind him. Nice first turn. I don't think this will better his 5.5, but just showing, yeah, like you said, Ronnie, so silky smooth, and just finding those nice green walls, like you mentioned, Hedgie, makes a difference.
Yeah, be a bit dirty on himself. He had a bit of a lazy finish on that. It would have been good just to bookend that ride, leave it in the judges' hands. Because, I mean, they gave him the 5.5 for the big explosive section. Would have been good to see if he could have just kind of tighten the screws a little bit further on the 5.5, potentially if you had a road out of that, maybe.
I like that. That's a little journey into the mindset of a competitor for you. You want to continue to lift your heat score total every time you commit to a ride out here, especially if no one's there pushing you to take a wave. If you've identified that there's points in something, convert. Otherwise, it is kind of a missed opportunity. It came through at a 4.2, I believe, for Houshman. We might actually still be waiting for that number to come through.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you face with when you're out the back. You go, okay, I've got myself a 7.83 and a 5.5. I'm not going to take off on a wave unless I can see it bettering my 5.5. That's your job, your task at hand at that point. So, you know, you play the priority game and you just try to better that score. So, you know, it's would have been great for him to finish that ride.
What?
Mateus, he's gone.
He's got to hang on.
Bird.
He's trying to hang on. He's in that white water. And he does get back out in front of it. Well done. Well done.
Got there, but it took some time to get there, Ron.
Yeah, look, he's...
He pet the kitty for a little bit there, but that was huge. He's pumped.
Yeah, smart, punching the tail block of his board, saving his knuckles. And he's buzzing because he's had a lot of reps at it. That was his 9th ride, and here he goes. We mentioned that high strike rate with the airs. That is unbelievable. Well, if Miguel Tadela scored a An excellent ride for his corrupt flip. I'm expecting this to eclipse it.
Crazy.
Just the rotation and the height, just how high the tail of his board went. I mean, you don't see as many corrupt flips, but that was super
That's
impressive.
nuts.
So much
Full
spring.
rotation too, eh?
Unbelievable. Imai now. Stringing it together.
Imai would have seen that paddling back out as well from Mateus. So this heat is lighting up. Hiroto now on the forehand, getting a couple of nice turns in, but this is going to get exciting.
Yeah, flashy finish there. So you were right, Cole Hausman. You know, had he finished off that previous ride, he definitely would have improved his score because he got a 5.3 for those 2 turns. And now we're waiting on the numbers to come through for Mateus. He's at 1-3 to get himself into the lead here. Love to see that rotation again. You know, he also was kind of stuck in the habit of chipping away at smaller waves with small turns, and he's just loaded up and gone for the big one here. Great looking ramp. Bit of recovery time, but I think there'll be a lot of credit for this one.
Yeah, that rotation was unbelievable.
It just makes it so tricky for the other competitors too to try to block and have a game plan in that scenario, because you know, you're thinking there's a predominant right-hander here, so you're going to block, you know, Mateus with priority in the blue there, but then all of a sudden he just gives himself a little bit of space on the left, goes and does that to you.
Yeah,
you know, it's gnarly.
And not many crew have been going to the air today as well. You know, it's been, it seems like this afternoon, you know, kind of just started kicking in.
Yeah, well, you know, the number for Mateus would be inviting that aerial approach, because, sorry for Miguel Tadela in the last heat. Excellent score, and yeah, we'll have to have a look through the rest of the matchups in this round of 64, because yeah, there's aerialists in the mix. I think we'll see them go there. Still waiting on the score to come through.
And Imai jumped up into second with that 5.73 on his last effort. But I'm guessing that is going to be changing.
Yeah, he needs Imai needs a 7.61, but you're right, the requirement's going to change. Here come the numbers for Mateus Hurdy. 7.6. So I think just a little restraint there with the recovery time in the whitewater. But I personally liked it a little more than Miguel Tadela's. Miguel's was something different though. You don't see too many corrupt flips. You see a lot of those backhand full rotation airs, and you see cleaner landings. So I can see why they're being a little critical there. But I just
wouldn't
like
be able
the
to tell you
speed.
what's harder to do, because I'm doing none of them. But
well, the frequency in which you see a backside air rotation would suggest that that's the easier air. But, you know, that kind of height, that sort of pop, and just the speed in which he flew through that rotation it was just easy on the eye. It's just a personal preference thing at this point.
And like you mentioned, I think that would have gone a lot higher into the excellent range if he had have cleanly ridden out, or, you know, wasn't stuck in the foam recovering for as long as he was.
I like it though. It's fun to see some big airs getting thrown down here on just the second day of the event window as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. And it's still Cole Hausman holding on to the biggest number of the heat for this. Just an assault on the backhand. 7.83.
Yeah, he has been in absolute control from the get-go. 7.83 backed up by his 5.5, and they have been his top 2 scores for the whole heat. He's actually held the top 2 scores until Mateus's air right here, which went into the 7.6 range, and that was unbelievable. So inverted and just rode out. Look, it was like a little dribble wave by the time he got through, but that was all the hard work was done before that.
Well, where are the straps? How did he stay?
Totally.
How did he stay so connected to that board throughout the rotation?
I can't even do a foam climb.
Total glue foot on that one.
Oh, it's the southerly breeze just sticking that board to his feet as Imai just attacks the pocket here. He's been pushed from second all the way back down into 4th place. Love that turn. He likes it too. Looks at his clock and says, wow, I've still got 2 minutes. I might need more. He needed a 7.08.
All right.
I'm giving it, Ron. I'm going to stick my neck right out. those two sections were committed. He finally got the big end section that he wanted and even drifted the tail. Then I'm giving it to him.
Yeah, I feel like Imai's been catching smaller waves this whole heat, but look at this one. It cupped out. First turn up into the pocket. And then he had his flat section and then he kicks the tail out here, and that was so hard to do on that section. How did he ride out so clean? So two big manoeuvres here. Almost getting a bit stuck up, but the way he was able to keep speed through this flat section was so well done. And then into this section here to kick the tail.
So solid. That's that style with that unpredictable element we were touching on earlier today, and this just happened for Imai. Oh. Well, that was a dodgy looking finish to that one. Just over a minute to go here. Waiting on the numbers to come through for Imai. He needs a 7.08 to jump up into the lead. Not afraid to throw myself into the judges' room occasionally and make some predictions on scores, but I've been well off the pace these last couple of heats. Well off the pace. I've got no business attempting it, so I'm not even going to go there. Hedgie, you think he's going to get there?
The theme and, the judges have been wanting is the big turns, and we've been seeing a 5.5 for one big turn as well. And I think just the way those two came together, the bookend with the big turn, the tail drift, it's going to be an interesting comparison. I think I would like to be Imai right now, though.
Yeah, wow, I'm just scratching my head, wondering where they're going to take this number. The comparison surely has to be the big backside rotation from Matthias Hurdy. There is also the Cole Hauschman waves to consider, the series of backhand hits that scored a 7.83. I have no idea.
Yeah, there's a bit going on, that's for sure.
The only thing that would let that wave down would be that flat moment in between. But I mean, he had two sections at the end of the day that stood up in front of him, and he made the most of both of them. He really did.
I think it's right there either way. He either just gets it, or he just misses out. The score's starting to roll through. Matthias Hurdy, impressive hit on the end section. The numbers rolling through. A 7.08 is required, and it's looking pretty good for Imai Kalani DeVault. Waiting on the last couple of scores to drop in. One judge says no. That one's going to get thrown out, so the average looking pretty reasonable at the moment, provided another 6 doesn't fall into the mix here and drag him back. And there it is. He gets the number he needs. A 7.33. Imai Kalani DeVault made the final down the Challenger Series. He's got his hands up. He's celebrating. And Matthias Hurdy, well, he's freaking that he wasn't able to back up his 7.6 with something a little stronger, but he gave us an amazing moment in this heat. Nathan Hedge, it was an absolute pleasure, mate.
Thanks for having me, Ron. How good was that, eh? Such an exciting heat.
This is his final turn, too. What are they going to throw at that? Well, the number's in. And it wasn't enough for Matthias with that final turn. Imai Kalani DeVault makes the jump up into second. We've seen a couple of big buzzer beater moments. Cole Hauschman, though, is going to get the victory here. A very solid start to the heat for him. And an amazing finish for Imai Kalani DeVault. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to bring in Kaipo and Jess and Richie Lovett. Stay with us.
Some exciting heats going down in this round of 64 at GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Just saw Imai Kalani devault with a clutch performance coming through. I'm Kaipo, along with Jess Grimwood and Richie Lovett on the Harvey Norman host set. What do you think about that last heat, Rich?
That was intense. You know what? I love it. I love the drama. You know, and most of all, I love that the surfers are getting pushed and they're really going, we got to bring some big maneuvers here if we want to get through. So, you know, they're setting the stage. There's a theme starting to develop here. Let's bring it.
Yeah. And, you know, the waves, I'm going to say, the waves are challenging. They're not good. Yeah. But the performances and the numbers that these surfers are able to execute right now, so impressive.
Yeah, it's forcing them to go above and beyond what you'd generally see in these, you know, training sessions in these conditions or free surfs, because the judges are asking that much of these surfers. And I feel like at the end of the season, this heat for Imai Kalani that just passed is going to be the difference between making it or not. It's these crazy heats.
Right to live action here with Eli Hanneman. Eli looking quick on his opening ride, Rich.
Yeah, looking good. And when you think of like suited waves to Eli, you know, this is right in his wheelhouse, isn't it? Those short, punchy little waves. He's got that crazy air game that he can draw on. That was Lucas Mazinas.
Yeah, Eli from Maui. It's a windy island. This is like Maui glass right now. You know, this is just like an average day in Maui. Like if you were surfing Ho'okipa, this is like pretty much every day.
Smooth, huh?
Yeah.
Going off. But to your point too, Jess, you know, Imai had a fantastic result up on the Gold Coast, and it's a real momentum killer if you dip out in the first round or two, you know, of your next event. There's Mazinas, his left-hander just... Wow, gets the little reverse. Stays connected. And this is the opening ride for Edgar. Just the one big turn, but just gets swallowed up by the soup. And then yet another broken board.
Wow. A lot of damage going down in these closeouts.
Whoa.
Edgar almost takes Leo's head off right there. Here we go with Eli and the replay, Jess.
Yeah, this just looks light to me. Really, really finely tuned on his feet, stuck to his board, and kind of reminiscent of some of the Japanese waves earlier on. Just really alive. Here's the replay, though, for Lucas Messina's last ride. He seemed pretty dialed into these conditions, too, so you can tell. I mean, at this level of competition, it would be unbelievable to think that these guys aren't training in these conditions anyway, knowing where the Challenger Series is heading, knowing you're going to be on a beach break on the New South Wales coast somewhere. At some point during this waiting period, we are going to have conditions like this, and this is part of it at the end of the season when they clock off the Challenger Series and they say, did I give it my all? Like I said, guys like Imai Kalani can say, yeah, I did.
And anybody in surfing actually can take a lot of inspiration and education actually watching these guys surf pretty average waves and put it and apply some of that stuff that you're seeing right here to your own surfing, Rich.
Yeah, this is a free lesson really in how to surf, you know, 3 to 4 foot onshore tricky shifting conditions. So here we go, live action.
Edgar Gorgia. He is a punchy surfer out of Brazil. Got a good air game as well. So we'll see some of that. Mark Lacamar finds left here. Lacamar, nice rail game, won his first heat in the round of 80, and he's building some momentum here. So we'll see how that pans out for Mark Lacamar, 32 years old, out of France.
I like how he really uses his wingspan. I think it was you and I talking about it yesterday, Kaipo. He's able to just really extend, like compress and extend and make himself look so small, and then all of a sudden...
He averted a little disaster there, Rich.
Just hanging on. That front edge of his board looked like it was going to nosedive, but he was able to pull it out. He's Edgar just on that right-hander. Snaps off the lip, drives down the line. Just goes for that projection floater, so you know the judges don't get overly excited about the floater maneuver unless it is something special.
Well, you guys, Cole Hauschman won that last heat. Cole is with Stace. We're going to wait till we see this finish here from Lucas Messinas before we go to it. Now, Cole is with Stace, and I would love to know what 2% stands for, Stace.
I would love to know what 2% stands for as well, Kipes. And I know you've got some obligations there, but whip that head off for a second, bruv. Let us see that head do.
It's all grown out now, but it was a bunch of 2s for the boys. I don't know. I guess there's no really meaning behind it. Kalohe's just like, oh, your phone's always at 2%, so we'll just call it 2%. But yeah, no real meaning. I mean, you got to ask him. He's the dad, so.
He's the CEO. We'll get him later. But, mate, fantastic heat. Awesome to watch you all surfing. It was a bummer we had to lose one of you guys then. What's it like to, I guess, hang on to the lead there in a tight situation like that?
Yeah, I never really felt safe in that heat. It was nice to open up with a 7. And, but, yeah, looking at the end, everyone dropped 7s. And I was just lucky I kind of stayed in the lead, so it never really fluctuated. But, yeah, just kind of trying to pick off good waves all the way till the end and hold them off anything that they had scoring potential on. So, yeah, just stoked to get through heat.
A disappointing start at Snapper. How do you keep the momentum flowing into this event after probably not the start you're looking for?
Yeah, I know it was a bummer. You always look forward to that event, and didn't really get the start I wanted, but just got to put the loss past me and keep moving forward. We have a whole year ahead of us and 5 more events, so I'm looking to just get a few results along the way and, yeah, have some fun.
So far, so good. Well done, Cole.
Yeah, well done indeed. And just looking at some of the numbers in this round, Mikey McDonough opened up his heat, had a 7.17. Imai, we saw, turned his heat with 7.33. Cole, a 7.83 in his heat. Mateus Hurdy lost with a 7.6. And Miguel Tudela with an 8.67. All of that, Rich, happened in this round. So still big numbers getting put up.
Yeah, you can't argue that the surfing isn't great, and the numbers are starting to roll through. And, well, we talked about floaters. And this is actually a critical floater. Gosh, just a full lip glide, disconnects, drops down the elevator shaft, and somehow stays on his feet, completely swamped. Wow, Mark Lackamere, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was an intense section. You can see it was like white out across the screen, and then his jersey just reappeared out of nowhere.
That was a real knee tweaker, that one. And you're just praying when you're in that situation, just get this landing, just stick to the board.
Judges liked the commitment. Judges liked the risk from Mark Lacamere, and he goes to the lead with a 6.17. So impressive high-risk surfing and rewarded, Jess.
Yeah, and something interesting too, Rich, just to that kind of knee tweaker point, I was listening or reading something that Italo's just said about his boards and design and wanting that flexibility in his equipment so you can know, like, not to be landing on such a hard surface, and if the board needs to break to save his body, he wants that to happen. And I think I've never even considered that as a part of an aspect to performance and equipment, but something there, you know, it's there's so many finely tuned things that bring about performances like Mark's last wave, landing in such a critical part of the wave.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know it's great when we get these like really ultra slow-mo vision, and you can see the boards flexing and moving under the surfer's feet. You see Luca up and riding, just a quick one, but yeah, sometimes those carbon boards that are fully wrapped carbon, they can be a little stiffer and a bit more rigid. You know, there's, as we're scratching the surface really when we start talking about equipment, but yeah, that point is that, you know, if you can absorb the impact through the board, through the knees, through the ankles, through the thighs, and get that safe landing, then the alternative is not good.
It's wild to think even with a polyurethane board that flex on the board can be altered even by the stringer material, whether it's a laminated stringer, a redwood stringer, the thickness of the stringer. There's so many just variables, and I think when you're at the top end, like Italo Ferreira working with a Timmy Patterson, is that you're dialing in not just your dims and your volume and your bottom contours and everything, you're actually dialing in your flex, because you're going to go back to the same blank that worked in the previous boards and replicate that.
Yeah, I was, I think I talked about it on one of the other webcasts, but the surfers are so finely tuned at that level, and you know, at some point, we'll just get back to that in a sec as we see Edgard up and riding.
Rogia snapping off the top. Has to make some busy work to get to the bottom. You can see the quickness for Edgard. The unfortunate thing is just the wave selection may be lacking just a little bit, but with that being said, a 4.64 will put him in second place and advancing over Luca Messina. So we'll see how that comes in. While we wait for that score to come through, you guys, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with that score and more. Stick around. We'll be back. Thank you to the Northern Beaches Council Tourism, a major partner of the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We went to break looking for a couple of numbers. Last of Edgard Grosjean was a 5.33. While we were in that break, we had some stuff happen and a shuffling of the standings in this heat. Eli Hanneman going to the top.
Eli starting to build a little tally here, straight up into the lip. And again, this guy's one of the fastest surfers on the Challenger Series. And inspired again by that the 2% crew. He's been tapping into the energy. This is Edgard here, just going through that little crease to get to the final hit. But everyone got a decent number on the board.
Mark Lacamar finds the left, looking way down the line, building up some speed, sees nothing for him, so he just kicks out. Lacamar currently in second place. However, we do need a score for Edgard Grosjean, and he needs a 5.58. Not going to actually come in at that number. Just checked in, so Edgard remains in third place. Luca Messinas in fourth place. Luca looking for a 5.64. Mark Lacamar is doing enough so far to advance. And the youngster, just the 20-year-old out of Lahaina, Maui, Eli Hanneman on top.
Yeah, he's really electric from that first little double pump down the line. You can tell how connected he's feeling to his equipment, and he looks like he's a step ahead. I mean, he's super reactive to the sections, but he just looks like he's just a step ahead all the time, and he's just so smooth as well through those transitions and surfing those, even the end little sections into something.
Messinas on the backhand. Nice couple of hooks, gets there nice and early, tries to avoid exactly that, but unable to avoid that convergence of water, knocks him off, he goes incomplete. He'll be remaining to search for his score. Again, he needs a 5.64. Luca Messinas, Rich, you know, had some time on the championship tour. He was a rookie in 2022, but was one of those victims of that mid-season cut, and now he's battling. He battled last year through the Challenger Series, finishing off 17th, you know, not quite getting there. battling again for that spot and that historic spot that he took on the championship tour. First male Peruvian to make it.
Yeah, that was a big achievement, obviously, and it just took a little while to find his feet, which is kind of natural, you know. It's a hard thing to just convert into CT performances, as we see here. Just, oh gosh, he nearly made this one. Just couldn't quite outrun that final closeout section. But yeah, you know, he's been doing some really good surfing for sure, and had a couple of good performances last year on the Challenger Series. Just didn't quite have the consistency there to make the grade. But you know, great to see him persevering, because he's such a good surfer, you know. And another one who we kind of go, yeah, he deserves to be back on the championship tour. But gnarly, 10 spots.
It's a long list and a big battle for those 10 spots. Yeah, I remember Luca, you know, his beginning of his rookie year at Pipe, made the quarterfinals. Just, I thought, okay, smooth sailing. This guy's got it. And then a string of 17ths and an exit. That mid-season cut, it's real, but it does put stakes on every single heat on that championship tour. There's no gimmies.
Yeah, it's really good to watch, isn't it? Like, it's super cutthroat. Like, it's just, and for Luca, I mean, Peru have been building. I feel like it's the long-term thing for them. I won't be surprised in the next 3 to 4 years if we see something similar to what happened with Brazil, where these Peruvians have come through over the last 10 years through all the different events throughout the world, and they've been building, and their passion behind them. Like, if you've ever been to Peru and watched one of their own winter contests on their soil, it is incredibly intense and passionate, and it challenges that kind of Brazilian passion as well. So to see someone like Luca, I mean, obviously there's Sofia Milanovic and people like Anneli Gomez, and then you had Miguel throwing down that flip in the last few heats. So I just feel this kind of momentum. I mean, Daniela Rosas is another name that comes to mind, and I think it's not too long till we see that full charge from Peru.
Edgard. He likes that finish. Remember, he needs a 5. He needs a pretty lofty number. He needs a 5.58 in the scheme of this heat, Rich.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing it on that wave. I'm sorry. It's yeah, just didn't quite have that intensity for me. And you know, here we go. Here's Luca here.
Long wall in front of the Peruvian, and now he connects the finish. So Luca Macinas may have just got into the top 2. We'll see. We're waiting for scores for both Grosjean and Macinas at the moment.
How good is Grosjean when he's able to open up, though, on those big open faces? I feel like, if you've watched any of his clips, like, his big hacks are sick. Here's the replay, though, from Luca Macinas. That release through the fins there on that second turn, it's clean, it's critical, and it's what he's going to need at the moment. Let's have a look at the replay from Edgard.
See, that probably felt good.
It was a good turn.
Yeah.
It felt good, but for me it was just a little disconnected. Didn't have enough flair to it.
Another try here for Grosjean. And again, I just think the wave selection is his nemesis at this moment, because I know already how good Edgy can surf. Is just getting a wave that allows him to open up.
Yeah, and you know, I go back to my emotional barometer on this stuff, and I trust the feeling I get when I watch this surfing. And if you get excited and you kind of go, oh, and you move to kind of, you know, smile or grunt or whatever it is that you got to do when you're watching the sand, I just didn't have that. It didn't have that for me. It was just looked pretty textbook. So this is Luca driving down the line. We're seeing a lot more lefts. I'm wondering whether these guys are shifting their position back up a little further north, back onto to the left peak. Tide is coming in. We're 2 hours back into high tide now.
So a bunch of numbers coming in to set up this heat. And it looks like Luca Macinas on both of his tries are going to come up short. He's going to still be searching for a score of a 5.64. Grosjean still searching for his score. Here's our heat leader, Eli Hanneman, on straight-hander. Nothing happening there.
That wind, we've seen it just move all the way around today, haven't we? Gone from pretty much straight offshore this morning out of the west. And it's basically gone 180 degrees back round to the east now, which is, to be honest with you, it's a promising sign because we want the swell out of the east too. So if that wind's checking around in the afternoon, it means this system is starting to move past. We're going to see the swell straighten up, and there we have our leader, Challenger Series leader, Sammy Pupo.
Oh, I love it. This guy surfs with so much passion. If you're not jumping out of your seat when you watch him, I mean, coming off the Snapper Rocks event is just such an entertaining guy to watch, and he's one of the best, and we'll see why very shortly.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, he's going to be coming up against Lucas Silveira, another Brazilian, Kauli Foss, and Aiden Masonkamp, who's had a strong start, a strong campaign so far on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, he's another one coming out of the South African camp that's they're just being quiet and really achieving and consistent with their heats, and they're building and building throughout the whole group of them. I think they're traveling really tight, and that's another byproduct of this Challenger Series format is, I think maybe Richie, you were talking about it earlier on in the event, but having all the countries come together to then verse the rest of the world in the Challenger Series.
Clearing into some open face with that floater, Edgar Grosjean, then a carve. Again, he's still searching for a 5.58 with a performance there. So staying busy, catching a lot of waves. That's going to be his 8th wave ridden. Eli Hanneman takes a look at that, decides not to go wisely, and there we go. That's our unabridged version of the heat. All of the waves ridden, all the scores put down, Rich. Highlighted are the top 2 for each of the surfers.
Yeah, this guy here, he's been really busy. That was a little better, just a bit more emphasis on the turn, pushed a little harder, the tail released ever so slightly.
I really liked that. I thought that was a much more pronounced hammer on the forehand for him.
A lot of taper on this wave from Mark Lacomar. Must see something down the line because he's sticking with it. And that one's just not going to be in his top 2. He'll remain in 2nd place right now. For the moment, still waiting for a score for Edgar Grosjean.
Yeah, obviously Mark has been at this a little while longer than his other competitors, and a bit more experience, and I feel like there's a particular sort of wave that he's trying to hunt down, put that big carving game on show. Perhaps not quite traveling at the speed of some of the other competitors in this heat, but what he sort of doesn't, I'm not going to say lack, but what his weapon is a bit more power and a bit more precision. And Carve versus Eli and Luca, who are a bit more agile, light on their feet, faster.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Eli Hanneman and Mark Lacomar, there's a 12-year difference between the two. Lacomar, 32 years old. Here's a replay, and this wave was pretty sleepy, Jess.
Yeah, like I said, I thought he was chasing something on the outside as well, looking for that chance. He didn't get it. Here's the one from Edgar, though. Yeah, just way more committed hammer. Kind of blew the tail out a little bit, too, over the top. It's kind of sweet.
Eli Hanneman.
Oh, nice jam under the lip, nice and early. So one turn, I mean, it'd be nice to see the comparison of scores as well between Edgar's and Eli's. They're both similar approaches to that single section on the right.
Edgar, for 3 times, has just come slightly under his requirement that he needs of that 5.58. He's got a couple of 5-point rides over and over again on that closeout maneuver, repeating basically the same thing over and over again and just not getting it.
So 7 times he's tried to improve on his score and he hasn't been able to do it. So, you know, whether he's just working on the theory or I'm just going to keep taking off on waves until something finally eventuates, or maybe he should just settle.
Yeah.
Be a little bit more selective, find that wave that's going to offer him those 2 turns, get the job done.
I agree with you on that one, Rich. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We are under the NRMA 5-minute warning right now. So it's Edgar Grosjean and Luca Macinas need to get busy as the clock is waning down in this heat. Eli Hanneman looking good. And Eli, just a talented surfer, Jess, but, you know, Eli's placings and his finishes for this last couple years do not indicate the actual talent that Eli has. In my mind, he's been coming up short in heat, so maybe he can break through in this event.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, especially with the forecast, I think we're going to see the finesse that he has at such a young age and young competitive career too, and it might play into his hand a little as we go through looking into the forecast. Things start to clean up and we really can appreciate all the different technical aspects of Eli's performance, because he does, like, I mean, since he's been dropping those clips when he was a grommet, you're just like, wait, what?
He's had eyes on him since he was 12 years old out of Lahaina. Rich, everyone going like, hey, this is the next kid, this is the next kid. And he's worth the hype. Here we go. Mark Lachamar. No harm, no foul. He'll remain in second place, but the door is cracked open for Edgar Grosjean, and especially Luca Macinas in the red jersey, who does have first priority and doesn't need a giant number at all.
No, he really doesn't, but here goes Eli.
Eli skips through that section, foam climb there, and just throws the tail, but incomplete. Looking loose on that Mayhem surfboard.
Wow, it's a tight heat when you look at the totals. There's not a lot in this. Minute 50 to go. We could actually see a big switch up with a couple of good rides.
Yeah, we've seen it before, especially when all the numbers are clustered in the same zone, which we're seeing right now on your scoreboard and the standings between all 4 surfers in this heat.
And Edgar and Luca, they're sitting in good, like, priority first and second. And you saw Tadella in that last heat. He had 6 or 7 attempts as well to get the excellent score in the heat. So it's there, and it comes right down to that last exchange. And can they find it? Here we go.
Mark Lachamar wants to secure his second place position. And that float is all he's going to get. But likely not to change the situation on the water.
No, Mark's had, that'll be his 5th attempt at trying to improve his score. Only looking to better that 4.73, so not a really big requirement to secure that second place. He's got 45 seconds to hold on here.
Oh, look at Edgar. He's head down, trying to push it back out. He had another throwaway, I think.
Yeah, another throwaway for Edgar.
30 seconds. He might be able to find himself another chance.
Well, 9 attempts he's had now.
Yeah, and a total of 12 waves ridden for Edgar Grosjean. And this is the 10th time. This is the game changer. Oh, Luca Macinas floats this section, finds a nice left. One more time up there, gets the finish. Wants a little bit more out of this wave. Wants to milk it all the way to the beach. Regardless, Macinas needs a 5.64. Two turns, feeling pretty right around there to me, Rich.
Yeah, it's definitely a mid-range score. It's we'll get another look at it in a second and just see if there was an opening turn or whether we did join that ride and all the action was happening. Here we go. Clean takeoff, eyes down the line, big extended floater, drops down, and it's that final hit. Again, it was, you know, it was a little bit behind on that final turn. Didn't really extend out and off the lip.
Oh, I want him to get it, but I feel like it's coming in just under.
Yeah, when you compare it against some of the other top scores of that heat, you know, and I think the highest score just edged into the 6. So
yeah, there's numbers.
Yeah.
So Eli Hanneman moves on. Mark Lachamar moves on. The Lahaina surfer with a great performance out here. Harvey Norman recap time, Rich, starting with Eli Hanneman. Some snappy surfing.
Yeah, he got really busy quickly and put together some great turns here. I found this little gem that just kept offering multiple sections, and he wasn't looking for the biggest waves, but he kept finding the ones that allowed him to start opening up and really finding his feet. But Mark Lachamar did well too, really sniffing out some lefts.
Commitment to the cause right there for Mark. Well-deserved second place for him, guys.
Well, there you go. The adopted Hawaiian on the 2% crew moving through. And we're going to move through to a commercial break. When we come back, number 1 on the Challenger Series, Sammy Pupo will be out in the water.
Welcome back to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We've had a massive day of competition here. I'm with Will Hayden-Smith from Tours and Competition Office to get an update. Will, what are you up to for the rest of the afternoon?
Good question. Thanks, Stace. We're actually just going to do one more heat. This is the last heat of the day, heat 8. It's been a big day, that's 16 heats, and we just figured that's enough. The conditions have been challenging for the last few heats, and we've seen some amazing performances, but we've just decided to come back for an earlier call tomorrow. It's going to be at 6:45 for a potential 7:05 start.
Thanks so much, Will. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Well, there you go. Last heat of the day with number 1 on the Challenger Series. Sammy Pupo on the water against Lucas Silveira. Aiden Mason-Camp, who's already dropped a tangible number, as well as Kaoli Voss.
Wow, what a start for Aiden, too. 7.33. But, I mean, I would appreciate the call if I was in those last few heats of the round. The wind is as expected here on the New South Wales coast at Narrabeen, kind of almost to howling. It's pretty windy here this afternoon, so yeah, it's a good way to finish off this day of surfing.
Yeah, but Jess, you know what? Even after this heat, everyone's going to want to stick around for the WSL post show, where yourself and Richie are going to be joined by Ron Blakey to talk through all of today's action. This is going to be some of the action we're going to talk about. The 7.33 Rich for Aiden Mason.
Wow, what a start. I'm going to give this guy the tag of best, most improved from last year, for sure. This guy is just, he lit it up on the Gold Coast and is just, he's continued on here, hasn't missed a beat, just adjusted really well to these tricky Beach Bay conditions. This guy's on fire.
Yeah, he sure is. Another guy on fire. Eli Hanneman out there looking quick, taking a heat win. Eli's with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Eli, you must be stoked to get a heat win on the board for the 2023 season.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I've been working really hard, so I'm really happy to get the first heat out of the way at this comp.
And what do you make of the conditions out there? A bit of action in those last 2 heats. Does that get you fired up?
Yeah, I was pretty lost, to be honest. Like, there's 2 separate peaks, and they're like a mile apart, so it's pretty challenging, but you kind of just have to pick your peak and just trust that it'll work out.
What did you get up to between the Gold Coast event and this event?
I was just cheering on my friends at the Snapper event. They got, Crosby and Jet got equal thirds, so I was on the beach every day with the 2% crew, just cheering them on.
They adopted you?
Yeah, it really motivated me, and it's really cool to see them do well.
Yeah, we're looking forward to watching you later on this event, mate. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Eli Hanneman. Oh, a couple of snaps here for Lucas Silveira, the 2015 World Junior Champ, 27-year-old out of Rio de Janeiro. He's been on this grind for a long time, Jess.
Yeah, sharp bit of rail work from him. I loved seeing how quickly he transitioned between those both manoeuvres as well. It's good signs kicking off his heat, not waiting around till we've seen kind of the pattern go in the last few minutes, having to find something like this. But look at the replay, just read it really well. Look at the ribs on that wave as well. This time the 2-turn combo. Nice slow-mo here, Rich, too.
Yeah, beautiful rail work, as you said. Just so much pressure on that back tail pad. Really driving through the turn, which was great to see, and then follows it up with a beautiful snap to finish.
So a 6-point ride for Lucas Silveira. So that's a decent start for the Brazilian surfer. Still no waves ridden by Kaoli Voss or Sammy Pupo. Actually, Kaoli's, I'll take that back, does have a 4.83 to his credit. So the patient Sammy Pupo at the beginning of this heat, Rich.
Yeah, Sammy's just, he's gone to the top of the priority order, obviously, with the 3 other competitors having ridden a wave now. And here goes Lucas again, quick in and out. Yeah, Sammy doesn't want to let these guys get too far ahead and really start building a tally here. He doesn't want to get left behind.
Here comes Aiden. Already has a good score. That's not going to change anything, though. Just hunting it down, the South African. And let's take a look at the 4.83 for Kaoli Voss, Rich.
Oh, just so strong on the backhand. It's a shame he only got the 1 turn done.
Yeah.
Because that was a really critical turn to open up. If he'd tagged it a second time, that 4 would be a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, Kaoli Vas, just 21 years old, out of Vaiao in Tahiti, just right outside of Taupo. Just a brilliant surfer with a bright, bright future because he's so adaptive to so many different conditions. He can do it in big barrels, but he can do it in beach breaks too. Oh, and Lucas Silveira just back and forth. So a lot of action happening in the water, Jess. A lot of numbers to get caught up on.
Yeah, the heat is on seriously at this point. I'm interested to see what Luke's did at the start of that wave because I just think he, similar to Eli, just looks a little more switched in and switched on and connected. Here's the replay though. Last of Lucas. Does he get this first turn in the section? It's a single turn, but it's critical and it's well timed. He kind of hung up and brought it down at a really nice time with the lip there.
Yeah, Lucas Silveira, Rich, an interesting story in that he was one of Leandro Dora's first kind of pupils as Leandro got into surf coaching, because in Brazil he came on as a youngster and there was a lot of hope for Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where you tap into all that knowledge and you get the coaches and the results start coming, but then something happens and you don't quite reach the full potential or your own expectations.
Oh, Aiden Mason-Camp going to town here. So opens up with a 7.33, and he's going to back that up well. The South African looking quick on that one, Jess.
Yeah, just back to the point, Cobo. You know, he's done really well and he's got incredible results to date, but you feel like he's expecting more from himself for sure.
Sammy Pupo looking snappy here. And Pupo with that finish. Got some new boards under his feet riding for JS now, Rich.
Yeah, his boards looked amazing up on the Gold Coast. Just, you can tell when surfers are really gelling with their surfboards, and Sammy's on that heater at the moment. He's really connected.
I wonder how he broke the news to Dad, who's his original shaper from Wagner Pupo, former professional, and the shaper at Ohana Pupo Surfboards, had to break it to Dad. Like, I'm sure Dad embraced it. Here we go, Jess. How's this?
This is sick. Like his thoracic rotation through those turns, especially the wrap, that's just real indicative of, like you said, Rich, how much he's improved, and then getting it up and over the lip and busting out, and he almost gets a little bit of like coping grind time as well.
Sammy Pupo here, Jess.
Yeah, I think he just does it with ease, doesn't he? He just makes this part look easy, and he's fitted in, 3 turns already, and then easily out in front, clean finish for him, beautiful kickoff.
Rich, Kylie got this one.
Yeah, Kylie just tags this on the backhand. 2 really strong hits to start off. Comes around this section, finishes off. So multiple maneuvers on that wave, but those first 2 backhand hooks were really stylish.
I'm going to give him a Maita Iroa. Well done, Kauli Vast. Well, we wait for a bunch of numbers and for some impressive surfing and some impressive vocabulary. Jess Grimmer, thoracic rotation.
I don't know where that came from, Carter. Who knows? Do I even know what that means? Probably not.
I want to use it again.
Yeah, it's. I haven't patented it yet, so
okay.
You can take it.
Everyone will know I stole it, though, Jess. All right, we're waiting for numbers for Aiden Mason-Camp, Kauli Vas, and Sammy Pupo. Surely going to shake up the standings in this heat when those numbers drop.
Yeah, plenty of scores on the way here. And I don't envy the judges because they're, going through, watching the replays, thinking in their mind, trying to compare each of these rides.
So they kind of set off Aiden's score. You know, he's still got that second number to drop, which was arguably probably, I think, equally as good as that 7.33. So, and then where do they put Sammy's first ride? And then we've suddenly got this heat full of 6s and 7s, and who knows, maybe a little more because he got Carly's last ride as well.
Yeah. This is what we love is that everyone's really opening up now, and everyone's going to drop a real decent score. This heat's going to get super tight, and there's still 17 minutes to go. So really, this is a great way. You can see with more tide, we're starting to get these waves that are offering a bit more down the line. It's not just that one turn anymore. We're starting to see more multiple maneuvers on a wave.
It's been a grindy day, but it's been an entertaining day at the same time. So I know that's kind of an oxymoron, but it really has been, because the performances that we've seen and people coming through in clutch situations just so impressive.
Yeah, it really has been. Oh, look, there's a score. Last of 8 and 5.87 dropping into the mix.
So still needs a score
Sammy,
for Cowley and Sammy to set the situation out there.
I am really interested to see that first score for Pupo go in comparison to the other, because I think the work rate was right there, but he just made it look so silky.
Lucas Silveira, a little caught up there. Still waiting for scores.
Oh, that was
close. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone
Cowley
priority.
Voss took a paddle at that one, lost priority. Priority handed over now to Sammy Pupo. Cowley Voss's score, we're still waiting for Sammy Pupo's opener of a 5.8. Lucas Silveira on the backhand. Just a couple of nice swings.
Yeah, not a bad two-turn combination here. Sammy Pupo up and riding.
Samuel, solid, and the fist pump there as a signal of his own approval. So again, we're back in the corner waiting for scores to give you the situation. Just under 16 minutes counting down.
Feels good to make a wave today for these guys. You know, it's pretty rough stuff out there, but they're making light work of it. This is Lucas's wave here. Just that two-hit combination on the backhand. Sammy Pupo just really tight the pocket on the first turn, gets up and over the section on the last turn.
Oh, well, we're still waiting for those scores, so we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll come back with scores, situations, and all that stuff.
For me, coming home, spending time with the family and getting away and seeing Australia, for me, that's what it's all about. Staying at NRMA Parks and Resorts, it's always fun. The facilities are second to none, from basic camping into the cabins, or glamping might be your thing. There's just so much to do. We can go for a surf, we can go for a bike ride, we could even go for a skate. Perfect opportunity to disconnect from those things that hold you at home. That's the stuff that memories are made of.
Yeah, Rich. NRMA Resorts and Parks, 39 locations, beautiful, fun, family.
Yeah, they're all set up so well, and I just love how there's so many different options to stay. Like, you can go and throw your tent down, or you can go in the cabins, and they've even got like converted shipping containers in now that are full glamping setups. You can do the glamping tents, and they got, you know, I don't know if you can call it camping because there's hot showers in them and kitchens and all sorts of stuff, but so well equipped, and you know, the locations of these parks, they're just second to none. You know, the one at Narrabeen, he's incredible, and then they're just sprinkled up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm truly enjoying my time here at the campground, at the park. Thank you, NRMA. Well, when we went to break, we were waiting for some scores. We got the scores in. Sammy Pupo with a 6.87. That's enough for Pupo to go to second. Aiden Mason-Camp started off very strong with a 7.33. He remains in the lead. Lucas Silvera needs at 6.65. And Kauli Voss, even though he's been performing well with that last score of 5.87, still needs more, needs a 6.81. So very tight.
See the noises.
Yeah.
The emotions going. There you go.
You can't help it, can you? It's evocative surfing.
Well,
it's critical and it's evocative.
And when you're a surfer too, you see somebody do a big float, you're like, oh my goodness, because you know the feeling of how brutal that can be. But to time it and land softly, that's an art.
Oh, this is so gnarly. Some strong ankles, and he's like, what more do you want me to do? Look at the amount of water. It's below sea level there at the bottom, and that is a very square section. It looks like no problem at all for Lucas, but it's a problem for us in our minds.
Yeah, he's a strong surfer, but the judges didn't pick up what he was putting down. A 5.07, he remains in third.
Yeah, I can see why, because he kind of just, it was a pretty horizontal approach, and then he rode down. Yeah. It wasn't like he went square off the bottom, tagged it, and navigated through that gnarly section. He was just sort of, it looked incredible, obviously, and there was drama involved with it, but you know, just sort of explaining why the judges didn't get too excited about it.
Here's our top scores of the day, an 8.67 to turn the heat for Miguel Tudela. Cole Hauschman did it on the backhand with a 7.83. Mateus Hurdy, even that 7.6 wasn't enough to get him out of his heat, unfortunately. And Imai Kalani-Vault, with that effort of a 7.33, we'll see him in the next round, the round of 32. Kauli Voss wants to turn his heat. Wow, that was straight up.
Yeah, I just love how much spray he's sending off his board too. That first turn really sending buckets, but some fast surfing on the backhand. Riley, it's looking good.
I feel like, yeah, Kaiba, I feel like he's kind of got that foot placement similar to Cole Hauschman too, and the whip, it's like a whip or snap, that second thing. Like that front foot of his sits way more towards that hillside rail.
Watch this second turn though, he just puts it up behind his back, bang!
Yeah. That's very, very fast and sharp surfing for him.
And Silvera got a wave as well, Rich.
Yeah, this time going left. This thing standing up in front of him. Gets the backhand hook and makes it. So a little bit more critical, that one. When you think about that lip line, that one had more angle to it.
He's got the Bonsoy caddy down there in that yellow spray jacket on the shore, soaking up the vibe in the Brazilian camp, I think it was.
Yeah, we got the camp on the beach supporting both Sammy Pupo as well as Lucas Silvera. There's our Bonsoy board caddy sticking around all day long.
He might pick up a few Portuguese words here too. It's a good day off school, isn't it? Caddying for the world's best surfers and just getting to hang out amongst all these different people.
Still waiting for that score for Lucas Silvera, see if it was enough. He needs that 6.65 to get into second place, where he would bump out his fellow countryman to third. So we'll see. He's going to get the number. By how much? Still waiting on a couple of judges. But there will be a situation change once all the numbers come through.
Yeah, good heat in terms of heat tallies. This is a couple of points more than what we saw in the previous heat.
7.6. Lucas goes all the way to the top. Aiden Mason-Camp with priority drops to second place, and now is a little vulnerable as Sammy Pupo just needs a 6.34 to buck Mason-Camp out of that advancing position, Jess.
Yeah, it's a very alive end of this heat, and those heat totals tell the story completely. I mean, there's been big handfuls of competition today where we were seeing progression with mid-4s and 5s, and now we finally got into this last heat so far of competition for round of 64, and we're seeing 13 plus totals. So Sammy Pupo is not somebody that you want in that third or fourth position if you're Aiden Mason Camp, but he does have priority. So let's see if, like what you were saying, Rich, that he's able to adapt and he's learned from the Goldie.
And you can see the game right here where Mason Camp, Rich, is, you know, tracking the same line as Samuel Pupo. Meanwhile, down the beach, Kauli Voss with no opportunity, unfortunately. But now we can track it right here and see. I'm interested, Rich. What do you think about Sammy even? Why is he staying next to Mason Camp, who clearly has priority over him?
I don't actually know, unless he's just identified that that's really where the good waves are coming through. Certainly, you don't want to be really following someone with priority at this point in the game when you need to score and you need to overtake him. So more about positioning. I guess he's just thinking about his own game and where he wants to be. And I guess, you know, the other way to look at it is that if a wave does come, Sammy can put pressure on him, make sure he actually commits and try and take priority off him.
Yeah, let's take a look, Jess, at our Harvey Norman recap. Starting off here with Aiden Mason Camp.
Yeah, what a beautiful kickoff. So sharp, so critical, and well timed. That's his 7.33. Kicked off that one, Kuiper.
Lucas Silvera, Rich.
Yeah, Lucas has been really busy and finding a number of waves, and his best one came on this left-hander. Big, gnarly section, and just tags it. Gets really vertical and somehow rode out of it.
7.6 for that wave and the lead to Lucas Silvera. Kauli Voss finds left, going forehand now. Nice first hook. Needs something dynamic. He hits that oncoming section, struggles for the finish, and tries to sell it to the judges. I don't know if he got in front of the whitewater, however.
I thought for a minute he was going to set up for something there and take to the air. Possibly should have, you know, nothing to lose at this point. Down in fourth place, maybe throw caution to the wind.
And Kauli very, very adept at aerials as well. Here it is, Jess, replay.
Yeah, I was thinking along the same lines. That I think maybe the little weird bend on that inside part of the bank kind of disallowed it. I think he was well prepped. He had that extended or expanded foot stance, and he was really loaded. But I think
tricky
it was,
section, wasn't
it?
Really
was a weird bend.
Difficult.
Well, we just hit our NRMA 5-minute warning. So this is when we get down to the nitty-gritty in each of these heats, and we've seen heats flip right in this final 5 minutes of the heat. Aiden Mason Camp wants to secure second place. Goes up, comes down hard.
Wow. Well,
another broken board.
Oh.
No, not yet. I thought it was.
He's mad at himself for not. I don't know how much hope he had on that, Rich.
Yeah, that was it. Well, if he had made that, maybe it would have eclipsed that 5.87. I think he's just thinking, you know, this is knowing the caliber of surfer in this heat. He doesn't feel safe in second position. Just comes square off the bottom, gets a little, maybe even a little grab on the rail midway through. Let's watch the slow-mo. He did. He grabbed and just couldn't get the nose lifted up enough.
African just getting hooked.
I think that is exactly
right underneath the lip and just getting absolutely belted on.
What Pupo was hoping for. That was that cat and mouse and chasing him and kind of relying on the fact that he could apply so much pressure to a fresher competitor, a less experienced Aiden, and make him do something like that and then retake control of the heat.
Yeah, the good thing for Sammy, or the blessing in that, is that he didn't increase the score, as we see.
Kauli Voss.
My goodness.
Remember, he needs a big number. He needs 7.33. We'll see if he got anything before that full rotation, but that was a dynamic finish to that wave.
Kauli Voss took to the sky. We knew he was going. We wanted him to do it the wave before. Just kept us hanging.
Here's our heat leader.
Nope. Wow, where are they going to go with that one? Huge frontside rotation, and wow, that's going to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, Kauli needs a big number. We'll take another look at it here, Rich.
Yeah, so a great looking little ramp. He eyes it off, hits the section, no grab, completely. Does the full rotation. So watch this, the nose is pointing down the line as he lands, and instantly you see the smile on his face.
7.33. Here we go, Sammy Pupo, just to thicken the plot here. And Sammy's just going to hand over priority.
Well, think back to Miguel Tadela's air. Is it comparable?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so. It's definitely going to go into his highlight reel for the day. Like,
oh, yeah.
That was so sick to be landing that fully rotated and so cleanly. And, yeah, it's very, very cool performance.
Not done yet either. Having a look at this one.
Nice looking wave, snaps off the top. That's all he's going to get. 7.33 on the previous air, and unfortunately for Samuel Pupo, for Kauli Voss, it is going to come in right on the line. One judge up, three judges down. It's going to be up to this judge right here, 6.8, not enough.
Wow, so it wasn't quite the number, but he's helped his cause a little bit, but he's got a minute and a half to get back out there and find a 6.41 without priority.
Wow, harsh city for the full rotation, I'm telling you right now. That was like...
I wonder if when he landed, and he definitely made it, and he definitely rode out of it, but he didn't like continue on down the line, and whether they were just going,
I was kind of thinking maybe they've capped him under that 7 mark because that section it almost looked like a corner from our angle. Like it was still chunky on the inside, but it didn't have the rest of that explosion, and it kind of just fizzled off to a corner. So I don't know if that kind of dulled down.
Landing in the flats as opposed to in a kind of gnarly section.
Like in an explosion of craziness on the sandbank. I think it kind of capped it.
Well, now, we're just down to 35 seconds, so he's going to have to get going in the next couple waves. Aiden Mason-Camp wants an insurance policy on advancing through here. That's not going to change the situation, but he will remain in second place. Sammy Pupo needs to get going.
Yeah, well, Sammy Pupo needing a 6.34, so the current Challenger Series leader, he's got a chance.
Here he goes, lines up, throws the air. Big explosion, cannot ride out. Emrod can't believe it.
4, 3.
You would have to think that if he nailed that, that was it.
Well, that's exactly what happened to Carly, except it had that explosive critical landing. So you have to say that would have gone. I've goosebumps.
Oh, look, he knows it too. So as we see, which, it often happens, doesn't it, Kipes? You get the win, you come down with all the momentum, and somehow the momentum gets stifled. But let's have a look at this. Streaking down the line, gets a perfect launch, gets the road, almost kind of over-rotated, ended up on his toes.
And down to 10 seconds remaining. Red up and riding, goes to the punt. Counting down.
Michael Rodriguez can't believe it.
2 and 1.
Well, it's going to be a throwaway event here for Sammy Pupo. Meanwhile, Lucas Silveira continues on, as well as Aiden Mason-Camp continues on. We're going to go to a break right now, but stick around. After this break, we will have the WSL post show.
Wow.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Another massive day of competition. Started with a beautiful sunrise and then it began. We started whittling away the field. And yeah, we're seeing the Challenger Series just live up to its title, live up to its name. It was very difficult conditions out there today. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey still with Jess Grimwood and Richie Lovett. Rich, it was tricky. It looked beautiful out there this morning. It started with lefts and it finished predominantly on the rights out in front of the car park there.
Yeah, a little bit unexpected for today. You know, it was beautiful and smooth, as you said this morning, and northy lefts were producing, but it didn't last long. The energy shifted down to car park rights and good bit of sand down there, and that saved us for today, but we're well poised now, and I really confident that the next few days the conditions are going to be really nice. Offshore winds for the majority of the day.
We're going to hold you to that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Pressure's on. I better deliver, Rich, otherwise you're going to look like a fool.
I'll get the boot.
But let's talk about one of the great runs through this contest. It was an amazing effort from Dylan Moffat today.
Yeah.
He performed great. And, you know, there's obviously a bit of expectation and pressure that comes with being the hometown hero.
Yeah, he was saying he felt like that he had, 50 plus coaches up here in the car park helping him dissect the heat and the conditions. So it was a big amount of pressure on his shoulders, and to take it like he did was pretty cool.
We're going to have a close look at his clash in just a moment, but right now we're going to get caught up with the winner of the last heat of the day.
Thanks, Ron. Lucas, you kind of missed the start, but then you come home strong through the middle part of that heat.
Yeah, there was a gnarly heat. A few young guns, as we were talking just before. They all like young but super experienced at the same time. Samuel already did so good in the CT. Cody final in Chopo, switch foot against Kelly and stuff. And Aiden has been ripping to his ripping snapper, and he seems to always start really strong his heats, and that wasn't different. So when he started with a 7, and then all these ramps too, Samuel and Cody has a great air game. So I was like, okay, just focus on getting big sections, and these conditions I think really suits my surfing. So I kind of started with that 6, and didn't feel like it was a great wave, but a smaller one, but could fit 2 turns, and then another 6 on the 1 turn, and they were simple waves. So I knew if I could really lay into a turn the way I wanted, it would be a big score. So I kept trying, and it's really good when you have a lot of opportunities. So after snapper was perfect, but so slow, and it's kind of nerve-wracking just sit there and have to wait for a good one. And out here you can just keep trying, and you will land something eventually,
You certainly maximised your opportunities. Well done, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Lucas.
Thank you, Stace. Lucas surfing really well, and yeah, I think he's right. Even though it was a bit of a mess out there at different stages throughout the day, we did see a lot of waves ridden, and as a result, we saw some great surfing.
Yeah, I feel like I started the day at least very poised in the seat, and as we got towards the end, I was like, I was thinking, don't leave it all out on day number 2 because there's still so much surfing ahead of us, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Let's talk about that heat with Dylan Moffat. Strong performance from him. He's really established himself as kind of one of the favourites on the Challenger Series. Only missed the CT by a spot last year, Rich.
Yeah, he's a real mature surfer, and big turns like that, big hacks. He kind of set himself apart in this heat, and just put it together really well. Found some of these rights down at the car park section there, and watch this, blasting off the top. And you're right, he converted what could have been pressure into sort of enthusiasm and a great performance.
Yeah, I like that. He was up against a couple of real qualifying series and Challenger Series journeymen too, so it wasn't an easy heat draw. Alejo Munez, Michael Dunphy, they got pushed out of the mix by Luke Thompson and, of course, Dylan Moffat, who continues his charge here at this venue. And chasing a big result here on home soil. Geez, it'd be amazing if he could break through for a win.
You never know. It's all set up, and you can see the scores there. So some good numbers. And sometimes it's this first heat, just getting it done and getting your momentum started can be a bit of a challenge. But he looks good. He looks settled and ready to go.
We saw some big hits, some big power turns on thick sections that required a lot of commitment. What we hadn't seen up until this point in the competition was a lot of airs. And today, Miguel Tadela saved himself in the contest. And, you know, sadly for the fans following Zeke Lau, it cost him a spot in the next round, but David Silva, impressive on the backhand.
Oh, David Silva, he's got a real good energy with this event. He's done so well in it, bringing that energy to Narrabeen as well. But Zeke, he did some great surfing, and I don't know what it is, man, but Zeke's just on a roll, but it's not a good one. He's just missing out but, you know, the surfing is there.
Yeah, it was David Silva and Zeke just holding control over the other competitors in the lineup up until about this point.
Oh, this was mental. I can't believe this happened for Zeke, but look at this thing. Double grab.
This is the angle, too, to watch that air. There was the front-on angle that we watched it at first. It didn't look like he got a lot of pop out of the lip. That angle showed how far he fell from the apex of the aerial right to the bottom of the trough. Did so well to stick it and get himself an excellent score, an 8.67.
Yeah, it was a full last-ditch effort, throw everything at it, and he stuck it, man. It was credit to him for going for it.
Yeah, going for it for sure. And you know what? You can see just how quickly you've got to adapt. Billy Stearman dominated in the opening round, but today he really just couldn't get it going, and yeah, he was overcome by some surfers who were really in attack mode on those rights. So yeah, well done to Miguel Tadela, saving himself. A buzzer beater moment from him. We saw a really composed performance on the women's side from Kobe Enright. Just smoothed out all the bumps out there and just looked so confident.
Yeah, she kind of took note out of Francesca Baselko's book, and she found these rights, and it suits her surfing so much because she's so smooth. She's brought a little bit more criticalness to her surfing as well, and this is actually the replay of Kira Pinkerton's answer back in this heat too.
Yeah, I love this you know, this heat from Kira. It was amazing. Although you know, Kobe came away with the win here. There was a story going on with Kira Pinkerton. She kind of went through a bit of an emotional kind of moment there. I think she hurt her arm at one point and was just overcome, but you know, rallied, and I think too deserving progression through that heat.
Yeah, it was cool to see, and as you could see there, Kira, you know, she didn't find a great backup at the 7.67, 2 hefty turns, and it was enough to get her into that second spot. And we lost a couple of those former championship tour surfers looking to get back onto the CT. So they're going to have to, you know, rally after this event. They're going to have some time before Bolito, but it's going to take a lot now because basically for Silvana and for Paige Harrop, it's 2 throwaways already.
Yeah, that's it. There's no more chances for either of them now to have these early first, second, or third round losses. It's a bummer. I'm kind of disappointed to see Silvana go out so early. I think she has worked so hard to put herself back into this mix, and I'd love to see the performance from her at this stage.
Yeah, she's got it in her. She can win events. She's done it at the highest level, so we anticipate a big fight back in those next 4 events. But let's have a look at the Boost Mobile wave of the day. It does, of course, belong to Miguel Tadela, who really turned his fortune with this move. He had to pull something big. He needed a big score at this point in time, Rich.
And it was so lofty, and the drop down into the trough. It was, you know, he must have dropped about 8 foot from the top of the air all the way down back to connecting with the lip. And, you know, we love these moments when the surfers are actually back on the sand and they're waiting for a score, and you see that emotion come out. You can really see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it meant a lot, that win. Let's have a look at the top 5 moments of the day. We had plenty. We should have blown it out to the top 20. So many big individual turns laid down, but Mateus Hurdy threw this full rotation, but it still wasn't enough.
Oh, huge. Again, so much pop. This guy's known for his airs. And it started a bit of a theme. Everyone caught on. Everyone started going, yep, let's take to the air. We've been waiting for it, and they delivered.
Ellie Harrison, one big turn on this ride, and it fetched her a huge score to get through, Jess.
Yeah, smart woman. She composed herself. She reset throughout this heat, and just critical surfing for her on her backhand. She needs this at this point as well, and I think it's going to be a good confidence booster running into the next round.
Happy to sign some autographs there on the beach as well. Coming in at number 3, San Clemente's Cole Houshman. Big boy, big powerful hits.
Yeah, foundation surfing, good power base, great positioning, and throwing a ton of spray. You know, you can't, you do this sort of surfing and the judges have to throw down a score. So great to see him progressing through.
Yeah, he was buzzing after that heat win. Also banking a 7.83 with an impressive ride was Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, she started a theme with this as well, didn't she, during the day? A little cover-up, big slash, and just committed, real ground surfing, like really committed to the cause.
But coming in at number 1, Miguel Tadela goes to the corrupt flip, stomps it in the impossible section, and gets himself the score he needs to move through to the next round.
Yeah, it wasn't just a straightforward air, you know, the corrupt flip. There's not a lot of surfers that can do it. You know, it's a pretty specialised air, and Miguel just pulling it out at the perfect moment.
Yeah, it was huge. It was so confusing seeing where they were going to go with that number, because we'd seen Zeke really collect some good scores with that beautiful power surfing, bit of release with a huge layback jam, and when Miguel took off on that, I think here on the Harvey Norman set, Laura Enover, Nathan Hedge, we were kind of thinking to ourselves, wasn't the cleanest landing, and you can kind of get a little critical on those airs sometimes, but I think when you see the replays, especially from that angle down at Car Park Rights, you could see how tough the landing was, and it was a deserving score.
Yeah, absolutely. I was listening to you guys, and the debate was happening, and I was kind of going, wow. I was confused as well. Didn't know where they were going to go at it, but I think they got it right, and you know, commiserations to Zeke. He must be scratching his head, going, what have I got to do here to get back in the mix?
Oh, he's got to do a lot in the next 4 events on the Challenger Series, that's for sure. A lot of highlights today. I think we can expect more tomorrow. Where Richie Lovett's guaranteeing better conditions. He's putting his neck out.
It's going to happen. You just watch.
Wax stamp sealed right there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love it.
We'll see you tomorrow.
I love it when your head's on the chopping block, Rich. It's so much fun.
I know you do.
We're going to break now. We'll leave you with highlights and see you tomorrow morning as we look to get things back underway here at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Good morning once again from North Narrabeen as we see the women getting set to hit the lineup.
It's actually been coning off its head.
Oh, nothing better than a morning cone.
Where did the fun go? Where did the fun go? Where did the fun go?
Moana Jones-Wong, she attacks it.
That
was a sick combo for Ellie Harrison.
Oh, so we see Kika, one huge turn.
It is sometimes the better option than trying to duck dive.
Oh, not always the best option, Rich. There's some of that frustration. And hangs on for the finish.
Yolanda Hopkins falls into a little bubble.
Let's get set for the second round of the men's event. Jackson Baker. He finds a bit of cover. Oh. Mikey Madonna's got a tail pad and 3 fins.
What makes a man wanna work 58 hours a week? Come home to his family, too tired to even speak. Well, I said, where did the fun go? Where did the fun go? Where did the fun go? I'll be chasing it on my death now.
Miguel, though, he's going to go to the corrupt flip. Wow. And he's going to find the landing. An 8.67.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.